Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. The House. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 150th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, from 5 to 9 April 2025. I'm pleased to present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 150th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly, held in Tashkent, from 5 to 9 April. Following the prorogation of the 47th Parliament and dissolution of the House of Representatives on 28 March, my House colleagues and I were not able to attend the 150th Assembly. However, the Australian delegation to the IPU was expertly led by Senator Deborah O'Neill and accompanied by the former Senator, the Honourable Linda Reynolds, CSC. The Australian delegation focused its engagement with the IPU on the twice-yearly assemblies. However, it is not possible always to participate, and online events have been a normal occurrence. As part of my commitment to the civics education program, Parliaments and Schools, as well as the National Youth Parliament, I've moderated an IPU webinar entitled Engaging Young People to Improve Democracy: How Can Political Leaders Empower and Provide Young People with the Opportunities to Have Their Say? The webinar has brought together parliamentarians and civil society leaders to discuss practical steps to empower young people in democratic processes. Next year, the Australian Parliament will celebrate 70 years of membership of the IPU. While I'll have more to say about that milestone later, over its decades of IPU engagement, Australia has a significant track record. The 150th Assembly in Tashkent was no different, as our delegates represented the Parliament with distinction. Firstly, I give thanks to Senator O'Neill for representing Australia at the IPU Executive Committee and for serving on behalf as the chairperson of the Subcommittee on Finance. Senator O'Neill presented a proposal for a future resolution on tax avoidance, which was accepted by the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. The topic will be debated at the next Assembly in October this year and advanced as a resolution for endorsement at the 156th Assembly in early 2026. Senator Reynolds has continued to advance her work on orphanage trafficking while also serving on the Bureau of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians. As part of an orphanage trafficking plan, Senator Reynolds participated in a podcast, has written opinion pieces and facilitated discussions at the 150th Assembly on implementing the 2023 IPU resolution on orphanage trafficking. Senator O'Neill has also served as President of the Bureau of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights, responsible for presiding over the committee meetings and debates and reporting to the Assembly on the committee activities. On behalf of the Australian delegation, I want to thank those who supported our delegates at the 150th IPU Assembly. I give thanks to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Canberra and the Parliamentary Library for providing detailed background information to the delegation. The delegation also appreciated the assistance and support of the International Parliamentary Relations Office. I also give my thanks to Senator O'Neill for leading the delegation with professionalism and expertise. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the contribution of former Senator the Honourable Linda Reynolds, CSC, whose work on orphanage trafficking at the IPU culminated in a groundbreaking resolution on the subject in 2023. The resolution was adopted by consensus by the IPU member parliaments, marking the first global action on orphanage trafficking. Senator Reynolds has also attended 6 assemblies from 2022 and was the 49th women parliamentarian to serve as an Australian delegate since the Australian Parliament joined the IPU in 1956. I thank her for the service. And finally, I'd like to thank and acknowledge Dr. Jane Thompson from the Department of the Senate, who served as Delegation Secretary. I commend the report to the House. I have received messages from the Senate informing the House of the appointment of senators to certain joint committees. As the list of appointments is a lengthy one, I do not propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I give the call now to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that, unless otherwise ordered, the Customs Amendment... We don't actually have... It's there, got it. I declare that, unless otherwise ordered, Customs Amendment Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025 and Customs Tariff Amendment Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the Customs Amendment Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025.
Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1 for a suspension of standing orders.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for 29 to 31 July 2025 in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Given the unusual nature of the suspension, I'll give a brief explanation to the House, and I want to thank both the Manager of Opposition Business and the crossbench for the consultation that has happened in the lead up to this, and I accept that this is a process which we are doing for specific reasons today. I am hopeful that if we ever repeat, it's very rare, and certainly the ideal would be that it's never repeated. But if I can explain, having said all of that, what it is we're actually doing. So there are 2 items of legislation that the government needs to urgently get across to the Senate. One relates to the 20% cut in student debt, and the other relates to the government being able to raise standards up in early childhood education. They need to get across to the Senate quickly for very different reasons. The issues with respect to the student debt, because once it passes the Parliament, there is a mountain of work that has to be done in terms of lines of coding and everything before students in fact will see the reduction in their debt. They're not disadvantaged by that because it is backdated, but the length of delay which already occurs just administratively is longer than we want it to be, and we are trying to avoid the Parliament adding to that delay. The second bill with respect to early childhood education, this is something where many members, anyone who has been asked in the media about this bill from wherever they sit within the Parliament has spoken about its urgency. The nature of the issue, though, is one where lots of people will have speeches, some very personal speeches that they'll be wanting to put on the record. I don't think anybody wants their speech to be a reason for the delay. We do want the Education Minister to be able to have the powers that are contained within that legislation at the earliest possible opportunity. The examples that we've seen from a very, very small section of workers within that sector are so horrific that there is a legitimate expectation by the public that we act quickly. The normal way of the government being able to act quickly with respect to both of the bills would simply for me to move that the question be put. That would be the normal way that's been done by both sides of politics over the years. What I am trying to do with this motion is to accept the urgency but find a way that the Parliament still gets to vote on each of the procedures that the Parliament would normally want to vote on, some of which would be lost if I move that the question be put, but to still make sure that we get it across to the Senate and people are still able to get their speeches on the record about the legislation. So while I accept completely it is well and truly imperfect, and there is stronger language that is available about people making their speeches, some of their speeches after the bill has gone across to the Senate. That is the only way I've been able to find, short of the traditional gag motion, of being able to get it across there. So what I am hoping is that because we are providing the speeches opportunity both here and in the Federation Chamber by the Parliament sitting late tonight and sitting late tomorrow night, that will encourage people to give very few speeches this morning and later this afternoon when we're dealing with the specific bills, in the hope that we might be able to get it across to the Senate cooperatively. That's what I'm hoping for, and I thank the House for it. I give fair notice that the student debt bill, we do need to get that across before question time. But I'm hoping that we're in a position we can do that cooperatively for the benefit of members, particularly new members who might not be aware of this. Even though the Parliament sits late, after 6:30 there are no divisions or quorums. So you will stay here late if you are giving a speech, or if you just enjoy being here listening to the speeches. All reasons are available, but certainly there'll be no votes or quorum calls after 6:30. I hope that explains the procedure that this is bringing forward.
Yeah.
Question is the motion be agreed to, and I'll give a call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to note for the House's benefit the Coalition has agreed to this unusual procedure, and I hear what the Manager has said. We have accepted the advice from the government that there is an urgency in relation to the education bills, and clearly in relation to the childcare bills there is an urgent nature of this legislation, and the Leader of the Opposition has indicated will be constructive on these sorts of matters, and we will be. I would add to the Manager's speech simply that given the nature of the election timing and where we are now, that's another reason why we've agreed to this unusual process for these two very important first bills that have come before the Parliament, and that wouldn't normally be the case. There's obviously an important reason, and I hear what you say about the gag. However, on this one occasion we agree and we accept the advice from the government that there is an urgency to this matter. The
question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Universities Accord, cutting student debt by 20% Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord, cutting student debt by 20% Bill 2025, a measure which provides a one-off 20% reduction to higher education loan program debts and restructures how young people will repay their debt, including lifting the threshold for compulsory repayments from $54,435 in 24-25 to $67,000 in this financial year. Around 3 million Australians with student debt loans will see some benefit from the debt reduction measure, including the 70% of help debtors who are aged 35 years old or younger. This change forms part of a broader adjustments to the repayment system and will provide some immediate cost of living relief for those carrying significant student debt. This policy resonated at the election because young people are being hit hard by Labor's cost of living crisis, and student debt is part of that pressure. This policy will assist a specific cohort, those with large help debts, most of whom had the opportunity to attend university. The government has accepted that early childhood workers and nurses should be writing off the debts of lawyers and doctors, indeed debts worth $16 billion. But there are millions of Australians who don't have a student loan, and many of them are also struggling to pay the rent, to buy groceries and to cover basic bills. And it is their taxation dollars that are going towards this one-off $16 billion cost to the bottom line of the budget. The government's approach ignores the needs of those young Australians who don't go to university, including those in insecure or lower paid jobs, who are highly exposed to high cost of living and housing costs. Students face huge increases in everyday costs thanks to this government's policies. Since they were elected, rent is up by 18%, cheese is up by 20%, milk 17%, cereal, the staple of all students, may I say, 20%, and eggs 32%. We understand that today around 3 million Australians have a student debt amounting to $81 billion, meaning each student carries an average debt of $27,640. And as they move into the professional world, they have to work out how they will repay this debt. We acknowledge through predominantly higher education debt that there are also some vet loans. The government estimates this measure will save those debtors on average $5,520 on their accumulated HECS debt. The Australian Government invests heavily in university education, has done so for decades, and it is important to remember that the Commonwealth covers around 60% of a student's degree, although that varies greatly by discipline. Further support for students is welcome, but it must be balanced with a focus on broader reforms that improve opportunity for all. Analysis of this policy would suggest that it will benefit high-income earners who have undertaken expensive degrees. We know that there are some categories of women who will be disadvantaged, especially those who will work part-time early in their careers, and that past debtors who have repaid the cost of their studies and future students enrolling as of tomorrow will miss out. The changes to the repayment methods also contained in this bill will affect all debtors, and for many, those of low incomes, may keep them in debt for even longer. The Parliamentary Budget Office modelled that a graduate with a low income, 50% of average graduate income, will fall below the new minimum repayment threshold and will take approximately another 8 years to pay off their debt. With effect from 1 June, the bill reduces student debt, including all HELP, vocational education and training student loans, Australian apprenticeship support loans, student startup loans and other student loans. And while attractive at the ballot box, this is poor economic and education policy. When Labor announced this policy last year, subject to the election outcome, economists slammed it as a poorly targeted sugar hit. Let me quote Chris Richardson, economist. Handing $16 billion to graduates is a reverse Robin Hood. It's a tax cut targeted to the big end of town, with money going from the less well-off to the better off. It's a fairness fail. Worse still, that $16 billion does nothing for the nature's future. Andrew Lilly, Chief Interest Rate Strategist at Barrenjoey, said, "I'm just sad to see this. There are many good ways to spend $10 billion. Attempting to buy 3 million votes in a close election is not a good one. We should be wary. Creeping populism can grow for decades." Ashley Craig, economist, said, "This is an abominable idea that gives precious tax dollars to rich Australians while doing nothing to help with the currently elevated cost of living. If it is popular, it is because people don't understand this and are being misled. This is exceptionally bad policy which favours the rich, doesn't help with the current cost of living, and does nothing to encourage higher ed." Ben Phillips of the ANU Centre for Social Policy Research said, "Real cost of living relief would be better directed to genuinely poor people rather than well-paid uni grads in their late 20s, early 30s, when they benefit from the new policy. What about future grads?" And Andrew Norton, the highly regarded Professor of Higher Education Policy at ANU, said, "Marginal help repayments will be 15% on incomes of $67,000 to $124,999 and 17% on incomes of more than $125,000. For most help debtors, the marginal help repayment rate will be slightly higher than now, a consequence of needing to recover the lost revenue from the higher first threshold. Those with bigger debts will get more relief regardless of their capacity to earn more in the future. So a lawyer who graduated last year receives more help than a social worker. Young people who haven't gone to uni or who studied a lower cost course and who haven't worked hard and haven't made voluntary payments will not see the same benefit. The biggest beneficiaries of the 20% cut are recent graduates whose debts are at their peak but who haven't made any significant repayments on that debt. Those midway through paying down their loans and current students will see some benefit, but those who've just finished repaying, who've struggled to retire that debt, and future students, well, they will get nothing. Others who gained the most are current and former students of private higher education providers who pay high fees through fee help, and postgraduates who may have large debts. It goes without saying that the best long-term cost of living relief for students and non-students alike is to get the cost of living under control. That means cutting red tape, boosting productivity, easing pressure on energy prices and winding back wasteful government spending. The reality is, under Labor, everything has been and continues to be going up in price. Since the Labor came to office, health costs are up by 13%, food by 14%, rents 18%, and insurance a staggering 36%. This is the cost of living crisis of Labor's own making, and now they're offering narrowly targeted relief while leaving millions of Australians behind and asking them to pick up the bill for the 3 million Australians who will benefit from this one-off reduction. All young Australians, whether they went to university or not, deserve a government focused on real reform and fair opportunity for everyone, not just the few. As the Leader of the Opposition and Shadow Minister for Education have indicated elsewhere, we will be constructive and we will not stand in the way of this legislation passing. This policy resonated at the election because young people experienced the heat of Labor's cost of living crisis over the past 3 years, and they continue to feel locked out and let down by Labor on housing. HELP is a system which supports students to access tertiary studies by deferring the cost until they are earning. It is predominantly used for university degrees and has opened the doors to university for millions of Australians. It is indeed a national asset which has enduring support from all sides of government. And while this government shifts its focus to productivity in coming weeks, having overseen a slump in productivity to what is now the lowest average productivity growth in 2 decades, it may wish to think through the relationship between extending student debt and productivity. The biggest productivity payoff comes not from forgiving debt, but from ensuring the education system matches labour market needs, lifting quality in higher education and supporting lifelong learning across all sectors of the workforce. My party is focused on our duty to reflect and represent modern Australia, including that 3 million Australians carrying significant education debts. And those debts are concentrated in seats like Kooyong, Chisholm, Ryan, Menzies, Goldstein, Bradfield, Bennelong, Deakin, Dixon and Mackellar. And Australians sent us a clear message at the election, and we are listening. We will take time to get it right, and we will show up and engage with the issues that matter to younger Australians, and we are working to get that done.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, Labor is the party of education and Labor is the party of aspiration. This bill delivers both. Cutting 20% off all student debt, university students, but also, importantly, vocational education and training students too. Saving around 3 million Australians, an average of $5,500. And importantly, making the repayment system fairer for the future, delivering a permanent structural boost to the take-home pay of young Australians. 268 days ago, in the electorate of Sturt, I promised that this 20% cut to student debt would be the first bill that we brought into this parliament. Today, we deliver that. Every member of the government knows how important that promise was to Australians who we engaged with from that day, 268 days ago, right through to the 3rd of May. 20% of student debt was the first bill we introduced to the parliament. Now this bill will be the first bill that passes this parliament as well. Because that is what our government is all about, delivery, turning promises into progress. We started at the beginning of this month, July 1, delivering cost of living relief, a real pay rise for 3 million people on the minimum wage and award wages. Haven't just done it once, we've done it again and again and again. The 2022 election, the $1 coin I held up, something that those in the then government said would see the sky fall in, saw us win the support of workers who understood how important it was. And on July 1, that real wage increase, following on from the tax cuts that we had from the 1st of July last year, means that our commitment to have people earn more and keep more of what they earn is being delivered. Another round of energy bill relief for every household and every small business. We expanded paid parental leave by 2 weeks, and importantly, we added superannuation to it for the first time. We increased the superannuation guarantee to 12% for every single working Australian, and we introduced as well the $10,000 incentive for construction apprentices, following the successful implementation of our program for new energy apprentices that had already been implemented. And our cheaper home batteries program, permanently cutting power bills and taking pressure off the grid, has been an enormous success. The Energy Minister reported to Parliament yesterday that in just a matter of weeks, the figure is already over 12,000 households that have benefited from this policy. And we'll finish July with real cost of living relief for all 3 million Australians with a student debt. Mr. Speaker, education is the most powerful weapon we have against disadvantage. It is the best investment that we can make in a stronger, more productive and more skilled economy. Education is fundamental to the Labor mission. It opens the doors of opportunity and widens them. That is why we are doubling the number of university hubs in the regions and outer suburbs to bring higher education to communities that were missing out. And it is why also an important measure came in on the 1st of July. We delivered paid prac for students studying to be nurses, to be social workers, to be teachers. I think that most Australians would be stunned to hear that someone studying to be a nurse to look after their fellow Australians would have to sacrifice a part-time job in order to go do their prac. That's a part of their course, and be penalised financially for doing so. The measures that we've put in place there will make an enormous difference. New financial support for the next generation of teachers, nurses and social workers, so that they're not put in that position while they're on placement. Now, in last year's budget, we wiped $3 billion in student debt from Australians who had been caught out by the global spike in inflation. This saved a person with an average debt around $1,200. We addressed that one-off and fixed the system so it could never happen again. But at the election, of course, people did have a choice on the 3rd of May. You had our position of paid prac and then taking 20% of student debt, and you had the coalition, which in its costings released just the day before, on the Thursday of the election week, on May 1, they released their policy, which not only was to oppose the 20% reduction in student debt, it was to get rid of the paid prac policy and to put that onto students' HECS debt. So it was a bit like their tax policy that said not only were they opposed to the tax cuts that will come in on July 1 next year and the July after, they would legislate to increase taxation for all 14 million taxpayers. In this area of policy, they not only opposed the 20% student debt, they said we would add to student debt by adding the paid prac payments to the HECS debt that people owed the government. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government understands that student debt can hang over young Australians. It can affect how much they can borrow for a home. It impacts decisions they make about family and career. And that's why, when those opposite said that this was somehow unfair, we said that this was an intergenerational equity measure to make an enormous difference. It's not like we came out with it at the last minute. We came out with it in November in a speech in Adelaide in Sturt and made it clear that it would be a position that would be, as we said at that time, the first piece of legislation we would introduce into the 48th Parliament. Now, because of the changes that the Morrison government made as well, HECS came out of your take-home pay sooner. Right at the heart of our election campaign was the commitment to tackle this intergenerational unfairness. And that's what this legislation is about. It takes 20% off student debt, the debt that was there, and we impose it from June 1 before indexation came in, and making the system better and fairer into the future. We are raising the repayment threshold from $54,000 up to $67,000. We're lowering the rate of repayments and indexing both to keep them fair. Now, this means that someone earning $70,000 will save around $1,300 a year in repayments, helping everyone repaying a student debt right now and delivering a better deal for every student in the years ahead. Permanent structural reform to boost take-home pay for young Australians, putting money back into people's pocket and putting fairness back into the system. Good for cost of living, good for this generation and for generations to come. Good for building Australia's future. I'm proud to lead a government delivering on this commitment, and I'm proud to commend this bill to the House.
The question is the bill we now read a second time. Give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Sorry. And I rise to thank the Education Minister for moving this bill with a degree of urgency. We know that HECS debt is an incredible burden for so many Australians, current students but also graduates. We know that young Australians are deferring starting their studies because of the fear of the extreme debt that they can accrue as a result of the massive increase in the cost of HECS that we've seen in recent years. We've seen that the impact of the job-ready graduate scheme, which the government, when in opposition, described as pernicious and punitive, has doubled the cost of degrees, arts, business and law overnight. As a result, arts degrees are now $50,000, combined degrees are $85,000. We know that many graduates now have $150,000 in debt when they graduate, and the PBO has told us that some people will struggle to pay off their HECS debt in their working lifetime. One of the implications of the bill that the government has in front of the House is that many students will go onto a debt treadmill, when in fact what we're going to see is that the increase in the repayment threshold, which appears on the surface of things to be a positive move, will mean that many people pay off less than the cost of indexation each year, such that their debt actually increases rather than decreases. The Prime Minister spoke quite movingly about the impact of having to pay for prac placements for students in the care sector, and it's great that the government is extending that support now to students of nursing and midwifery, teaching and social work. But it's not extending that support to other students in the care sector. We have medical students sleeping in their cars when they're undertaking prac placements. The system of prac placement is particularly difficult for women because they often have care responsibilities. It means that people from Indigenous backgrounds and from rural and regional communities are less likely to complete their studies on time. They're having to defer or go part-time to meet the extreme cost of prac placements, which doesn't just include travel and accommodation, it includes professional registration and uniforms and insurances. And so I will speak to this bill in more detail later today, and I thank the government for the opportunity to do that. But I move the amendment that has been circulated in my name, which essentially asks the government to change the timing of HECS indexation, which is unfair, to extend the support for paid practical placements to all students in the care sector, to reduce the cost of degrees, particularly by immediately reversing the job-ready graduate scheme, and to look at education more as an investment in our future and not as a cost. to the people of Australia.
Is the amendment seconded? The call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. I second this motion, and I'll reserve my comments for my speech that I'll make as statements in the House later this afternoon.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now before the House is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As promised, this is the very first bill to be introduced into the Parliament after the election, and it very shortly will be the very first bill that we vote upon. This bill cuts student debt by 20% and also makes important structural changes to the way our student debt repayment system works. This will take a weight off the shoulders of 3 million Australians, and it's happening because of a promise that the Prime Minister made to the Australian people in November of last year. It's happening because Australians voted for this in their millions in May of this year, and it's happening because we are about to vote for it in a few moments' time. Can I thank the member for Kooyong not just for her contribution to this debate, but for her ongoing commitment to reform of higher education. The changes the member refers to were considered by the Universities Accord. And I've often said, as I did in answer to a question in question time yesterday, that the Accord is bigger than one budget and that it's a blueprint for the future, and that we'll keep working through the Accord's recommendations and we'll take advice from the Australian Tertiary Education Commission as well. Although we're not in a position to support these amendments at this time, my door is always open to all members of Parliament to talk about how we build a better and a fairer education system. And with that, Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
So we're dealing with the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong. I'll put that question before the House, that the amendment be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against no? I think the noes have it. We now deal with the second reading. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Australian apprenticeship support loans, the Higher Education Loan Program, student start-up loans, vocational education and training student loans, and the Student Financial Supplement Scheme, and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Call Member Fisher.
Leave is granted.
I call the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Australian apprenticeship support loans, the Higher Education Loan Program, student start-up loans, vocational education and training student loans, and the Student Financial Supplement Scheme, and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, early childhood education and care, strengthening regulation of early education bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Early Childhood Education and Care Strengthening Regulation of Early Education Bill 2025, which amends the new Tax System Family Assistance Administration Act of 1999 to give the Commonwealth Government power to cut off funding to childcare centres that don't meet safety and quality standards, to allow Commonwealth officers to perform unannounced visits to detect fraud and non-compliance across the sector, and actively allow stronger name and shame powers, especially on the Starting Blocks website, by expanding the Secretary's powers to publicise details about providers. Today, according to the Productivity Commission, more than 1.4 million children across Australia aged between 0 and 12 attend an early childhood education and care setting, of which there are more than 19,000 across Australia. The ECEC system, as it is known, has seen much growth in the last 15 years, with the number of places having grown by some 50% between 2013 and 2023, largely under the settings of the former coalition government. The national body charged with regulating standards in the sector, the Australian Children's Education and Care Quality Authority, was only created in 2012, which, while sounding like a long time ago, is one of the youngest of its counterpart bodies, with the national regulatory bodies in both higher education and vocational education fields having been created some time earlier. There are few things more important and more sacred than the safety of our children at no more precious time than their early years. Every moment is laden both with learning as well as vulnerability. It is a time when many children cannot communicate beyond smiles and tears. Every parent who drops their child off at a childcare centre entrusts that service with the most precious part of themselves. Sometimes that is a comfortable choice. Sometimes that is fuelled by need to get back to work, to get back to feeding the family and the mortgage. Parents deserve to be able to rely on such a service without fear or uncertainty. And yet, right now, that trust is shaking. Like many Australians, I have felt deep revulsion and sorrow at the reports of alleged abuse taking place in early learning settings. The most recent and horrifying example being the case in Victoria that has left parents reeling and our entire community rightfully shocked when this news hit the papers earlier this month. On 1 July, Victorian Police announced that Joshua Dale Brown, a 26-year-old man with a long history of work in childcare settings in Victoria, had been charged with over 70 alleged offences. And as a result, infectious disease testing was recommended for 2,000 children. It has emerged that the alleged offender worked in over 20 childcare centres between 2017 and 2024. The Victorian Government has ordered a review into its childcare sector due to report by the 15th of August 2025. The Victorian opposition, however, has already announced its intent to implement a series of safety measures were it to be successful in next year's state election, including the publication of safety data relating to each Victorian ECEC setting, publication of staffing levels and qualifications, changes to the working with children checks, including a reduction of the validity period from 5 years to 3 years, extensions to the safety training of workers, reviewing the content of the current Certificate 3 and diploma courses which qualify for work in the area, and to establish a register for all qualified ECEC workers, and finally banning all personal devices and installing CCTV at all centres. To our collective shame, this is not the first time we've heard of such crimes, but it must be the last time we fail to act quickly and decisively. Our children deserve better. This legislation today will make a start in addressing not only the issues before us now, but in rebuilding confidence in a system that millions of Australian families rely on every single day. I thank the Minister for Education and his team, as well as his senior officials, who have briefed me and the Shadow Minister for Education and Early Learning, Senator the Honourable John O'Donoghue, on the proposed measures in this bill a number of times. The Commonwealth's role in this sector is largely one of funder through the childcare subsidy, which, according to the government's own figures, costs the Australian people more than $16 billion each year, representing the 11th or 12th largest expenditure program under the remit of the entire Australian government. And through its funding, the Australian government can play an important leadership role in standards and system setting. And while the Australian government largely foots the bill, the states and territories continue to hold the reins on most regulation and safety measures, and indeed oversee the police forces charged with identifying any criminal behaviour which might be occurring in these settings. This bill, however, expands the Commonwealth's contribution to safety. It is one part of that national response, and while we welcome its introduction, I must be clear, it cannot be the beginning and end of the government's plan. This bill gives the Secretary of the Department of Education new powers, stronger powers, to cancel or suspend childcare subsidy approvals if a provider is failing to meet appropriate quality or safety standards. and that is important, as it will signal to the sector that safety is essential to each centre's ongoing existence. It also signals that persistent non-compliance and poor track records won't be tolerated. The right to access government funding comes with real responsibility and consequences. The changes in this bill strengthen Commonwealth powers to act when serious quality or safety concerns arise. They empower the Department of Education to respond when providers pose a risk to children, including suspending or cancelling their approval to receive taxpayer money. But this bill alone will not fix the childcare system. It is a necessary step, but only one step. The bill will also grant new powers to the Secretary of the Department to refuse to approve a provider, suspend or cancel an earlier approval in the event she or he is not satisfied that the provider continues to give regard to quality, safety and compliance. The bill will also build the Secretary's ability to publish information about actions taken against providers, from suspensions and cancellations to infringement notices and conditions placed on a provider's approval. This is a critical step in building transparency, and it builds on the work that the Coalition did in government to strengthen transparency and information available to parents, especially quality ratings available on the Starting Blocks website. We agree that parents have a right to know whether the service caring for their child has a history of breaches or disciplinary action. And by shining a light on poor practice, we not only empower parents, we drive up standards across the board. The Secretary will also be able to publicise suspensions and cancellations, as well as any conditions imposed on a provider, any refusal to expand or vary earlier approval, and the reasons why. Infringement notices will also be able to be issued, including the details of the notice, contraventions and any levied fines. One of the most meaningful elements of this legislation is the new power for unannounced visits to childcare centres by persons authorised by the Secretary under the Act. This is a significant departure from current arrangements. The Regulatory Powers Act enables entry to premises for monitoring either with consent or under a warrant, and I'm advised by the Department's officials that until now the practice has been that the Department would give up to 2 weeks' notice before visiting a service, and when they did go, they were accompanied by the Australian Federal Police. This largely reflects the fact that the entry was sought to assess the financial integrity of the childcare subsidy rather than assessing for safety and quality in ECEC settings. Unsurprisingly, there have been reports of some providers using that notice period to clean up the books and scrub records and present a false front to regulators. Well, with this bill, that should change. Officials will be able to walk into a centre unannounced, like state regulators already can, and observe what's happening on the ground, not to conduct a criminal investigation, of course, but to conduct spot checks, check documentation, verify working with children checks, and to also flag with state regulators if they have any concerns, such as that basic safety and hygiene standards are not being met. This isn't about catching people out for the sake of it. It's about safeguarding the integrity and restoring rigour and faith in a $16 billion annual program and giving parents the peace of mind they deserve. And while we acknowledge that there are concerns about potential duplication of Commonwealth and state and territory responsibilities for conducting compliance visits to childcare centres, the Department of Education has provided assurances that it will be working in collaboration with the states and territories. The Minister will not and cannot allow this to become an overall reduction in the important quality and safety work which rests with the state and territory regulators. It will also act as a deterrent. If providers know there's a greater chance of a government official walking in at any time, the incentive to always do the right thing increases. We do appreciate that this bill has been prepared with haste, and we note that there are still questions to be answered. I'm grateful to the sector for the guidance they have provided to the Coalition on questions requiring greater clarification to ensure providers can meet the changes set out in this legislation, such as, while the legislation empowers the Secretary to revoke a provider's approval, it does not provide a clear definition of what constitutes persistent non-compliance, and nor does it spell out how many breaches are too many or whether a single serious incident will suffice. These are not minor details, not for the people running centres. They are the difference between a system that is fair and effective and one that is opaque and unpredictable. We understand that a new national compliance framework is in development, and we will assess it carefully when it becomes available. We cannot allow vague discretion to become the enemy of due process or natural justice. What's needed is clarity in a timely nature for providers, for parents and for the public. We acknowledge that the work of keeping children safe will in fact never be done. It is a daily obligation on all of us. When we were in government, we did not sit on our hands, and in particular, we accepted and took seriously our response to the Commonwealth targeted recommendations from the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sex abuse. Former Prime Minister Morrison delivered a national apology address on behalf of all Australians and established the National Redress Scheme to compensate and support survivors, the National Office for Child Safety, the National Centre for Action on Child Sexual Abuse to increase understanding of the impacts of child sexual abuse on victims and survivors. Confronting heinous and unthinkable crimes against children is the responsibility of all governments, all parliamentarians, and requires all leaders to work together. This is another moment for national leadership. While the Commonwealth Department of Education has done what it can in terms of instituting processes relating to regulation safety, we do remain concerned about the pace of activity in leading the states and territories to do their part. The next meeting of State and Territory Education Ministers is not scheduled until the middle of August. That is still weeks away. Given the severity of crimes alleged in Victoria, the deep concern of Australian parents, the broad outcry in public media, including in today's papers, that crime has gone unheeded and unpunished, a few weeks is still far too long to wait. And I trust that the Minister for Early Childhood Education in the other place has been in constant communication with her state and territory colleagues, as indeed I have been with the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood and Education of Victoria, Ms Jess Wilson, since the revelations of Victoria were made. I asked the government to consider bringing this meeting forward and indeed then to set regular meetings of early childhood ministers. There is no justifiable reason to delay urgent national coordination on child safety. Parents are watching. They are worried. And they want action now, not the better part of 2 months since the Victorian allegations were on the front page of every Australian newspaper. That meeting of ministers should focus on key priorities, including speeding up the implementation of a National Register of Early Educators, harmonising the Working with Children check system, which lacks standardisation and only identifies those whose behaviour has resulted in a conviction. I know this matter has been taken up by my colleague, the Shadow Attorney-General, the member for Barara, with his counterpart. And they need to look at implementing a mobile phone ban, the National Model Code for taking images or videos of children while providing early childhood education and care developed by the National Regulator is currently voluntary. These are basic common sense measures. In times of crisis, Australians don't want politics, they want to see us unified. And on this issue, from the outset, we have worked constructively with the government and will continue to do so. As the Leader of the Opposition pledged at the National Press Club, the Coalition will always stand up for the safety of women and children. Their safety is above politics, and we will not play any games. As the Opposition Leader said here in question time last week, I can't think of many issues in my time in this Parliament that have made me feel as physically sick as this one has, and I know this feeling is shared by members across the aisle. There is a lot of good work being done in services across Australia, and the vast majority of educators are dedicated, hard-working professionals who care deeply about the children in their care every day. No parent should ever have to ask whether their child is safe at childcare. No child should ever suffer harm in a place that is meant to nurture them. And no government should ever respond to tragedy with half measures or with delay. We stand ready to work with the government, with the states and territories, and with the sector itself to build a stronger, safer early education system, one that parents can trust, children can thrive in, and that reflects the values of care, safety and excellence that every Australian child deserves.
There being no further speakers, I will now put the question. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. All the opinions say aye. All those against, carried. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to family assistance and for related purposes.
Is leave granted? Oh, sorry, Minister, you need to say something first.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the member for Flinders for her contribution to this debate? Can I also thank the Opposition Leader and the Shadow Minister for Education and their teams for, as I said last week in question time, the professional, the constructive and the bipartisan way in which we have worked together to get this legislation to this point. We're about to pass it and send it to the Senate. The faster we pass this legislation, the faster we can use it, and the faster we can use this legislation to do what it's intended to do, which is to make sure that our early education and care centres, but not just them, in-home care, out-of-school hours care, meet the sort of quality and safety standards that mums and dads expect and that our children deserve. We need to do everything here to make sure that our children who walk through or are carried through the doors of our early education and care services are safe. And this legislation is just one part of that, as the member Flinders pointed out, and she's absolutely right. This is just one part of that. There is a lot more work that we need to do to rebuild confidence in a system that parents need to have confidence in. The member for Flinders mentioned the work around working with children checks, and the Attorney-General mentioned in question time yesterday the hodgepodge nature of working with children checks as they apply and operate in different states. And fixing that is the top of the agenda when Attorneys General meet next month. But we also need to address issues like a national register of early educators so we can properly track workers moving from centres to centres and from state to state. The alleged offender in Victoria and the way in which information was released to the media is a demonstration, if we need it, about how the system is not working properly at the moment. We also need to make sure that we arm the people who work in our centres, our early educators, with the sort of mandatory child safety training that they need to help to spot somebody who might be in their midst, who's seeking to either groom children or groom them. And that happens. These people, in a sense, are our best asset. And the Queensland Government is doing some good work on behalf of states at the moment in the design of what mandatory child safe training can and should look like for that workforce that are in our centres now. It rests heavily with me that over the course of the last few weeks, as we've focused on this legislation and what comes next, that we also can't forget the hundreds of thousands of people who work in our early education and care system, who we entrust our children with, and who are just as broken, just as hurt, just as angry with what they see, what they hear in the media as everybody else. My older cousin has worked in the system for 35 years and dedicated a whole life to it. She's proud of what she's done to help raise quality in the services that she's operated in. And she feels broken at the moment too about what's it all been for. As I said on the telly last week, there's been people who've been spat on in the streets wearing their uniform and been told by their employers not to wear their uniform. You know, we need these people, not just to educate our kids, but to keep them safe. And we want more people to become early educators as well. And so as we focus on this and making sure that we keep our children safe, we've also got to be champions for those good people, because the truth is they represent 99.9% of the people who work in our early education and care service. So let's never forget them. We need them. And we also need to look at CCTV and how it works. It's already in some centres. Other centres are intending to roll it out. But talk to operators, talk to parents, and they'll tell you we've got to make sure that we get the way it works right, so that where the information is stored cannot be used by people who might want to use it for the wrong purposes. But used properly, it can be something very helpful in deterring bad people from doing bad things and helping police to investigate them when they do it. All of these things and more are being worked on by the states right now. Yes, there is a meeting of education ministers that's going to come next month. We're not standing still. All of the states and territories are working together right now, ministerial level, departmental level, on what comes to us to decide and to do when we meet next month. And I know that the Shadow Minister understands that. And as she pointed out in her concluding remarks, the truth is this work will never end. Because the horrible truth is bad people will always seek to try and do bad things. And we've got to be up to the task to make sure that we do everything that we possibly can to help to keep our children safe. This bill's a part of it. It's one part of it, but it's an important part of it. And I thank the House for their support of it. I commend the bill to the House.
Apologies, Minister, for my slip in procedure there. I will now put the question, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time. All of the opinions say aye. Aye. All those against, carried. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to family assistance and for related purposes.
Is there a mover for the third reading? Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. All of their opinions say aye. All those against, the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to family assistance and for related purposes.
Okay, I've received a message from from the Chief Government Whip nominating a member to be a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to appoint a member to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
I move that Ms Campbell be appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
I will now put that question. All the opinions say aye. All those against, carried. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Customs Amendment, Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025.
The question is that this bill be... I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Custom Tariffs Amendment, Australia United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2025. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that this course be followed. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yeah, look, this bill has been done. There's two sections to this bill. The first bill is to amend the Customs Act 1901 to introduce new rules of origin to determine goods imported from the UAE into Australia are eligible for preferential tariff treatment under the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Australia and the UAE and related matters. The amendments also give effect to the requirements for verifying claims for preferential tariff treatment for goods exported from Australia to the UAE. And the second bill is to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 to give effect to the preferential tariff treatment applicable to goods covered by the CEPA between Australia and the UAE, signed on the 6th of November 2024, being for goods referred to the UAE originating goods. Specifically, the amendments in the bill will amend the Customs Tariff Act to provide for a free rate of customs duty for UAE originating goods not listed in Schedule 16. The free rate will have effect from entry into force of the agreement for Australia. Insert new Schedule 16 to specify the phasing out of customs duties for certain UAE originating goods that will incrementally reduce to free by the 5th calendar year after the agreement enters into force for Australia, and maintain rates of customs duty imposed on certain alcohol, tobacco, fuel, petroleum products which are equivalent to the rates of excise duty payable on these goods when locally manufactured, and amend Schedule 4 to maintain customs duty rates for certain UAE originating goods in accordance with the applicable concessional rates. Deputy Speaker, the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties supported this agreement. JSCOT received 45 formal written submissions from bodies such as the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the National Farmers Federation, the Australian Industry Group, the Australian Grape and Wine. Several stakeholders from the agricultural industry, industrial exporters, service providers, education, financial service welcomed the agreement and found it would enhance recognition of Australian degrees taught in the UAE and support the expansion of current operations in the UAE. Other stakeholders also expressed their desire for CEPA to further investment from the UAE into Australia. Deputy Speaker, this is a good week. We commend the government for closing out this agreement. We actually initiated the agreement when in government back in March 2022. And just to remind the House, Deputy Speakers, you would be well aware the Coalition went in government. I think one of the great unsung achievements of the Coalition government between 2013 and 2022 was the work done by our trade ministers. In fact, what happened during that period, Deputy Speaker, is goods and services covered by free trade agreements covered 25% of goods and services exported in 2013 and went to 80%, Deputy Speaker, by 2022. With the last two deals, and I know the good member sitting next to me as a staffer back in those days worked on some of those deals and did some good work. So I thank and commend the now member for Flinders for her work previously in this building to help some of those deals happen. The last two deals, the UK and the Indian deal, were done just before we lost government in 2022. So to give you some examples, of which I'd be happy for the member for Flinders even to interject me to tell me which ones she was involved with. We ratified the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the world's largest free trade agreement signed with FTAs with Korea, Japan, China, Hong Kong,
at the beginning,
Peru and Indonesia, as well as the regional agreements across the Indo-Pacific, including the Pacific Agreement on Close Economic Relations and the Comprehensive and Progressive Treatment for the Trans-Pacific. So, Deputy Speaker, there is, and sort of to segue a little bit, I think what the good thing is, and I think back to Federation, Deputy Speaker, and there were two major parties around Federation. It wasn't, with all due respect to the Labor Party, it wasn't the forerunner of the Liberal Party, and it wasn't even the forerunner of the National Country Party. It was the free traders versus the protectionists. And it was a fierce economic debate for many decades, Deputy Speaker. But what has worn through the test of time is there is bipartisan agreement in this chamber on the advantages and the benefits of trade for Australia, and we have led the way in that in a bipartisan fashion over many, many decades now. And what has it resulted in, Deputy Speaker? It's resulted in the fact that now trade, exporting companies in Australia are literally driving our economic growth, our economic prosperity. We exported around $650 billion worth of stuff last year, Deputy Speaker, and as a little bit biased, I'm a regional MP, Deputy Speaker, and over two-thirds of that is from regional Australia. Coal, iron ore, gas, food, ag, if you like, are the four biggest exports of our country, all from regional Australia. And I know my community get it. My community get the benefits of free trade, as most of regional Australia does. Just as a personal aside, the biggest employer in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, is an abattoir, which exports 70% of what they process. They employ over 1,000 people and process both beef and pork. So, Deputy Speaker, again, as I said, happy to be bipartisan and commend the government here. I would make a couple of points. It was really a part of this that would have happened if not for the government policy, was the live sheep, the ban on live sheep exports that this government is implementing. I think is a shame, because certainly the Middle East, the UAE is a gateway into the Middle East for us for a lot of things. That's disappointing. But again, I think the benefits this will open up and open up the Middle East to us as the first agreement to be done in this region is very positive, and I commend the government and commend these two bills to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and a resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour of this day. All of their opinions say aye. All those contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Statements in relation to the provisions of the Universities Accord cutting student debt by 20% Bill 2025.
And I call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. A huge weight off my shoulders, opening up new opportunities Every penny helps my savings. Now, Deputy Speaker, these aren't my words. They are the words of some TAFE students who joined me recently to talk to me about what student debt relief means to them. This is real cost of living support, helping students with those week-to-week costs and helping them save for rent, a home deposit, or whatever it is that is their dream. But beyond that, this is something that is continuing to break down barriers. Through this measure, through this bill, the Albanese government is sending a really strong signal to Australians, particularly, but not only young people, so that everyone can see that accessing education and training is possible, that pursuing a new career needn't only be a dream, it's something that can be tangibly reached. Now, in our first term, the Albanese government wiped $3 billion in student debt through changes to indexation, putting this money back into the pockets of students and apprentices right around the country. We listened to students who were telling us that cutting student debt made a real difference to their lives. So, we didn't stop there. We didn't stop there. Last year, in Sturt, the Prime Minister announced that a re-elected Albanese government would introduce as our first piece of legislation a 20% cut to student debt for students in universities and for students in the vet sector too. We listened to students and now we are delivering. And I want to recognise the fantastic work of my friend, Minister Clare, the Minister for Education. The work that he's done to put this bill before the House, to show that we are delivering to those students and to thousands like them right around the country. This is, of course, the first bill presented to the Parliament by the re-elected Albanese government. The bill also underscores our government's commitment to making tertiary education more accessible. This is a wide-ranging commitment, of course, because it sits alongside measures such as free TAFE, almost the last bill legislated in the last Parliament. Alongside free TAFE, alongside our critical apprenticeship incentives, and of course alongside paid prac. It means that more women, more First Nations Australians and more people from our regions can get the skills they want so that they can do the jobs that we need. Secure, long-term, well-paid jobs in industries like construction, like the care economy, like manufacturing and like technology. And by cutting student debt, the Albanese government is taking pressure off more than 3 million Australians with a student debt loan, including nearly 300,000 students in the vet sector whose debt will be reduced by $500 million. 3 million Australians right around the country, including, of course, more than 20,000 students and apprentices in my electorate of Scullin. And during the election campaign, I heard from so many community members, again, particularly young people, about what the 20% cut to their student debt meant to them. With this bill, there are additional measures. We're also increasing the repayment threshold to $67,000 in 25-26. This means, for example, that someone earning $70,000 a year will have around $1,300 less in repayments. As the Minister for Skills and Training, I'm particularly proud of what this legislation means for students in the vocational education and training sector. I've been travelling to TAFEs right around the country, meeting with students and apprentices to hear about how our government can better support them. I've seen firsthand how many of them have leapt at the chance to undertake a free TAFE course. Based on the latest data, we know there have been more than 650,000 enrolments in free TAFE. We also know that free TAFE is producing results with more than 170,000 course completions, seeing more Australians heading towards work in critical industries. And now, these students, these apprentices, will be benefiting from student debt relief too. Students with Australian apprenticeship support loans and vet student loans will both benefit, nearly 300,000 of them. On 1 June 2025, apprentices with these student loans had $1.22 billion of loan debt, while students with vet student loans had around $1.6 billion of student debt. Now, as a result of our 20% student debt cut, around $244 million of Australian apprenticeship support loan debt and $317 million of vet student loan debt will be removed. For an apprentice with the average size loan, $9,000, the debt relief LC will be $1,800, while debt relief for someone with the average vet student loan of $11,000 will be $2,200. These loan programs have made further study and training possible for hundreds of thousands of Australians. They've enabled students and apprentices to pursue high-level training, including in courses that address the needs our country is facing, and creating, of course, better employment outcomes and opportunities for them. In manufacturing, as our government continues to drive forward a future made in Australia. In the care economy, as we develop reforms across aged care, health and early childhood education to support communities and to ensure that they have the support and services they need. In housing too, boosting the pipeline of housing construction workers to build the new homes Australians need. In science and technology, putting Australia at the forefront of global innovation and developing solutions for the modern world. Not only, of course, is this of benefit to students, we know how much Australian businesses and the economy benefit from the skills these graduates are bringing. Now, Deputy Speaker, I very recently met with some students from CIT here in Canberra who very generously shared their stories with me. Jennifer has a $40,000 student debt across both HECS and VET, and she told me she's relieved that I'll be saving around $8,000. It makes such a huge difference. I feel a huge weight off my shoulders, and I really feel I can focus on my course, finishing my course and getting into my industry. And Ralph, undertaking a diploma of nursing, and as a result of this legislation, he'll save $3,000. Ralph's looking to continue his journey to become a registered nurse. He told me that having more money back in his pocket will make a big difference. And Izzy, who's set to see $2,000 of her student debt cut. As someone who's gone to TAFE to follow her passion for interior design, she feels like the government is supporting her to pursue her dream. And Lauren, who told me she's trying to save for a home, so the student debt cut she'll receive will get her a little bit closer to that goal. And Elliot was pleased that they would receive a student debt cut, on top of seeing wages rise for early childhood educators and free TAFE too. Now, this is, of course, just a snapshot of the nearly 300,000 students and apprentices in the vet sector who will benefit from our government's student debt relief. It's clear that for students, this will make a really tangible difference in their lives. It's recognition from this government that we want to support students and apprentices to pursue new opportunities through TAFE and help set themselves up for the future, and our future too. Now, very shortly after the Albanese government was first elected into office, we brought stakeholders together in the Jobs and Skills Summit. And alongside employers, unions and civil society, we are continuing to work to address what we inherited, which was the worst skills crisis in 50 years, the second worst of any advanced economy. In our first term, we followed this by putting TAFE back into the heart of the vet system, delivering now more than 650,000 free TAFE places to address critical skills shortages and to offer more people the opportunity to get ahead through training. These vital skills now, they're being deployed in industries like construction, like hospitality, like health and aged care, like cyber, like manufacturing. And in this point, at the very start of our second term, this bill, which will deliver a 20% cut to student debt, will help expand opportunity to those who have traditionally been denied it, while critically delivering immediate cost of living relief. I commend the bill to the House.
Are there any statements? And I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I speak about the substance of this bill, I would just like to make a comment about the procedure that's happening here. I think this sets a very, very dangerous precedent to pass the bill and then have statements about it, as opposed to actually debating the bill in Parliament before it passes. The purpose of speaking on bills in this House is to inform the debate and inform members' decisions on how they're going to vote before the bill passes. That's actually the whole point of this House and the proceedings that happen in this House. And I think there's a real a precedent danger there, and I would caution the government against being too cocky about the large majority that they have and changing the procedures in this place in a way that undermines the purpose of debate. And I hope that we won't see that happening again. On the bill itself, I commend this bill to the House, and this bill implements a significant pre-election promise from the government, and one that was likely a vote winner because it does directly affect millions of voters. In WA, there are about 265,000 higher education debtors, owing a combined total of about $6.8 billion in student loans. And in my electorate of Curtin, this bill will directly benefit 22,000 constituents. And given that about 70% of help debt holders are aged 35 or younger, this is targeted at younger Australians, and I welcome that. This promise is a significant one-time debt relief measure for existing help and vocational loan holders, delivering immediate cost of living benefits to millions. And for this reason, I will be supporting this bill. But I would like to make it clear, this bill is mostly short-term economic stimulus and financial reprieve, rather than a sustainable overhaul of higher education funding or university affordability. And in this term, I would like to see government go further for future students and take on the challenge of structural reform within university funding and address the burden that our kids and grandkids are taking on when they decide to embark on higher education. So what does it do? Well, this bill is pretty simple. It allows the ATO to retrospectively apply a 20% reduction to the balance of help debts as of 1st of June. And it will also increase the minimum repayment threshold to $67,000 in 25-26. And compulsory repayments will only be calculated on the income above that $67,000 threshold rather than the total annual income. And that is an ongoing change that will benefit future students as well. It means that people will make smaller compulsory repayments and only do that once their income reaches a level where they can afford to do so. So why was this needed? Well, cynically, this promise was made as part of an election cycle. But non-cynically, this promise was made in response to a cost of living crisis where young to middle-aged people were burdened by high education debts. And it was an acknowledgement that older people who were afforded free higher education had an advantage over younger people who, since 1996, have been paying increasingly high university and vocational training fees. And as far as a response to a cost of living crisis goes, it seems fine. According to the government, this bill will wipe $16 billion of student debt, which is about $5,500 off the average help debt of $28,000. Raising the compulsory repayment threshold could reduce repayments by about $1,300 a year for someone who's earning $70,000. So that's more money available for people who are trying to make ends meet. But let's be clear, this bill doesn't make the most of the opportunity to address the generational inequity of rapidly increasing higher education fees. It's a short-term relief measure that doesn't tackle underlying issues such as escalating university fees, particularly from the 2021 Job Ready Graduates reforms. Importantly, only current debt holders receive a benefit from this bill. Future students who take out loans later won't get any relief in the amount of debt that they owe. So what needs to be done? Well, while I agree this is a good first step to reduce financial stress from university loans, I urge the government to be brave and bold in this term and focus on the heavy costs on younger generations. Our young people are grappling with rising HECS or help debts, as well as low wage growth, unaffordable housing, climate burdens and insecure employment. And anything we can do to try and reduce the burden should be considered. And in this higher education sector, that could include reducing help debt for priority sectors like nursing, teaching and the care economy, increasing direct public investment in universities to reduce reliance on international student revenue and to encourage research and development on the big issues that we're facing. It could include introducing free TAFE and low-cost undergraduate education, particularly for underrepresented or rural students. And it could include reversing the Job Ready Graduates reform, which increased fees for humanities and reduced funding per student. And that's one which I think is a really important reform. For this reason, I commend the member for Kooyong's second reading amendment, which calls for the reversal of the Jobs Ready Graduates package and to change the timing of debt indexation until after prepayments are made. It's clear that the Morrison government's Job Ready Graduates package has failed. It's left some students, notably arts graduates, with extremely high debts, given that the cost of most of their courses more than doubled. Now, these debts do not reflect these students' future earning potential. It also hasn't achieved its aims of diverting humanities students to other courses. One study using universities' admissions centre data concluded that only 1.5% of university applicants changed their preferences from humanities to STEM and teaching because of the cost changes under the scheme. So as it turns out, if you're a humanities student, you're unlikely to change your future path based on relative uni fees. The Universities Accord review recommended that the scheme be scrapped, saying the continuation of these current arrangements risks causing long-term and entrenched damage to Australian higher education, and I urge the government to act on this. In conclusion, I give this bill a B. 22,000 Curtin constituents will benefit. It recognises the challenge of education debt for young people, increases the threshold for payment, but it's mostly a one-off change. In personal terms, this is great for my first son, who's in his second year of uni, but will do nothing for the uni debt of my second son, who'll be starting next year. We have to do more for future university graduates as well. It's a good response to cost of living crisis, but in the education sector there's a lot of work to be done to make sure that we're an educated population and that we're not burdening young people with crippling debts. Thank you.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm very proud to rise today in support of the Universities Accord Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025, a crucial piece of legislation that will support 3 million Australians with student debt. This legislation was a key Labor promise, and I'm excited that my first speech on legislation in this House is on this piece of legislation, something that will directly benefit over 25,000 people in my electorate of Maribyrnong. This bill is about supporting everyday Australians, relieving cost of living pressures and making tertiary education more accessible for all. It removes a significant barrier to those seeking tertiary education who otherwise may be deterred by the rising costs associated with such an endeavour. Speaker, I take you back to February 2003 when I first walked onto campus. I had the very good fortune of achieving a tertiary education, and I still recall the date that I finally paid off my debt as such a relief. But the reality is that now it is harder. It is harder for our students in terms of both the cost of qualifications as well as more broadly our cost of living pressures that we're under. It is, in fact, tertiary educations lead both vocational and tertiary educations lead to good, well-paid jobs, an integral part of our economy, and therefore we must do all we can to make it more accessible for everyone. Student debt often leads to sacrifices everywhere, like home ownership, seeking important health, care and every other day cost of living pressures. While student debt affects many in our community, it disproportionately affects younger Australians. By cutting all student debt by 20%, we are making a significant investment in the future of all young Australians. We're cutting student debt by more than $16 billion. This is on top of the $3 billion we wiped off of help debt last term and the changes we made to indexation, ensuring that student debt will never increase faster than the growth rate of wages. Speaker, what is also great about this legislation is that it will make repaying student debt fairer. Currently, if you make over $54,435 annually, you pay a percentage of your entire wage towards your student loan. Under this legislation, the minimum income threshold will be raised to $67,000. Further, you'll only be paying a percentage of the income you make over that $67,000. So if you're making $70,000 a year, you'll only be paying $1,750 each year. Essentially, this legislation will not only immediately help Australians, but it will also help them to prosper in the years to come by changing a current system that is unfairly based on their entire income. What's also important to reassure my electorate is that this legislation is clear that the cut will be backdated to 1 June 2025, obviously before the increase due to indexation. That means that indexation will only be applied to your total student debt after the 20% cut has occurred. As a proud Victorian from the education state, I know that this legislation will have an immediate impact. In fact, over 800,000 Victorians have a student debt totalling $23.2 billion. The average reduction from this legislation will be $5,755. This is huge. Throughout the campaign, I door-knocked every suburb in Maribyrnong and I saw the excitement many had when we discussed this policy. This was not surprising because in my community of Maribyrnong, as I said, nearly 1 in 4 have a student debt. The reactions of those that I spoke to were one of optimism and relief, along with the positive reassurance that after a decade of being ignored by the previous coalition government, that Labor was campaigning to take action on the issues that disproportionately affect younger Australians. These are life-changing reductions, and everywhere you turn in my community, there are stories that speak to how important this legislation is. Like John from Strathmore, who studied teaching at Victoria University and is now a social studies teacher at a local school in Airport West. John is a local who has made the most of our higher education system and is now giving back to his community in the invaluable field of educating our children. In doing so, he has amassed a student debt, though, of over $27,000. But thanks to this legislation, he'll be saving over $5,000. These changes will also decrease John's future repayments, leaving him with more money in his pocket.
Order. I do apologise, Member for Maribyrnong. Statements on this topic are interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. Are there any members' statements by honourable members? And we'll now move to member statements. 90 seconds? Yes. Yep, great. Just double checking. And I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to give voice to those regional apprentices across Western Australia who are being unfairly burdened by recent cuts to the transport and accommodation allowance. As of July 1st this year, the accommodation support payment has been slashed from $100 to just $70 per night, and travel reimbursement halved from 40 cents to just 20 cents per kilometre. These changes are not only disappointing, but they are unjust and out of touch with the realities faced by regional apprentices and indeed their families. Take this recent example provided to my office from a local concerned mum whose third-year apprentice is earning about $600 a week. He's been required to travel to Rockingham for block release training 3 times a year, spending roughly 6 weeks away from home. Each 2-week block costs him in excess of $2,000 in accommodation alone. Adding food and travel, and the financial strain becomes quite simply overwhelming. These cuts mean that apprentices are now expected to shoulder even more of their training costs on wages that barely cover the basics. This is not just a financial issue, it's a fairness issue. Regional apprentices already face barriers to accessing training, and reducing this support only deepens the divide between metropolitan and regional opportunities and risks pushing young people out of the trades altogether.
Member for Cunningham.
I had the honour of joining the Vietnamese community in Wollongong in June to mark 50 years since the arrival of Vietnamese refugees in Australia. The event brought together not only our Vietnamese community, but also many of the people and organisations who supported their early settlement. It was a moment to acknowledge the friendships, the partnerships and collective effort that helped shape the strong, proud community that we see today. A special tribute was paid to Mrs Quan Tran, who was the first Vietnamese refugee to settle in Wollongong and founded the Illawarra Indo-Chinese Social Support Group. Fleeing conflict in search of safety, she, like so many others, made the brave and incredibly difficult journey to Australia. Her courage, like that of thousands of others, continues to inspire people today. These are the stories that remind us of the strength found in hope and in the pursuit of freedom. We also remembered the millions of lives lost during the Vietnam War and those who tragically died trying to flee the conflict. Their memory remains with us all. Over the past 5 decades, the Vietnamese community in Wollongong, which is now led by Theresa Tran OAM and Phong Le OAM, have played a vital role in supporting not only our local community, the Vietnamese community, but also our Vietnam veterans, who they call their heroes. So to the veterans who were present on the day, thank you for your service, for your sacrifice and the continued bonds of friendship you've built with the Vietnamese community.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week in this chamber, I spoke about the grassroots sporting clubs in my electorate, volunteer-run, community-backed clubs, the Coomera Colts, the Helensvale Hawks, the Legends and the Southport Tigers Cricket Club, who were all seeking shovel-ready funding support to build inclusive change room facilities, particularly for female players. Now, this was triggered because on the 2nd of June, I wrote to Minister Wells, the Minister for Sport, asking for her bipartisan support to progress projects that I had committed to prior to the recent election. And fortunately, having not responded for 51 days, my speech seems to have awoken the minister from her slumber. She then replied to my letter 56 days after I wrote it. And what did she say? Well, she didn't mention a willingness to meet the clubs. She didn't have a willingness to meet with me, not even really an offer on how this funding could be achieved through her office. She simply pushed us to a government website and suggested that they apply for future grants. And in fact, one thing that I thought was particularly interesting was the paragraph where it says that she encourages the clubs to consider fundraising through the Australian Sports Foundation. All donations of $2 or more are tax deductible. Well, Deputy Speaker, those $2 donations won't go a huge way to the $1.5 million project, the $550,000 project.
Member for Solomon has the call.
Deputy Speaker, Movember's The Real Face of Men's Health in Australia report last year showed that suicide is the leading cause of death among men aged 15 to 44 years, and the average rate of male premature death in rural electorates is 3.5 times higher than those in metro areas. Efforts are being made to break down unhealthy masculine stereotypes of stoicism and bravado, to encourage men to access health services and to seek help, particularly important for addressing mental health concerns. We also know health professionals and educators need to be better equipped to engage boys and men in frank and open discussions about their health and well-being. That's why Labor's commitment to $32 million to advance men's mental health is a vital investment. I congratulate Professor James Smith from the Flinders University campus in Darwin in my electorate for recently being awarded an Australian Research Council Mid-Career Industry Fellowship. James will identify the best strategies for engaging young, vulnerable and marginalised boys and young men in health and social services, including, of course, mental health services. I want to acknowledge the work of the member for Hunter, Dan Rapicoli, as a special envoy for men's health, is doing a sterling job and is really bringing more attention to this area of vital need. Thanks, Speaker.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kooyong, I wish to honour the life and legacy of my predecessor as the member for Kooyong from 1994 to 2010, Petro Georgiou AO. As a senior advisor to Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser, Petro was instrumental in the introduction of multicultural policies, in the acceptance of Vietnamese refugees to this country after the fall of Saigon, and the founding of SBS. They're initiatives that continue to enrich our society today. In his parliamentary career, Petro stood against racism, against mandatory detention and the harsh treatment of asylum seekers. He often challenged his own party, the Liberal Party, to uphold the values of fairness and of humanity. He fought for reforms to draconian anti-terrorism legislation and protections for Indigenous Australians. In our community, he was known as a principled man who had the courage to speak truth to power. His friends and colleagues described him as a man of great warmth, of wit and humility. Petro Georgiou changed Australia for the better. May we honour him in this place, not only in memory but in action, by never forgetting the power of principle and compassion in public life.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And we have some extraordinary young people in the electorate of Chisholm, and I absolutely love visiting the marvellous schools in Chisholm, whether it be for mock parliaments, Q&A sessions, leadership forums, or just to attend assemblies and say hello. These schools are nurturing some of our brightest stars and future leaders. Some recent visits include a mock parliament at Wattle Park Primary School, Q&A sessions at Hunting Tower School and Brentwood Secondary College, And I've also attended a teacher leadership event at Sacre-Cœur, which also happens to be my old school, as well as a Year 10 politics class at Avila College. I'm constantly amazed and impressed at the knowledge and the questions from students at both primary and secondary schools in Chisholm. We have a young hero in our electorate, Maxwell Chang, one of the 300 young leaders selected to attend the National Leadership Forum here at Parliament House in September. And I've had the pleasure of meeting him recently in my electorate office. Maxwell is currently studying law and commerce at Deakin University in my electorate and is a Vice-Chancellor's Scholar. He participates in local initiatives like the Gardeners Creek Park Run and Cultivating Community at Burwood Brickworks, and is serving as the youngest member representing the under-21 demographic on the Shaping Whitehorse Community Panel. It was terrific to meet Maxwell. I look forward to hearing about how he gets on at the National Leadership Forum later this year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Fowler. Deputy Speaker, it's humbling to be returned a second term as an independent member for Fowler to continue giving voice to one of the most diverse and hard-working electorates in the country. Over the past few weeks, I've been back on the ground, not that I have left it, from visiting a CEDA in Liverpool, where Theophile Ilongo and his team are supporting newly arrived migrants and refugees, to seeing the dedication of our local St Vinny's in Mount Pritchard, the top revenue earning store in the country, believe it or not, with all proceeds going back to the local services. I joined the Liverpool night van team to provide food and sleeping bags to sleeping raft, a reminder of the growing need in our community. I just noticed the clock is not running.
Keep going.
Keep going?
Yep.
I also spent time with the Chipping Norton Chargers Football Club, a grassroots club working hard to give young people, especially girls, access to sport. But they need support. I call on both state and federal governments to invest in proper change facilities to help grow female participation in Fowler and beyond. Our community speaks over 100 languages, and we all want the same thing: opportunity, dignity and a fair go. Deputy Speaker, our community shows up every day. We do the work, we support each other, and I'll keep doing everything I can in this place to ensure Fowler is not left behind.
Thank you. Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to recognise Holly Oliver of Avoca Beach for her contributions to the Central Coast community, particularly to supporting young people through her involvement with Scouts New South Wales and Scouts Australia. Holly is the group leader at the first Avoca Beach Scouts group and is also the Regional Commissioner for Scouts Australia. By day, Holly is a Regional Health, Safety and Environment Manager for a multinational food company. Holly moved to the Central Coast with her family in 2018 and decided to join the local Scouts to better integrate and understand her new community as well as to give back. A Scout for 15 years prior, Holly has used her expertise from her day job to assist in her roles with Scouts Australia. Scouts Australia has embraced a diverse, inclusive approach and proudly celebrates 50 years of participation by girls and women. At its core, Scouting is about developing well-rounded individuals. Through the youth-led, adult-supported philosophy, young members set their own goals, plan activities and review their progress. And Scouts Australia fosters resilience, leadership and confidence in a fun, adventurous and supportive environment. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Holly for all of her work at the first Avoca Beach Scouts Group and more broadly in her role in Scouts Australia. Scouts Australia is a tremendous organisation, Deputy Speaker, with so much history supporting communities right across Australia. Thank you.
Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Do you know of any service you have to pay for twice? Well, because in towns across Durack that's exactly what is happening when it's time to see a doctor. Councils are being forced to spend millions of ratepayer dollars just to get and keep a GP in their town, meaning locals, they're paying once through their rates and again when they visit the doctor. Now, let me tell you, this does not happen in the city. The Prime Minister has repeated that all you need is a Medicare card under Labor. In regional WA, that is simply not true. Bulk billing is down, out-of-pocket costs, well, they're up, and towns like Northampton in my electorate now don't even have their own GP. How can Medicare work when there's no one to hand your card to, I ask you? A West Australian Local Government Association report dated August 24 lays it bare. 92% of council spending to support general practice comes from towns with fewer than 5,000 people. In the WA wheat belt alone, local governments are spending over $4 million a year just to keep the doctors in town. The so-called healthcare system in regional WA is in crisis. I've written to the Health Minister, Mark Butler, urging him to act, because healthcare is a state and Commonwealth responsibility. It is not our local government's responsibility. Basic care should not depend on your postcode. It's time for governments to step up and stop relying upon rural and regional ratepayers to fill the gap.
Deputy Speaker, this morning I was joined by the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, the member for Dobell, for the opening of a new Medicare mental health centre in Tuggeranong, in the heart of my electorate of Bean. It was great to meet the staff and partners who've made this centre possible. The Welcoming Centre is staffed by a multidisciplinary care team, which provides care specific to each person who visits the centre. The centre can be accessed by anyone with no appointment, referral or mental health treatment plan needed. Critically, Deputy Speaker, it can be accessed at no cost if all that is needed is a Medicare card. My constituents will now be able to access critical mental health supports for free, close to other community amenities. Deputy Speaker, this delivery from the Albanese Government is allied with work to deliver a perinatal wellbeing centre in Tuggeranong, an urgent care clinic in Woden, and the delivery last year of an eating disorders clinic in the Molonglo Valley. Deputy Speaker, I am committed to ensuring that the people of Bean continue to get access to real, on-the-ground services which make a meaningful difference to their lives. And this centre will have a real and lasting impact on the lives of thousands of Canberrans, not just constituents of Bean.
Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the things I love about Casey is our amazing local environment. We're surrounded by rolling hills, lush forests and fertile farmland, dotted with vineyards, orchards and crops. Our environment only exists today because it was cared for by generations before us, and it is so important that we continue to pass that knowledge on to the next generation. And that's why I was so proud to join students at Wandanyollik Primary School last Friday for their annual tree planting day. We worked together to plant native and Indigenous plants to help increase biodiversity in the school's nature play forest. The vibe of the students at Wandanyollik to learn about caring for our environment as part of the ongoing curriculum is thanks to Farmer Jill's farm class. With Jill's guidance, students learn about sustainability, growing fresh produce, taking care of animals and looking after the school grounds, all vital life skills for the Yarra Valley. And it was great to see the tree planting day sponsored by local organisations Yarra Valley Toyota and Lilydale Bunnings. Thank you to Farmer Jill and Principal Judith Martin for organising this great annual event and for your commitment to ensuring students have the skills to care for our environment for years to come.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Living in Leichhardt, I am fortunate enough to have two World Heritage areas on my doorstep, the mighty, mighty Daintree and, of course, our Great Barrier Reef. I speak today about reef tourism industry of Far North Queensland. The tourism industry in the Far North actively works not just to promote but to actively protect our natural environments so that people travel all across the world to enjoy. We are quite simply a bucket list experience. But more than just ensuring a great day out on or below the water, our reef operators act as the eyes of our marine scientists, providing valuable data to assist in developing resilience to climate change. They work actively to thin crown of starfish when the numbers get too great, and they work in assisting with the coral planting for regeneration. The love and care that they show for this natural wonder of the world is absolutely second to none. The reef, I'm sure we can agree, is universally loved. People the world over acknowledge its beauty, and when people think of Australia, they think of three things: the reef, the bridge and Uluru. People often ask, what is the best thing they can do to protect the reef? Well, the answer is simple. Come and visit it. Not only will we be ensuring that there are more eyes on the reef, but we'll be collecting more data, and you'll also be supporting over 64,000 jobs directly associated with reef tourism. That, my friend, is a bucket list experience and keeping someone in a job, and that's a pretty good day. Be it Cairns or Port Douglas, the reef fleet is ready to take you out on a trip of a lifetime.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm proud today to be able to inform the House that a major tourist development in my electorate of Fisher has been recognised as one of the best in Australia and the South Pacific. The Sunshine Coast's Mullaney Botanic Gardens and Bird World has been voted by TripAdvisor travellers as the top attraction in Queensland and the 13th top attraction in the South Pacific, being rated alongside some of the world's most recognised attractions, including Sydney Opera House, the Australian War Memorial and Uluru. I visited the Mullaney Botanic Gardens and Bird World, and I can attest that it is a staggeringly beautiful place and a testament to years of hard work by the team. I'd like to congratulate those involved, especially the General Manager, Verena Olesh. This latest accolade in my electorate is a good example to remind everyone that nominations for the 2025 Fisher Community Awards are closing soon on August 17. In its 8th year, I'm very proud to have established the Fisher Community Awards to recognise those thousands of people who work tirelessly in the Fisher electorate without any expectation of recognition to make our community the best in Australia. I continue to be amazed at the range of activities that Fisher residents are involved in and the number of individuals and families that are assisted. As everyone in this House would know, the future doesn't just happen, it's built by people who give back, who lead and gives to our community. It's this opportunity to recognise them, and I encourage all Fisher residents to apply.
Member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, when we came to government in 2022, the Bureau of Statistics told us that each year about 1 million Australians didn't fill out prescriptions their doctors said they needed. And that's why we're so focused on making medicines cheaper, and why this week the Albanese government will introduce laws to deliver on the Prime Minister's promise to make medicines even cheaper and to slash the maximum co-payment for general patients to just $25 a script. The last time it was this low was in 2004, 21 years ago. More than 5 million patients will benefit from this fifth wave of cheaper medicines from our government. It will be good for hip pockets, but importantly, it will be good for health. It builds on the work we've already done. In just our first 3 months in government, we've slashed the maximum amount that pensioners would pay for their medicines across a given year by 25%. It has also delivered 73 million additional free scripts, saving pensioners over $500 million. It's the biggest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS. Deputy Speaker, Labor created the PBS. We will always back it in because cheaper medicines is good for the health of our nation. Thank you.
Member for Herbert.
Thousands of people that call Townsville home are about to have their lives thrown into turmoil with the impending closure of the Glencore copper refinery. Thousands of people could lose their jobs, find it hard to put food on the table, pay rent, pay for mortgage, pay for schooling, medical bills. But all this is preventable. People of North Queensland have been begging the Labor Prime Minister for help, asking for him to intervene, to support this refinery, but it's all fallen on deaf ears. But not everywhere has it fallen on deaf ears, because in Tasmania, the Prime Minister was happy to support the smelter down there, but that was only because there was a state election happening. The Prime Minister happy to bail out his Labor mates down in Tassie, but won't support the people of North Queensland. This is politics before people. People are going to lose their jobs. I can't understand why this Prime Minister wouldn't be engaging to prevent this from happening. And even last night, the committee that was set up to look at the long-term future of our refineries was voted down by this Labor Prime Minister. Future made in Australia, that's more of a bumper sticker now than a reality. This Prime Minister is happy to pick a fight with those who ask him a question, but won't pick up responsibility to help those in North Queensland.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My community campaigned hard to get a new post office after the closure of one at the Westfield Marion Shopping Centre. Its location near a major transport hub and a major shopping precinct made it a very busy and important local service. So I was thrilled last month to open a new post office across the road on Morford Road at Warradale. Post offices provide really important services for local communities, and while we may now send and receive fewer letters, there are many other vital services that post offices
services provide. The growth of online shopping has meant the growing importance of parcel delivery. City of Marion recorded a 7% year-on-year increase in online shopping volumes in 2024, compared to South Australia at 4.9% and nationally 2%. We love to shop. The new Warradale Post Office has a 24/7 parcel locker service, so your parcel is safe and secure and also available for collection at your convenience. I heard from many locals, particularly older residents, who very much valued the ability to pay a hard copy bill in cash to a person behind the counter and receive a hard copy receipt. For people who are not confident with IT and are worried about being scammed, this is a really great service. Many thanks to the previous Minister for Communications and the new Minister for hearing my community and providing this important new facility. Thank you.
Member for Hume.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to congratulate outstanding individuals from my electorate who have been awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in this year's King's Birthdays honours. These awards celebrate Australians who have gone above and beyond for their communities, and I'm proud to say I have many of those people in my community. Edward Gilroy, OAM, from Narellan Vale, was recognised for his outstanding service to the community through many years of involvement in civic and volunteer organisations, including MacArthur Lions Club, St John's Anglican Church and the Camden Library, amongst others. A devoted father of 4, grandfather of 10 and great-grandfather of 15, Ted continued to serve the community into his 90s. I was saddened to hear of his passing just a few weeks ago, and I extend my deepest condolences to his family and loved ones. Evelyn McDonald, OAM of Wollondilly, was recognised for her decades of dedicated volunteer service, a founding member and inaugural treasurer of Wollondilly Writing for the Disabled. She's also volunteered for Picton Meals on Wheels over 20 years, Harmore Primary School PNC, and gave 9 years as treasurer of the Wollondilly Pony Club. Kylie Purcell from Harrington Park dedicated years to supporting families of premature and sick newborns within Miracle Babies Foundation, and June Roots, OAM, from Penrith, has been honoured for her decades of community service across a range of local causes. Deirdre Tronson from Warrombi to science, education and research inspiring young people in STEM.
Member for Reid.
Deputy Speaker, we've now heard first speeches from all the new Labor members and they have been crackers, and there have been common themes throughout them all, that of humility, service and a love for door knocking. From the member for Leichhardt up in far north Queensland, down to the member for Braddon in Tasmania, across to the west, the member for Bullwinkle, across to the east, the member for Bonner, they have all spoken about their love of door knocking. And that's because it deeply connects us to our community. We get out there, we talk to people, we find out what they're concerned about. And one of the things that the community said was their number one priority was cost of living. And so it's great that in this fortnight in Parliament, that is exactly what we're delivering on. We are delivering on cheaper medicines by reducing PBS medications down to $25. We're delivering on 20% cut to student debt, and we're also guaranteeing penalty rates because we know so many people struggle to pay the bills and rely on their penalty rates to be able to do so. So we're saying to Middle Australia that the PBS cut is for you. We're saying to young Australians that that cut to student debt relief is for you, and we're saying to workers that we've got your back with penalty rates.
Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad the Prime Minister's here and the Minister for Infrastructure, because I want to talk about road funding. It's the number one issue in my electorate of Wannon. And when we were in government, we allocated $60 million to the Princess Highway between Warrnambool and Port Fairy, a key, crucial bit of road that not only travels people to it, that allows people to travel to and from work, but also enables the very important industry, dairy industry, timber industry, to be able to get to market. Now, that $60 million has finally been invested into the Princes Highway between Warrnambool and Port Fairy, because the Victorian state government sat on that money for an eternity. So we welcome the fact that it's been spent, but I know the Prime Minister would agree with me. If you're going to do a job, do it properly. And I say this to the Victorian state government, and I would ask the Prime Minister and the Minister for Infrastructure to take it up with them. What they have done, the job that they have done on that bit of road, hasn't been done properly. They're having to go back time and time again to fix potholes. They didn't finish the job properly. It means that my constituents are having to fix flat tyres, broken rims, and our industry is penalised. So I say this to the pair of you, make sure they do the job.
Member Hasluck for 1 minute.
Let's call it for what it is, Speaker. The opposition leader has failed as a leader. She talks about moving on from culture wars, about constructive disagreement, but her actions, or a lack of them, tell a very different story. When the Liberals try to strip the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags from official proceedings and roll back welcome to country ceremonies, she says nothing. That's not leadership, that's fear. Meanwhile, corrosive white-handing within her own caucus is chewing through what little authority she has left. When members of her own party, like the member for Canning, vote to abandon net zero, she stays silent. On the back foot, she frantically suggests a working group, only to have Senator Canavan mock the idea for all to hear. In his own words, Speaker, the coalition are irrelevant, and they don't need a working group to tell us that. The world is moving forward. Investors are moving towards clean energy. The jobs are the future are here. And where's Susan Lee? Hiding behind a slogan, no vision, no backman, no plan.
Concluded. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I want to acknowledge my friend, Prime Minister Fileti of Tuvalu, who has joined us on the floor today, along with Foreign Minister Panapa. We had a very successful meeting earlier today. Australia and Tuvalu share a very special bond through our Philippine Union Treaty. This was a historic treaty between two proud sovereign nations. It's given life to our new partnership, and I look forward to continuing the engagement through the Pacific Island Forum, in which we'll meet in September this year, and to continue and engage constructively with my friend, who we have a shared objective of working towards lifting up economic opportunity in Tuvalu, but of course also for the Prime Minister, climate change isn't anything theoretical. It is literally an existential challenge to the very existence of his island nation, and I wish him and the people of Tuvalu all the very best.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I likewise welcome our distinguished guests from Tuvalu, the important work of the Pacific Forum, and say to all of us in this chamber, you are very welcome indeed.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In March 2022, there were almost 60,000 Australians on the home care package waitlist. The now Health Minister said that waitlist was, quote, a national disgrace. But, Prime Minister, under Labor, the home care package waitlist has skyrocketed, with more than 87,000 Australians now waiting. If a waitlist of 60,000 was a national disgrace, what words describe Labor's crisis of more than 87,000 today?
Order. The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'll ask the Minister to supplement. But can I say this? We introduced and passed through this parliament on a bipartisan basis the most significant reforms to aged care this century. We did that just last year. And we did that after a Royal Commission described aged care in one word in its interim report, and that one word was neglect. Neglect, in one word. When we went to the 2022 election saying that we would put the nurses back into nursing home, we were mocked by those opposite. Today, 99% of the time there is a nurse in an aged care facility. That is a good thing. We have been working through all of these issues, including the reform to both aged care residential and home care. We have been working that through and making an enormous difference, and it has been positive with the ageing of the population. We have put in...
Order. The member for Herbert.
We have put in additional investment after what was a period of a decade of neglect by the former government.
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care and the Minister for the NDIS.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the opposition leader for her question. Look, over the last 5 years, we have, as a country, pretty much doubled the number of home care packages in the system, from about 150,000 to a little more than 300,000, and we'll need to continue increasing those home care package numbers very significantly for really as long as any of us are in this parliament, because the oldest of the baby boomers, we know, are now pretty much hitting the average age of entry to the home care package system, and in a few years' time we'll hit the average age of entry into the residential aged care system, which is why we, particularly under the leadership of former Minister Wells in this area, had to compress pretty much a decade of reform into just 3 years, not helped, of course, by the budget cuts that the opposition leader initiated as the Minister for Aged Care through the 2016 MyEFO, that actually took money out of aged care, didn't redeploy it to reform, but actually just returned it to general revenue, obviously contributing to the situation that led to the Royal Commission in the first place. So it doesn't really sound very nice in the opposition leader's mouth to complain about the situation in aged care that we have had to fix over the last 3 years, after a decade not just of neglect, Mr Speaker, but of actual cuts initiated again by the now opposition leader when she had responsibility for this portfolio.
When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Griffith.
Mr Speaker, my question is for the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to cut student debt, and what is the impact on young Australian TAFE and university students?
We call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Griffith for her question. My favourite member for Griffith for some time, it must be said. It must be said. And I'm pleased that that comment has got for some time.
Order.
I'm pleased that it's got some bipartisan support across this chamber, that comment, Mr Speaker. Now, we are very pleased that the first piece of legislation to pass this House was, as we said we would do, when I launched the policy in Adelaide in the electorate of Sturt last November to cut student debt by 20%. This will cut the debt of 3 million Australians by an average of $5,500 each, and it will make reforming the system to make repayments fairer as well, making that long-term difference. Now, last week I met with some young Australians in the last week in Parliament House here, who went through exactly what difference it would make to them. Emma from the University of Canberra will save $8,000. Alex from Monash Uni saving more than $20,000. But importantly as well, Jennifer, Izzy and Lauren came in from the Canberra Institute of Technology. Now they have saved tens of thousands of dollars between them on their TAFE courses because, of course, they're getting some access to free TAFE. But in addition to that, it's made an enormous difference. Jennifer said this: "I am now so relieved I'll be saving about $8,000 from $40,000 of debt. It makes such a huge difference. I feel such a huge weight off my shoulders, and I really feel I can focus on my course, finishing my course and getting into my industry." Izzy said, "When I looked at the amount I had to pay, it really was scary to look at, but I knew I had the opportunity to get a vet loan to do what I'm passionate about." Now, with the 20% cut in student debt, it's really opened up many doors and opportunities. And lowering the 20% means quite a bit to me, as I'm currently trying to save for my first home. This makes an enormous difference. Cutting student debt represents a practical difference for their futures. And it's precisely what I said during the election campaign when I said no one held back and no one left behind. This is opening up opportunities for Australians to undertake a university or a TAFE course, but also not penalising them to do so. It's a question of intergenerational equity, and I'm very pleased that it has now passed the House and will pass the Senate later today.
The call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On February the 28th, the Prime Minister told Australians, quote, "Under Labor, all you'll need to see a GP is your Medicare card, not your credit card." But on TV this morning, the Health Minister said, quote, "We never said there would be 100% bulk billing." Prime Minister, how many Australians have had to use their credit card to see a GP since the day you promised they wouldn't need to?
Order. The Minister for Social Services will not interject, and the Prime Minister now has
I am
the call.
absolutely delighted to talk about Medicare, Mr Speaker, because what the member opposite has said is to quote us at the Launceston launch in the electorate of Bass, when we launched our tripling of the bulk billing incentive for all Australians. Now, that followed our previous budget, where we tripled the bulk billing incentive for concession card holders. That has resulted in 90% of those concession card holders seeing a doctor for free with bulk billing.
Order.
Then of course,
members on my left. No.
What we did.
We're just going to pause for a sec. We're not just going to have this free for all, beginning of question time. We're just going to allow people to ask questions in silence, and then allow the respect to the person answering the question as well. We're not going to continue this way. So we're getting into good habits early. Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
So this $8.5 billion investment in Medicare, which we said at the time would lift bulk billing rates for every patient to 90% by 2030, cutting costs for Australians, improving care and supporting GPs. That's the policy that we announced. And you might remember, Mr Speaker, that before I'd finished that speech in the electorate of Bass, with the now member for Bass introducing us there,
the Prime Minister will pause, and I will hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, I know the Prime Minister is now saying his promise had terms and conditions, but the question is how many Australians have to use their credit card to see a doctor?
Order. You resume your seat. I'm just going to remind the Leader of the Opposition that she can raise points of order, but it's got to be pretty clear in what the point of order is, not adding extra material into her statements. The Prime Minister was asked about his comments. He is talking about the announcement, about what the question was, and he's giving context to the House, and I'm listening carefully about the electorate he was in, what he said about this announcement, so he couldn't be more directly relevant, but I'm sure he'll continue and make sure he is.
I certainly will, Mr Speaker. And you may well recall, Mr Speaker, that policy being matched almost before I'd finished my speech. And at the time, we put out written documentation. We had costed policies, Mr Speaker. I'm not surprised that the opposition don't recognise this territory. But we had costed policies of $8.5 billion to deliver to lift bulk billing rates to 90% by 2030. The timeline hasn't changed, the investment hasn't changed, the modelling is the same. The question is, has the coalition changed their position? Because when I made the announcement on the date that the members suggested, of course they said they would back it. and now it appears that they don't back it. Now it appears they don't support it, which isn't surprising, given that when they came into office last time, as we reminded people once or twice during the election campaign, they tried to abolish bulk billing altogether by introducing a Medicare co-payment. And one of the big differences in this chamber is that we on this side value Medicare. Those on that side are led by someone who said if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. If you don't pay for it, you don't value it. Well, we value Medicare, we'll defend Medicare, and they'll always undermine it.
Give the call to the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to deliver on its commitment to help Australians with student debt, and what has been the response?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the magnificent member for Melbourne for her question. There are 35,000 people in the electorate of Melbourne who are particularly happy this afternoon because we've just voted to cut their student debt by 20%. As I said yesterday, young people don't always see something for them on the ballot paper, but they did this year and they voted for it in their millions. On the 3rd of May, Australia voted to cut student debt by 20%, and today so did we. Mr Speaker, we promised that this would be the first bill that we introduced into this new parliament, and we did that last week. And about an hour and a half ago, we passed that legislation through this House, and now it heads to the Senate. As the Prime Minister just said, this will help 3 million Australians. A lot of those are young Australians, just out of TAFE, just out of university, maybe just out of home, certainly just getting started. They're teachers, nurses, tradies, doctors, paramedics, midwives, vets, social workers, engineers, architects, IT workers and lots more. The average HECS debt today is about 27 grand. What that means is when this legislation passes, it will cut their debt by about 5.5 grand. And if you've got a debt today of 50 grand, and there's lots of people in that boat, it will cut your debt by $10,000. That's a big deal. And it's not the only thing that this legislation does. It also makes structural changes to the way the repayment system works, to make it fairer and to help Australians with the cost of living. It lifts the minimum amount that you have to earn before you start repaying your student debt from $54,000 to $67,000. So you start paying off your uni degree when uni starts to pay off for you. It also reduces the minimum amount that you have to repay every year. If you earn 70 grand a year, it will reduce the amount that you repay every year by $1,300. That's real cost of living help. It means more money in your pocket, not the government's, when you need it. It's something that Bruce Chapman, the architect of HECS, has described as the most important thing that's happened to the system in 35 years. And, Mr Speaker, this is all happening because of this Prime Minister. Because in November last year he promised to cut student debt by 20%. And because on the 3rd of May Australians voted for this in their millions. And today, because of what we have just done here, we are one step closer to making this a reality.
Before I call the honourable member for Wentworth, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are students participating in Regional Development Australia's Central West 10 for 10 Leadership Dialogue, who are being hosted by the honourable member for Calare, and I'm also advised that present in the gallery today is Mr Jason Polinsky, the former member for Mackellar. Welcome back to Question Time. Give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Deputy Prime Minister. Last week, the US Navy told Congress that its submarine production continues to be around half the level needed for the US to be able to supply Virginia-class submarines to Australia by 2032. Given the real risk that the US won't be able to double its production in time, what is the government's alternative plan to ensure that Australia has the capability it needs And if we don't have an alternative plan, why not?
With the call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. When we signed the optimal pathway with the United States and the United Kingdom, we were aware of the challenges of US production and sustainment of Virginias and the need to lift that production to see more Virginias in the water for the US Navy in order to create the space whereby Australia would be able to acquire Virginia-class submarines from the United States in the early 2030s as part of the pathway to Australia acquiring a nuclear-powered submarine capability. Now, let me just, to put that in context, what we saw going back and forth in terms of the way in which the Coalition were managing our future submarine acquisition in the decade that they were in power really left us with a capability gap, which is being filled by the acquisition of those Virginia-class submarines in the early 2030s. And that goes to the very question of what a former member for Wentworth often talks about is whether or not there should be a Plan B, and indeed the former member for Wentworth was part of what was going on with the Coalition as one of the three Prime Ministers as part of that government. The issue with that government then was that they were completely focused and obsessed with Plan Bs. They were in and out of a deal with Japan, then in and out of a deal with France, and it was the better part of the entirety of their government before they ended up settling on the arrangement with the United States. Now, and with the United Kingdom through AUKUS. Now, when you consider that acquiring a nuclear-powered submarine capability is a challenge which is measured in decades, if you are focused on a Plan B, and there is always a chopping and changing, that is not a decision to walk down the path of Plan B. That is a decision not to have a capability at all. I mean, unless you stick to a plan for longer than a couple of years, which the Coalition were unable to do, which the former member for Wentworth was unable to do, then you don't get a capability at all.
The Deputy Prime Minister has concluded his answer. Order. Don't need the sound effects either. Give the call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help young Australians pay off their student debts faster and get ahead?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the member for Deakin for his question. As a former school teacher, I know that the member for Deakin understands firsthand the transformative power of education. His experience is an asset to this parliament, and I'm sure his time as a teacher also prepares him well for the raucous nature of the House. The member was elected by the people of Deakin to deliver real cost of living relief for his electorate and to deliver a 20% cut to HECS debts for the over 23,000 students in his community who will benefit from the bill that passed the House just over an hour ago. Those 23,000 students in the member for Deakin's electorate join over 28,000 in my own electorate of Fraser and 3 million Australians around the country who are set to benefit from the $16 billion of student debt being wiped by our government. The Prime Minister said that a re-elected Albanese Labor government would wipe 20% of all student debts. He said this would be the first bill that we would introduce in the new parliament. And guess what? That's exactly what we've done. Last week, Minister Clare introduced the Universities Accord, cutting student debt by 20% Bill 2025 to the House. Once the law passes, the ATO will start implementing the measure to wipe debts based on what they were on 1 June 2025 before indexation. Beneficiaries don't need to do a thing. The ATO will text you when your debt has been reduced. Combined with last year's changes to indexation, the Albanese government is removing around $20 billion in student debt. But we're not stopping there. We also pledged to make it easier for people with student debt to enter the housing market by asking regulators to review lending rules. That work is done. APRA and ASIC have finalised the guidance the Treasurer requested in February. APRA has now made amendments to guidance to banks to remove help debt from debt-to-income reporting. and also to clarify that it may be reasonable for banks to omit help debt from serviceability assessments where a borrower is expected to pay off their help debt within 12 months. ASIC has updated its regulatory guidance to acknowledge the income-contingent nature of help payments. This will help thousands of students and graduates across the country who have invested in their education and now want to invest in a home. We're tackling the housing challenge on all fronts. That's how the Australian government is helping young Australians pay off their debt, enter the housing market and build their future.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Yeah, the Minister was reading extensively from a document there. I'd ask him to table.
Was the Minister reading from confidential documents? Look, order. I want to order. I want to nip this in the order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. I want to nip this in the bud. I don't want any more of this. Stop reading. Everyone reads in this place. I read documents all the time. I read speeches out. We just don't need that, and particularly on ministers and people who are reading questions. It's a two-way street, so we're not going to have that anymore. Order. And the call goes to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On February 28,
No, order. The member for Chisholm is warned. We're going to start the question again. The member for Lindsay is going to be heard in silence. She's going to be given that respect. We're not going to have any comments. Because I'd like the member for Spence. Order. I'm just going to hear from the member for Lindsay. She'll begin a question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On February 28th, the Prime Minister promised Australians that to see a GP, all they would need was their Medicare card, not their credit card. Is that still the Prime Minister's position?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and I encourage the opposition over the next 3 years to double down and keep digging when it comes to Medicare, and to keep criticising the policy that they themselves adopted on that very day. On that very day, Mr Speaker, we were somewhat surprised, I must say, in Launceston, that when we came off stage, before I even did any discussion with the journalists after we'd launched the policy and gave them the documentation, that the opposition had already agreed to that policy and matched it. And if they read the documents that we released on that day, what they would see was that it was fully costed, $8.5 billion over the forwards, that it was due to come in to operation later this year, and that it would provide for bulk billing rates to rise to 90% by 2030. And that it was based upon the experience that we'd had at the previous budget, where we'd introduced the bulk billing incentive, tripling it, the largest investment at the time.
Well, there can only one point of order that the member's going to take on relevance. She asked the question about the Prime Minister's statement that he made on the 28th of February. He's talking exactly about that statement, about what he announced. So I fail to see how there could possibly be a question on relevance. You want a yes-no answer. I can't give you that. So I'll give you one more chance. Given that I've said that the Prime Minister is being directly relevant.
Whether it would be on relevance. I'm still going to stay on relevance because I asked him specifically if his position was that Australians would still only need their Medicare card, not
Resume
their
your seat. I know, but this is... You would like a direct answer to that, member for Lindsay. You'd like a yes-no to that, right? Well, I can't. Order. No, it's the same thing. I can't help you with that because the standing orders don't allow me to direct the Prime Minister to answer the question how you'd like it to be answered. But if you're asking a question about a statement and the Prime Minister's reading the statement about that and he's not talking about anything else, he's being very directly relevant. So I may follow, and I've got a list of them here, Leader of the Opposition, about all speakers that have refused to take points of order. We can go through those lists, but at this stage I'm just giving everyone fair warning, unless it's about the person not being on topic, not because you don't like the answer, I'll start to not take the points of order. So while the Prime Minister is giving direct conference, I just want everyone to be crystal clear moving forward. Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I did show my Medicare card quite a bit during the election campaign, you might have noticed. And for those opposite who wanted a yes or no answer, you know what the people of Australia answered on May 3rd? They answered yes. They answered yes to saving Medicare.
Order.
They answered yes to increasing bulk billing. They answered yes to another 50 urgent care clinics on Medicare. They answered yes to increase mental health care. They answered yes to increase youth mental health facilities as well. They answered yes to the idea that we value Medicare and we reject. They said no to the idea that if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. They said a direct no to the ideology put forward by those opposite, and they said yes, we do judge a society by how it looks after the most vulnerable. And the fact that at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, whether it was Kerry Packer after he had a heart attack, myself after I had a serious car accident, or my mum, an invalid pensioner, we got the same treatment because of Medicare.
Call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How's the Albanese Labor government's cheaper medicines policy delivering more choice, lower costs and better health care for women across Australia?
Call to the Minister for Health, Ageing, Minister for Disability and the NDIS.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Newcastle. On more than one occasion she reminded me that you can't be serious about strengthening Medicare if you're not serious about supporting women's health, because women consume about 60% of health services in this country, often not because they're sick, but because they're women looking after their reproductive health and, by extension, supporting the reproductive decisions the broader family makes, or because they're going through menopause or perimenopause. And a number of Senate inquiries in the last term of Parliament, Mr Speaker, lifted the lid on the years of neglect of supporting women in those areas of our healthcare system. There had not been a new oral contraceptive pill added to the PBS for more than 30 years. Not a new endometriosis medicine added to the PBS for more than 30 years, and not a new menopause hormone treatment added for more than 20 years. Not because they hadn't come to market, they just hadn't been added to the PBS, forcing women to pay top dollar for those new cutting-edge medicines. Well, Mr Speaker, we changed that. In the last several months, we've added 3 new contraceptive pills, 3 new menopause hormone treatments and 2 new endometriosis medicines onto the PBS, saving women millions and millions of dollars that, frankly, they shouldn't have been having to shell out in the first place. The endometriosis medicine, for example, Ryeco, was costing women $3,000 a year, that cutting-edge, highly effective treatment for endometriosis. Now they pay barely 1/10 of that cost, Mr Speaker. But we are determined to do more because, to the Prime Minister's comments, the Australian people said yes to even cheaper medicines. And so from the 1st of January, the maximum cost of a script will be slashed to $25, the same rate it was all the way back in 2004, Mr Speaker. This morning, the Prime Minister, Assistant Minister McBride and I met a young woman, Cara, who already in her early years is grappling with a number of chronic health conditions. She's on a number of medicines, Mr Speaker, and they really do put a dent in her household budget. One of those medicines is Slinda, a highly effective contraceptive pill that tens of thousands of women had been using for months and months and years, paying top dollar, that we added to the PBS earlier this year. Before that, women were paying $320 a year for that cutting-edge medicine. From the 1st of January, they'll pay just $75, a 3/4 cut in the price of that medicine. The reason why we are going so hard, Mr Speaker, on making medicines even cheaper is not just for the hip pocket. I mean, it's a benefit to cost of living, but also because it is so important for health. Trying to support Australians, make sure that they can fill every single script that their doctor says is important to keep them healthy.
Call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how many Australians today are using their credit card to see a GP?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. The answer to that, Mr Speaker, is because of those opposite and their undermining of the health system. Too many is the answer. Too many. Which is why we want 90% by 2030 to just use this little card here. This little card here. This little piece.
Order.
This piece of green and gold plastic, Mr Speaker.
Order. Yep, the manager will. The Prime Minister will pause so I can hear the manager on the use of props on.
Well, point of order on the use of props. You've been very strict on this side of the House. He's missing one of his props. He didn't bring up the credit card as well.
Order. The member for Lindsay used the similar tactic yesterday. The Prime Minister, I'm sure, will look after that card carefully and will continue with his answer.
I will, Mr Speaker, because it's valuable. It's valuable. And everyone on this side of the House values their Medicare card. And I'll tell you what, Mr Speaker, every Australian values their Medicare card as well, except perhaps some of those over there. Except perhaps some of them over there. Now, you can imagine the Tactics Committee meeting this morning, Mr Speaker, sitting around and going, I know where they're vulnerable, Medicare. We think there's a bit of doubt out there in the community, Mr Speaker, about their attitude towards public health care, because they never want to talk about it, they never raise it. I mean, has the Prime Minister got a Medicare card? So that's why I brought it in, to confirm that that's the case, Mr Speaker.
Order.
But I tell you what, the 1.5 million Australians who've been to the not 50 but 87 urgent care clinics, all they have needed is their Medicare card. And one-third of those have been under the age of 15.
Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? No. Order. The Leader of the Opposition, a point of order.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, it was a very tight question. How many Australians today are using their credit card to see a doctor? Perhaps the Prime Minister could undertake to come back with those figures if he doesn't have them.
Order.
But he does need to acknowledge
that. Yes, it was a tight question, and I believe the Prime Minister answered it directly the way he gave an answer to it. And perhaps if he wants to give further information regarding numbers or information, it may assist the Leader of the Opposition, but he just needs to be directly relevant to the question, which he is very much doing so.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I am giving some numbers here to assist the opposition. 1.5 million, that's the number of Australians who've been to Medicare urgent care clinics. 94, that's the number that support Medicare urgent care clinics. 27 million, that is the number of Australians who support Medicare. All of us here who support bulk billing. The truth is, at the election campaign, like at other times, we have campaigned to strengthen Medicare. That is what we have done since we came into office in 2022. Those opposite, when they came into office, the last time government changed, and we have no doubt that the same thing would have occurred as well. We had an attempt to introduce a Medicare co-payment and abolish bulk billing altogether. We had $50 billion ripped out of the public hospital system. We had a failure to train enough GPs. We had a complete failure when it comes to aged care, summed up by that one word of neglect. We on this side of the chamber are very proud that Labor created Medicare, will strengthen Medicare, and that's what we do each and every day, And in the legislation that we've had, of course, been talking about this week for cheaper medicines, that's a part of our strengthening Medicare.
Give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is acting on climate change and harnessing Australian sun and wind in our national interest? What other policies is the government being asked to consider, and why is unity on this issue so important?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker, and thanks to my honourable friend for the question, and congratulations to her on her resounding re-election. And the honourable member asked me about harnessing renewable energy, and that's what Australian households are doing every day, particularly under the Albanese government's cheaper home batteries policy, Mr Speaker. And I think the House might need an update on how that's going, Mr Speaker. I can tell the member and the House that 16,302 households have now taken up cheaper home batteries in the last 4 weeks. The policy's been operating 4 weeks today. 16,302 households. And as the House might have determined by now, that number is increasing by about 1,000 houses a day. And that means that those households that are putting on the cheaper home batteries are benefiting, but so is the whole grid and the whole country, because we are building storage. In fact, those more than 16,000 batteries amount to 280 megawatt-hours of storage in our grid. That's 2 big batteries, Hornsdale big batteries, that we have added just in the last 4 weeks. Mr Speaker, that's good for the grid, that's good for everyone, that puts downward pressure on prices everywhere. Now, the member asked me about alternatives and the need for unity, and of course that's very important, and the House, and indeed both houses, are being provided with alternatives at the moment, because last night there was a vote in the Senate. One Nation called on a vote opposing net zero. Now, One Nation voted for that. That was their motion. 2 LNP senators voted for it. 2 LNP senators voted against it. And 22 LNP senators were outside playing Candy Crush. They didn't want to have anything to do with it, Mr Speaker. I mean, that's what you want, a bit of moral clarity about the big issues facing our country. Asked, are they for net zero or against net zero? 2 were for, 2 were against, 22 didn't know. Those 2, they cancelled each other out. It was net zero impact on the vote from those opposite. But that's the sort of impact we see from the leadership and the team opposite. Now, I'm going to do something slightly unusual, Mr Speaker. I'm going to approvingly quote a member opposite. The member for Lindsay, just before question time, was asked about this, and she said, well, this is Groundhog Day. And she is 100% right, because we have seen all this before. 9 years in office and they couldn't land an energy policy. 22 different goes. 9 years. We had the National Energy Guarantee. We had $3 million for a coal-fired power station which couldn't even deliver a feasibility study, Mr Speaker. They announced the winner of the feasibility study 2 days before opening the tender for the feasibility study. That was the sort of approach that those opposites took for 9 years, and now 3 years later, they are no better. In fact, they are worse. They can't even discuss the pathway to net zero because they can't agree on the destination. It just goes to show you they haven't learnt the lesson from 9 years of delay, denial and dysfunction, and they would do it all again.
Before I call the member for Cowper, I just would like to recognise the Honourable Joel Fitzgibbon, who I'm told is in the gallery today as well, former member and former minister in this place. Call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business. This government's economic mismanagement has delivered a record number of small business insolvencies that are now double the levels seen in 2020 and 34,000 job losses in the last quarter alone. Will the minister admit this government's economic agenda has failed small business?
Call to the Minister for Small Business.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question because it gives me an opportunity to really talk about small business, something that I'm passionate about and something that the members on this side of the House are all passionate about as well. And Mr Speaker, as I said yesterday, small businesses operate right across the country. They are everyone from your Indian grocer, your local Indian grocer, to your hairdresser, to the place that you go to get your lunch. And I'm pleased to report, Mr Speaker, that there are, since we took office, since this Albanese Labor government took office in 2022, there are 800,000 more, 800,000 new small businesses operating right across Australia since we took office, Mr Speaker. 800,000 more. And they comprise of female-led businesses. Around 35% are female-led. Around 40% on average are led by migrants, people who are aspirational, who come to this country and who see starting up a small business as a way of making a life for themselves and for their families. Small businesses employ more than 5 million Australians, and they contribute more than $590 billion to our nation's economy every single year. I'll remind the member opposite that this is the government that last term introduced the very first National Small Business Strategy, which guides the ways in which we will work with state and local governments to address those issues.
Order. Members
for
on my
small
left
business.
will cease interjecting. Member for Cowper on a point of order.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, the question was very tight. It was in relation to this government's economic mismanagement, insolvencies and job losses.
The Minister was asked about the government's agenda and in particular details in that. She is providing relevant information. Just going to make sure that her remarks are directly relevant to the question she was asked.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And though I repeated it 3 times, I'll repeat it again, that there are 800,000 more small businesses since this government took office in 2022. Mr Speaker, in our first term, we set our priorities for small business, and that is to help them grow, to give them a level playing field. And I'll remind the House again, as I mentioned yesterday, that last week I convened our very first small business roundtable to feed into our reform agenda. I will continue listening to small businesses right across Australia, across the width at which they represent diverse sectors, but also along the breadth of them as well. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government backs small business. Yeah. And if you have a look at the members behind me, small businesses operate in every single city and every single town across Australia, including the outer suburbs represented here on this side of the House, Mr Speaker. We will continue with our agenda to back small business because small business backs Australia.
Order. Give the call to the member for Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What progress has been made in the fight against inflation?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, I'm grateful to the member for Pearce for her question, but even more grateful to her community for sending her here to represent them in this place. An absolute champion from and for the West. Mr Speaker, the member for Pearce. Tomorrow we will get new inflation numbers for the June quarter and the month of June, and they'll attract a lot of attention and analysis. But what we already know is that we have made very substantial and now sustained progress together as Australians in the fight against inflation. Now, when we came to office, headline inflation was multiples of what it is now. It was much higher, it was accelerating, and interest rates were already rising. Inflation had a 6 in front of it under those opposite, and now it has a 2 in front of it. And so whatever the quarterly fluctuations or the monthly fluctuations, the direction of travel and inflation has been really clear. Both headline and underlying inflation are now back in the Reserve Bank's target band for the first time since 2021. And this progress has given the Reserve Bank the confidence to cut interest rates twice already this year, and the Reserve Bank Governor has said that more rate relief is a question of timing, not a question of direction. Underlying inflation in our economy is already half or almost half what we inherited. And any headline inflation number tomorrow with a 2 in front of it will confirm that we have been in the Reserve Bank's target band for a full year, Mr Speaker. Now, unlike other countries, we've made this progress on inflation without paying for it with substantially higher unemployment. In fact, this government has been able to get inflation down while presiding over the lowest average unemployment rate in the last half a century. No major advanced economy has achieved what Australia has, inflation in the low 2s, unemployment in the low 4s, and 3 years of continuous economic growth. And while inflation's been coming down in Australia, it's been going up in the US, Canada, the UK and New Zealand. So inflation is down, real wages are growing again, unemployment is low, we've delivered 2 surpluses, we've got the debt down, and interest rates have come down twice already this year, Mr Speaker. Now, we know that there is more work to do. We know the global environment's uncertain, we know that there are persistent structural issues in our economy, and we know that people are still under pressure. And that's why we're rolling out more cost of living relief this month. It's why we're legislating help with student debt this week, Mr Speaker, and it's why responsible economic management has been and will continue to be a defining feature of this Albanese Labor government.
Give the call to the member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister, young people around the world want a say in the world, the environment they will inherit. The ICJ has now affirmed that nations have a legal obligation to prevent climate harm, and our productivity and economy are being battered by successive climate-fuelled events. Despite this, the government's defining action so far is to recklessly accelerate warming by approving new gas extraction to 2070. This negates any other policy. A minimum target of 75 by 35 and methane abatement is urgently needed. Will you be ambitious?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question on behalf of the government, and her position is very well established, and the crossbench have been very strong in their views. But in this government, we set our targets following a very rigorous process, which is outlined by the Climate Change Act, which, to be fair, members on the crossbench voted for. The Climate Change Act outlines world's best practice for setting a target. The government receives advice from the Climate Change Authority, considers it, considers the economic impact, considers the science, considers how that target might be achieved, and then announces the target. Now, we are, together with the United Kingdom, in taking a very similar approach. The target the government sets will be 2 things. It will be, importantly, achievable. I say to honourable members, as I've said elsewhere, it's very important that a target be able to be achieved. It is not a useful contribution to the debate to set a target without outlining how the country can actually achieve that target. Yes, ambition is very important, but so is achievability. Both those measures will be reflected in the target that the government announces, following the receipt of the Climate Change Authority advice, which we have not yet received, and we will follow the rigorous process outlined in the Climate Change Act.
Call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australian women? What attitudes about women are standing in the way?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Local Government and the Minister representing the Minister for Women.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank very much the member for Swan for the question. It is fantastic to see so many women of diverse backgrounds here in this chamber, in particular the member for Swan, science, engineering and over a decade in the mining industry. Since Labor came to government, the gender pay gap is at a record low, with women on average earning $217.40 more per week than they did in May 2022. We've also seen more women participating in the workforce than ever before, and supporting women isn't just a social benefit, we know that it is an economic benefit as well. It's why we've made gender equality an object of the Fair Work Act, why we've expanded paid parental leave to 6 months by 2026 and introduced 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave. These changes are possible when you have women around the table empowered to make decisions, and that hasn't always been the case. Let's not forget that it was a little over 10 years ago now that the former Prime Minister Abbott appointed only one woman to Cabinet and crowned himself Minister for Women. Thankfully, Mr Speaker, under this Prime Minister, that attitude within government is a thing of the past. I wish I could say the same of those opposite. Just today, we had the member for Longman claiming that quotas are a ridiculous practice and that men tend to be more drawn to vocations that involve maths and physical exertion. And I go on to quote the member for Longman, "Women in the main tend to be drawn to careers that involve women and care, like hairdressers, nursing, social workers and the like. Well, what an absolute crock. What a crock. People used to think that women were not drawn to this place, Mr Speaker. We have so many talented women in this place with a range of backgrounds, from engineers to doctors to CEOs to Paralympians and even pilots across opposite from me. This is exactly the attitude, Member for Longman, that keeps wages for women low, stops them from putting their hands up to learn a trade or work in STEM, or represent their communities in this place. Those opposite simply do not get it. Those opposite are living decades in the past. First, it's net zero, and now it is your attitudes towards women. Well, I'm here to tell them that it is 2025. Climate change is real, and gender equality is a very good thing for this country.
The call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. Cat D funding was made available to primary producers on the 4th of July for New South Wales, Mid-North Coast and Hunter regions devastated by the May floods. Minister, why is Category D funding still unavailable for the many flood-impacted small businesses trying to recover, rebuild and restart? A funding recommendation made to governments at the same time as that for primary producers.
The call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the member for the question, and I also thank her for her hospitality to both the Prime Minister and I, the Premier and various other New South Wales ministers in her electorate, and also the electorate of Cowper. The flood that we've seen there is obviously devastating to the community, and recovery is a long-term situation. I've been through it directly with my own community. We know recovery isn't days and weeks, it's months and years, which is why we've worked really hard and really closely with the New South Wales Government on a whole range of support and funding opportunities in that local community. Initially, we allowed 19 councils access to $1 million for a clean-up fund. We've allowed disaster recovery payments across 19 LGAs, including disaster recovery allowance, which is income support, across 12 LGAs. We've expended over $212 million on a whole range of income supports, over 170,000 applications across those 19 LGAs. Category D funding was available to rural landholders, up to $10,000 to help with clean-up. There's been a range of other support measures put in place, including concessional loans and freight subsidies for primary producers. We have worked really closely with the New South Wales governments on a range of supports, including $25,000 grant supports for small businesses. To date, we've expended around $300 million with the New South Wales government on a range of supports across those 19 LGAs. We've said from day one that we will continue to work with local communities, with local councils, with the state government, with local, state and federal members in the area to ensure that supports continue over a period of time. As I've said directly to yourself and the member for Cowper, we stand ready, willing and able to work with New South Wales, particularly on this.
I haven't given anyone the call, but less than 30 seconds ago, the minister was talking about Category D funding, which was specifically asked for. You're going to have more than the point of relevance on that. If she's asked a question on Category D funding and she's giving information to the House, yes. In that information, I'll out of courtesy, I'll give the point of order.
Speaker, I take your point, but it is a point on relevance. And I say this, Speaker, because I get the real empathy that the Minister has for this. But the question was relating to Category D and small business, which is very normal in this process.
And she has 1 minute left to go. Whoever was interjecting then, I'm going to ask them to cease doing it. And if that, I suspect, I have a feeling who it was, but I don't know. So, well, the member for Solomon, He's not assisting. People can raise points of order, but also the member Page, the minister was being completely directly relevant, and I've just warned the House again. If this continues, I just won't take the points of order. The minister in continuation.
Thank you. There are currently $25,000 grants available to small businesses, and we have said from day one, the recovery coordinator on the ground there has said from day one that he wants to ensure that as many small businesses as possible register so that the data and evidence can be provided to New South Wales Government if there are any additional supports needed. The Prime Minister and myself were on the ground during the initial event. In the days following, and I've been there in the weeks since that. I know firsthand what this means in local communities. I know the widespread impact, and I know that communities are going to be doing it tough for a period of time. We remain committed to working with the local council, with the state government and with local and state members to ensure, local, state and federal members, to ensure that we get this recovery phase right, and we will continue to work with the New South Wales Government on that.
The call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister. I'll start again, Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Innovation. How is the Albanese Labor government making the economy more resilient while providing good jobs as part of the government's future Made in Australia agenda?
Give a call to the Minister for Defence Industry, the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs and the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Innovation.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank the member for Lingiari for her question, and congratulate her on being the first Aboriginal person to sit in the Speaker's chair this week. Well done. Cheers. Speaker, creating jobs and industries that support them is one of the golden threads that run through the history of the Australian Labor Party. From Curtin and Chifley's full employment and creation of the car industry, to the Hawke economic reforms and the Budden industry plans, to Prime Minister Albanese's vision for a future made in Australia. It's all about creating jobs and supporting families. And that's why we're committed to seizing the opportunities from the global move to net zero. Mr Speaker, we know the best renewable energy resources are in Australia, and nearly every critical mineral needed to power the clean energy economy of the 21st century reside in Australia. Copper, we've got it. Zinc, we've got it. Bauxite, we've got it. Cobalt, we've got it. Lithium, we've got it in abundance. Now, Mr Speaker, we're great at mining these resources, but the Australian people demand more. They want us to value add to them where possible and create well-paid, high-skilled manufacturing industries. And the Albanese Labor government is backing this vision with our transformational policy agenda, a $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, production tax credits for renewable hydrogen and critical minerals, a $2 billion for Australia's aluminium smelters, and $1 billion for the Green Iron Investment Fund. Now, green iron is the foundation for the future of the global iron trade, and it's a generational opportunity to make Australia more prosperous, thereby reducing global emissions, and it was a key priority for Prime Minister Albanese's visit to China. Now, Speaker, the Albanese government understands that the world is changing, and that's why we're taking action. We recognise the opportunities that are in front of us and are committed to seizing the future to support high-growth, cutting-edge industries. Now, sadly, that support is not bipartisan. This week we saw the Coalition's Climate Change Clown Show back in town, and speaking of one of them, I withdraw.
Order. I've got two on your feet. The member for Wannon was first. I know where you're going. He was first. The minister's withdrawn that comment. I'm going to say to him, that is completely unacceptable. It's not helpful in debate. We had that last week as well. On that side, we're just going to draw a line in the sand. We're not commenting on people. The member for Wannon on a point of order.
Goes to relevance, Speaker. The question was very specific. It asked about what the Labor Party was doing in this area. It said nothing about the Coalition, and only a clown would answer like that.
The member for Wannon, no, resume your seat. I just said we're not having that. We're drawing a line in the sand. You were standing there at the dispatch box and I specifically referenced what happened before. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. That is, I don't know, next level. And you should know better. So I hope everyone's really clear. Good. The minister wasn't asked about alternative approaches or policies in his question. He was asked about how the government is making the industry more resilient and while making regarding employment. So he's going to return to that question and not talk about the opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. And as I was saying, our plan makes sure that Australians benefit from the global race to net zero. It's all about jobs, 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 which is the golden thread of the Labor Party. A future made in Australia is about seizing those job opportunities, particularly in regional communities like the member for Lingiari's and mine. It's about creating a more resilient economy, increasing our sovereignty and independence. The truth is, Mr Speaker, the Albanese government is getting on with the job and delivering for the Australian people. That's what people expect of their government, not climate wars, but a future made in Australia.
The call to the member for Ryan.
To the Minister for Resources. Australia is the world's second biggest exporter of global emissions after Russia. Last week, the International Court of Justice made it clear that Australia has international legal responsibility for its fossil fuel production, regardless of where the coal or gas is ultimately burned. Will the government stand up to coal and gas corporations and phase out these dangerous fossil fuels that are supercharging the climate crisis?
Call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for her question on this occasion. And I refer to the member's question. I would just like to point out the importance of Australia's role in the regional energy security. This is something that is perhaps not as well understood as it could be or even should be. Australia indeed does export gas and it does export coal. It also exports iron ore, it exports gold, it exports lithium, it exports a great many things that are essential to our economy, and indeed the three greatest exports of this country are iron ore, coal and gas, which add to hub prosperity, support regional communities, which people on this side of the chamber realise, as do those on the other side. It will remain integral to the economy for many years to come. And it will remain very important to hundreds of thousands of families around this country as the breadwinners and sometimes their partners go and participate in this industry, whether it be in fly-in, fly-out communities or drive-in, drive-out communities right around the country. But really importantly, and the question around energy... Pardon me. I'll keep going. Sorry.
Well, I need to be consistent with everyone. I know you, Alex. The minister is being directly relevant to the question, and I know you're not happy with the answer, Member Ryan, but simply just can't have a situation where I don't like the answer. I'm going to take a point of relevance.
The question was about emissions. It was about Scope 3 emissions.
Resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In relation to gas, it will remain a very important part of Australia's economy for some time to come. You would have seen, and everyone in this House would have seen, the future gas strategy which the government will pursue. It is an important part of our role in not only providing fuel and security to Australians and Australian industry, but equally for ensuring we play our role in helping to provide the energy security for the region. And I might add that countries in this region, Japan, Korea and many others, adopted net zero targets well before this country did, well before those opposite, when they were in government, eventually sort of got there, and now of course they're trying to move back from that. But nonetheless, this government on this side is committed to net zero emissions, just like the government of Japan, just like the government of Korea is, and many others. And our fuels that we export to those communities will be a really important part of their transition. Transition pathways are going to be different for every country. In Australia, we will be able to transition more quickly because of the natural resources available to us through wind and solar. The vast spaces we have enable that. That is not the case for our friends in Japan and Korea and countries like them, where they simply do not have those abundant renewable resources. So in the meantime, we'll support them through our export industry, and that will be what is a really important part of Australia's participation in regional energy security.
The call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief to people living in the regions? What threats are there to delivering important cost of living relief?
Call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question and for the work he does in the community. But I also want to congratulate him on being appointed Special Envoy for Men's Health, a really important subject, particularly across rural and regional Australia, and I look forward to welcoming him to the mighty Eden Monaro next week. As Minister for Regional Development, I engage with communities right across the country, and I love seeing the diversity in our regions, the opportunities and the challenges that are unique to each of them. And Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is focused on dealing with the cost of living pressures for people right across the country, particularly in our regions, no matter your postcode, because regional communities benefited from the tax cut we delivered in our first term, with another 2 tax cuts to follow. It puts more money back in our communities' pockets. That's a tax cut for every taxpayer up and down the income scale. Because we know regional people work hard for their money, and we want to support them to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. And at the recent election, Australians had a clear choice. The Albanese government, who had legislated tax cuts and a range of other cost of living supports, versus those opposite who committed to raising taxes. If they'd won, those opposites would be in here right now raising taxes for hard-working regional Australians. They'd be weakening the PBS, they'd be continuing to stall on investment in housing, and they'd be putting a nuclear reactor in the backyards of Aussies across the country. Instead, regional Australia voted for a strong Labor team, which includes the member for Leichhardt, the member for Gilmore, the member for Lingiari, the member for Ballarat, Bendigo, Brandon, Bass, Bullwinkle and many, many more. We have made medicines cheaper. We've made the largest investment in bulk billing. We've got 31 urgent care clinics open in our regions as part of our 87 that we've already opened across the country. And yes, Leader of the Opposition, all you need at an urgent care clinic is a Medicare card. There's one open in the members' electorate in Cessnock, which has seen more than 20,000 presentations. We've helped more than 30,000 people in regional Australia into home ownership through our regional home buyers guarantee. And I personally know, as a small business owner, that when you're an apprentice, every dollar counts, which is why we are delivering a $10,000 incentive payment to construction apprentices across the country. In the first week of this new term, we've introduced bills to cut student debt by 20%, and we're protecting the penalty rates of regional workers across the country. We have a lot to be proud of in cost of living relief that we've delivered for regional Australia, and we'll continue to do that in the next 3 years. Let's hope those opposite have learned a lesson and don't get in the way this time round.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On the front page of The Age today, it is reported that multiple CFMEU officials received gold bracelets as kickbacks from underworld crime figures. Also today on the front page of the Courier Mail, the CFMEU is openly threatening the Queensland Parliament. Can the Prime Minister advise the House what instructions his government has given to his hand-picked CFMEU Administrator Mark Irving regarding the lawless conduct of this union and its members across the country?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. And of course, in the last Parliament in 2022, the first question I got was about the CFMEU and construction from the then Leader of the Opposition. So it's taken a little bit longer, but it's the same pattern. But the difference is that my government has acted, unlike the former government. So unlike when I stood here as Prime Minister in 2022, after a period of 3 terms of the coalition, 3 terms in which clearly we have seen the evidence of corruption by some people in the CFMEU construction branch grow. We saw the power of people like John Setka grow beyond his state boundaries in Victoria. We acted. We acted. We intervened. We shut them down. They've been sacked. They got removed. They got removed.
Order.
And that is absolutely critical because it's consistent with my government's approach, which is twofold. One is that trade unionists overwhelmingly are motivated by helping out issues like occupational health and safety, by helping out the wages and conditions of working class people, of making sure that they get their fair share in areas like construction and mining. It's about workers going home to their families at the end of the day. And the role that unions have played in that have been critical. And that is why it is so disgusting and abhorrent that a small number of people have chosen to abuse their position to engage in conduct which is criminal. Criminal conduct should be subject to criminal penalties. That's not the instruction of anyone. That's called the law. That's called the law. And when those opposite raise the question about administrators, they remind people that we've put administrators in when they had secretaries like John Setka running the show and did absolutely nothing about it.
Order. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. How is the Albanese Labor Government addressing the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Corangamite for her question and acknowledge her great advocacy for the veterans across her electorate and region. I've had the great pleasure of being able to meet many of the RSLs in her area, and it's been great to work with her on the progress of the hub that will be going into her region as well, because the member for Corangamite, like our entire government, is committed to providing the service and supports to the veteran and the veteran community that not only do they need, but what they deserve. That is so critically important. When we came into government, we inherited the circumstances where DVA was critically underfunded and under-resources. And indeed, to give credit to my predecessor, the member for Calare, who sits on the crossbench, he was calling it out even when they were in government. And so over the last 3 years, we have been able to achieve a great deal together. We've eliminated that claims backlog that we inherited because of the under-resourcing of DVA. We've also gone about acting on all of the recommendations that were contained in the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide's interim report. Critically, we have passed the Veterans Entitlement Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act, moving from 3 different complex pieces of legislation supporting our veterans, moving from the middle of next year into one system. So it's easier for veterans and families to know what they're entitled to, easier for advocates to support them, and quicker for the Department of Veterans Affairs to process those claims and get veterans and their families the support that they need and they deserve. Crucially, when we received the final report of the Royal Commission in September last year, we acted swiftly. By December, we provided the government's formal response, agreeing in principle to 104 of the 122 recommendations, noting 17 of those recommendations for further work and establishing a task force in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to work across government on how government would get about implementing these recommendations for our veteran community. Now, we're building on what the Albanese government did in its first term. Beginning earlier this year, we legislated the establishment of the Defence and Veterans Service Commission. This implements recommendation 122 of the Royal Commission. What the Royal Commission said was its most important recommendation. We've also appointed the interim commissioner into that role. The Department of Veterans Affairs has been undertaking the consultation needed on co-design for a new wellbeing agency to be established within the Department of Veterans Affairs. We campaigned when we were in opposition for the Royal Commission to be established, and we will work tirelessly now to ensure that the government's response to that Royal Commission will be implemented so that our nation's veterans continue to receive even more of the supports that they need and deserve.
Give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you. My question is to the Prime Minister. Your government has placed over 14,000 sanctions against Russian individuals and entities, as well as sanctioning trade with Russia for their invasion of Ukraine. Netanyahu's genocidal assault on Palestine now means that more than 2 million people are at critical risk of starvation. Will you commit to applying equivalent sanctions to Israel as you imposed on Russia?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, for her question, and of course we don't sanction a state, we sanction individuals, and my government has sanctioned individuals. We've sanctioned the Minister for National Security and we have sanctioned the Minister for Finance. We have done so in part just some of the comments that have been made by them as ministers, people who were on the fringes of Israeli politics but are now a part of the Netanyahu government. The Minister for National Security said this on the 27th of July: the only thing you should be sending to Gaza is shells to bomb, conquer, encourage immigration and win the war. That is what they had to say. The range of comments that have been made, including a soldier who killed a young Palestinian boy, reprehensible. The comments of the Minister for Finance, who has said Gaza will be totally destroyed, its Palestinian population will leave in great numbers to third countries. On the 6th of May, on the 21st of April, he said we need to eliminate the problem of Gaza. On the 5th of February, he said, with God's help, we will work to permanently bury the dangerous idea of a Palestinian state. Mr. Speaker, we don't take these issues lightly, and what we don't do also is try to secure some domestic political advantage and put and damage social cohesion in this country through some of the actions which, frankly, some of the Greens political party actions have done. What we do is act in a principled way and in a way that is consistent. We condemn Hamas for their actions, and we condemn what is occurring in Gaza in breach of international law. That is the way that responsible adult governments act. That's the way that middle powers can have influence, and that's the way we can have a constructive role in what I want to see, which is an end to killing, whether it's of Israelis or Palestinians, and I want to see the creation of a two-state solution where both Israelis and Palestinians can win in peace and security with prosperity. We'll continue to work with other leaders around the world of like-minded countries with the objective of that. But I do say that Australians want two things. They want innocent people to stop losing their lives. The second thing that they want, and I say this directly to the member and her party, is they don't want conflict brought here in order to secure some sort of partisan political advantage. And they also don't want the agency of those people who are responsible for wrongdoing to be dismissed by suggestions which are simply untrue and that seek to gain a short-term domestic political advantage. I'm a friend of Israel and I'm a friend of the Palestinian people. I think that overwhelmingly has been the position of Australia for a long period of time. With our bipartisan support for a two-state solution, I'll continue to do what I can as Australia's Prime Minister to achieve that end.
Call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government ensuring that more Australian families and businesses can access affordable, high-speed internet?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Bennelong for his question and welcome him back to this place where I'm sure he will continue to do very good things. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government's broadband philosophy is simple. We want it reliable, we want it affordable and we want it fast. These are the essential ingredients to boost productivity, create jobs and foster innovation. High-speed connectivity isn't a nice-to-have. In 2025, it is a must-have. And the only way to keep delivering quality broadband to more and more Australians is through our investment in the NBN, the publicly owned NBN. And at the 2022 election, we committed to fund NBN Co to upgrade an additional 1.5 million homes to fibre to the premise. Those upgrades are on track to be completed by year's end and will mean 90% of the NBN fixed-line footprint will be able to access speeds of up to 1 gigabit per second. But there is still more to do, and that's why the government is contributing up to $3 billion for NBN Co to upgrade the final 622,000 premises within the fixed-line footprint from fibre to the node to faster technology. That means ripping up the old coalition copper and replacing it with high-speed, future-proof fibre. The economic benefit of these investments is clear. Having access to faster broadband could save consumers more than 100 hours travel time and $2,850 in costs per year. Labor has always envisaged a full fibre NBN within the fixed-line network, and now we are making that a reality. Of course, the same cannot be said for those opposite. The Coalition opposed the NBN at its inception, calling it a video entertainment system, and then tried to hobble it while in government. Because of those opposite, we are still saddled with a large number of fibre-to-the-node connections, the Coalition copper, and are spending billions of dollars to undo the opposition's short-sightedness. And sadly, nothing has changed when it comes to their connectivity policy. This is not a serious opposition. You only need to look at the media statement released by the Coalition just last Tuesday, where they couldn't even name the right technology. The Coalition media release said the Albanese government committed another $3 billion for the NBN with a further rollout of fibre to the node in January. Here's the thing though, we're getting rid of fibre to the node. The Coalition copper, we are ripping it up and we are replacing it with future-proof fibre to the premise. The Australian economy as a whole will also benefit from scrapping the Coalition copper, with a suggested cumulative GDP uplift of $10.4 billion over the next decade, because the Albanese government is finishing the job of building the publicly owned NBN.
Call to the Prime Minister.
I ask further question placed on the notice paper.
May I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Thanks, Speaker. These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's continued neglect of regional Australia. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and to give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker, and I look forward to talking to this matter of public importance, because what I'm going to point out today, Speaker, which is quite obvious when you look at electoral results in the last election, is the dichotomy between city and country Australia. And I acknowledge the result opposite, Speaker, for the result of the Labor Party at the last election, for the increased number of seats that they obtained. It's quite obvious they picked up a lot of seats, the majority of them in City Australia, and they did very well in that sense. But I do point out, Speaker, that it's very interesting to observe that was on a very low primary vote. The primary vote for the Labor Party at the last federal election was 34%, and for the coalition parties it was 31%. So not a big difference with primary vote, but they did very well with preference and it did well. But I do highlight to them, I think this large majority is built very much on a house of cards, Speaker. And as I say, there's been a dichotomy between the city and the country. I acknowledge too, because I'm going to give a bit of a shout-out later to some of my NAT country MPs who are newer members, but I point out to my colleagues in the Liberal Party and how well the regional Liberal Party did as well with their members, and a number of new members, member for Monash, member for Grey, member for Forest as well, and there's many more. But, Speaker, I want to highlight that if you said in 2007, to the Labor Party that you're going to win a bigger majority in 2025, write down the seats that you're going to have in 2025 with a larger majority as you got in 2007. And there would be 6 seats, Speaker, or friendly teal type independents. There would be 6 seats, Speaker or Deputy Speaker, that the Labor Party would write down on that list. They are the seats of Flynn, Dawson, Capricornia, my own seat of Page, and the seats of Lyne and New England, who were held by teal-type independents. Now, they would write them down because that's what happened in 2007. Now, in 2007, as the National Party Deputy Speaker, we had under 10 House of Reps seats. And over the next 2 elections, in 10 and 13, we won all of those 6 seats that I just mentioned back. And the interesting thing, Deputy Speaker, as with the Liberal Party when they've won seats between 7 and 30 in the country, especially the regional areas, we haven't lost any of those 6 seats, Deputy Speaker. Now, it's an interesting fact. I don't say that with any hubris. I don't say that with any arrogance. I'm saying it's just that it's an interesting dichotomy of what is happening between the differences in the city and regional Australia right now, and I think there's some real reasons for that. I also want to acknowledge we've seen the Teals have great assaults on some city seats and have success in the city. I acknowledge my friend and colleague in Cowper, who had a huge assault from a Teal independent, Deputy Speaker. It was $1.5 billion, roughly, probably more, from the Teal independent there, and my colleague got a swing to him in that seat. I also acknowledge we had a great candidate in Bendigo, Deputy Speaker, who got a swing of 9%, nearly 10%. To that candidate for us in Bendigo, giving the member for Bendigo a great fright. So, interesting, Deputy Speaker. I don't say it with any hubris. I just say it as a factual electoral result. I want to give a shout-out before I go on to 3 new MPs in this House, Deputy Speaker. The first one, a good friend of mine, Alison Penfold, the new member for Lyne. Alison's had a really tough introduction to this place, Deputy Speaker. She, within days, member-elect, not even the sworn-in member, not even declared through the Australian Electoral Commission, had a natural disaster of great proportion. I went down to see her about a week later after the water had receded, and she was doing it tough, her community were doing it tough, and I want to give her a shout-out. She emotionally connected to them, advocated for them, was in the mud with them, Deputy Speaker, from day one, and she has grown great respect for her advocacy and her emotional connection to her community, under great duress, not only because of the disaster it was, but with no office support, given she was only the member-elect. I want to give a shout-out to David Batt, the new member for Hinkler. He was a late starter for this. The previous member retired, and I went up and spent a day with pre-poll with David. I was there about 5 minutes and knew he was going to win. With the reception that he was getting on pre-poll and handing out for him was a great joy because it was very easy. But he's come into this place. He knows that when he talks about his community, over percentage of retirees in the seat of Hinkler, and he tells me he has pensioners in his electorate that are turning the fridge off at night. Deputy Speaker, because they can't afford their energy bills with the increases that's happened there in the 3 years. And he's got a big fight, and he's here to have that fight for them. The last one, Deputy Speaker, the member for Parks, the Boilermaker from the bush, he's in the electorate. I spent a few days with him. He travelled 36,000 kilometres. Deputy Speaker. You look at the size of his electorate, that's not hard to do, and door-knocked 24,000 homes. He had some interesting experiences. There was a staffy dog in Dubbo that had him jumping over a fence, and there was in Broken Hill there was a goat that chased him out of the gate as well. So he's more nimble and more fleet of foot since he's been a candidate as well. But I give them a big shout out because of the regional MPs and great MPs they will be. Now, Deputy Speaker, we know on this side that regional Australia is, we are the economic powerhouse of this nation. It's great to see some new members over the opposite. No, but it's not great to see you that you're on your seats necessarily, but great to see the fact that you're here. And I'll tell you, if you don't know this, and you may well know this, and I humbly apologise if you already know this, regional Australia is the economic powerhouse of this nation. So we export about $650 billion worth of stuff every year overseas. Now, over 2/3 of that is from the bush, is from regional Australia. Those exports include coal, which we're not ashamed of, iron ore, gas and food. So regional Australia is the economic powerhouse of this nation. We're proud of that, but we're here very strongly to advocate for it. Now, there are some things that this government has done which is why I think, in the previous parliament, which is why I think the results are very different in the bush from the cities. They cut infrastructure straight away spending. Programs like the Roads of Strategic Importance, the Better Building Regions funds, the LRCI program, the Stronger Community programs, all dumped. We had great disappointment to my room too, Deputy Speaker, and I know some of my Liberal colleagues. The Minister for the Environment took water out of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, took money out of our communities who were growing food to feed us and to feed the rest of the world, took water out of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which is a great disappointment as well. They took away our doctors. I mean, seriously. I mean, you have doctor ratios in some of the city suburbs, one doctor every 500 or 600 people. There's communities in the bush, Deputy Speaker, that have one doctor every 5,000 or 6,000 people. And there was a program that we had called the Distribution Priority Area, that if you were foreign trained or had a Commonwealth scholarship, that you had to do times in areas that were more remote. They abolished it almost straight away. We lost doctors overnight. You can literally live in Rose Bay and have a practice at Hornsby and qualify now under the Distribution Priority Area. Our people know this. They ban industries. They banned things that we do in the bush. They banned live export, which was devastating in some of the communities in our patch as well. There's lots of things now too, Deputy Speaker, that are a great shame, and some of our state Labor colleagues are at fault for this. We import more fish now to Australia than we fish ourselves. We're surrounded by a coastline, again, because of the environmental policy that those opposite thinks fishing is bad. Member for Gippsland, I know, has a passionate issue with hardwood timber. We do forestry very sustainable. But the Victorian State Government, for example, you can't do it at all now. So we are now importing hardwood from overseas, Deputy Speaker. And our communities know this. Our communities know this because they work in these environments, they work in these industries, and they see that those opposite do not like the sanctimony, because it's a sanctimony, Deputy Speaker. And there's also a little bit of hypocrisy too, because with the renewable energy rollout, where's all that happening, Deputy Speaker? It's all happening in the regions. And I have an example that I've mentioned in this chamber before. We had the member for Warringah, who had a proposal from a climate change group in Warringah to put a hectare of solar panels on North Head and 6 wind turbines. Now, good on them. They wanted to walk their talk. Now, the member, when approached by the local newspaper, said it wouldn't be environmentally or culturally, the area is too sensitive for that. Really? And then when we say we have environmental issues or we have issues for our communities about the rollout, then has the height to say that we're scaremongering, Deputy Speaker. Now, this is the sanctimony and the hypocrisy that we hear from this government and the Teal crossbenchers and the Greens crossbenchers. Our voters in our communities in regional Australia get it, Deputy Speaker. They know that's what's happening, and that's why there is this big dichotomy between regional and rural Australia. Regional Australia have worked this lot out. They know that the government are not on their side. They know they don't support what we do. They don't like some of the things that we export. But as I said, Deputy Speaker, regional Australia have worked out this Labor government. Thank you.
And I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be here to talk about the things that this government is doing for regional and rural Australia. And I know it's frustrating for those opposite because regional and rural Australia vote for Labor members. Because if they didn't, half of us wouldn't be here. I live in regional Australia. I come from a small community, smaller than many of those opposite. I have a family that's working hard in a small business in regional Australia. I am one of the many people that come to this place from farms, from small businesses, from regional communities right across the country. And it is an inconvenient truth for those opposite that regional people vote for Labor people. They vote Labor members in. They value Labor policies, and I hear the member opposite say shame. I'm sure his children with HECS debts are valuing the fact that the Labor Party is here cutting 20% off HECS debts. I'm sure as a former construction worker, his former apprentices would have appreciated $10,000 incentives on construction trades. I know the many apprentices that we've employed, or my husband or my brother who were apprentices too, would have valued that extra help in their pocket. That's what we do on this side of the House, because we're not here to govern for a slither of people. We don't pull out a colour-coded spreadsheet and say what value do we get out of giving taxpayer funds to certain electorates in the country. On this side of the House, we govern for all Australians. We have policies for all Australians. We value the services available for all Australians. Regional Australia is much, much more than roads or bridges or infrastructure. Yes, they are incredibly, incredibly important. It's not just about a grant program that you can pork barrel and get things in your electorate. I understand that that may have been the lay of the land previously, but it's not how we do it. Investing in people, investing in skills and training, investing in services, supporting towns and communities when they are going through a really tough time is incredibly important too. So is access to services. And for such a long period of time, when those opposite were in government, they didn't value the services that our community wanted. Because if they did, they wouldn't have cut Medicare. They wouldn't have frozen Medicare rebates. They would have supported more doctors training in our regions, which is exactly what we do on this side of the House. We have made the largest investment in healthcare in our regions ever. Out of the 87 urgent care clinics, our government has already delivered 31 are in the regions. We're investing in rural medical schools to help ensure that more medical students can train and live in regional and rural communities, because we know, and the data tells us, if they train in a region, they'll stay in a region. There's a $90 million investment to help address healthcare shortages right across our regions. We've got incentives for doctors and nurse practitioners, and we will waive their HECS debts if they come and work in rural and regional Australia. We're supporting PRAC payments because we know that it is incredibly important to support people that are training to come and deliver services and get their training in our regions. As I said, we're supporting apprentices with that $10,000 incentive, which is incredibly important. Deputy Speaker, we've also committed to establishing a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build more childcare centres in regional Australia. And I hear the former Shadow Minister laughing. 9 years, 9 long years you were in government. You sat on these benches, you knew there was a childcare shortage, zilch. Nothing, zero. Thank you.
Have you got a point of order?
Yes, the Minister should direct her comments through you, Chair.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker. Those opposite did nothing. Zilch, zero, zip. Nothing on childcare investments. On this side of the House, though, we value early childhood education, so much so that we spent $3.6 billion investing in wage increases in the sector, because it's not good enough just to say we want to build more. We've got to put the human resources in. We want to make sure it's an industry that you can have a career in, that people value, that people want to join. I've got a niece who's 21 now. She did her Cert 3 while she was still in high school. She now works in early education, and as a 21-year-old is second in charge of her centre. We value the work that she and many other people like her do, and we will continue to support it. Regional communities benefited from tax cuts, and that's incredibly important because in regional communities, every extra dollar goes back into the small businesses that our people run. They are the people that sponsor the local sporting groups. They are the people who give P&C raffle prizes. They are the people giving an opportunity to other members of our community by employing them. We want to see regional people succeed, and that's why we've given a tax cut right up and down the tax scale, and we'll continue to support small businesses. We've got a cheaper home batteries program, and in my electorate, Ray from Braidwood recently got in touch with me, and he said that this home battery system that he's already put in has lowered his electricity bill. In the first month since he had his battery installed, his bill dropped to $22. It's also helped him change his usage habits so he can make better use of his electricity during off-peak periods. So instead of supporting regional Australians like Ray, those opposite are busy reviewing net zero, out of touch and out of reality. Speaking of utilities, and we just heard the Minister for Communications talk about the NBN. So incredibly important to drive productivity for rural Australians. Whether you work from home, you've got a small business, you need to access healthcare, or you're studying, it is incredibly important to have connectivity. But when those opposite were in government, there was a deliberate underinvestment in communications. Instead of narrowing that communications and technology divide, they widened it because they didn't understand the importance of keeping people in our regions connected, whether it was to services or to family and friends. Instead, we've invested $5.4 billion to expand access, full fibre NBN access to 2.1 million premises across the nation, almost 1 million in our regions. And we've also said we will introduce a universal outdoor mobile obligation, requiring telcos to provide access to mobile voice and SMS almost everywhere in the country. It'll have huge benefits to regional and remote Australia, particularly during emergencies and disasters. And instead of that being something that those opposite jumped on, because I would have thought connectivity was something that we may have agreement on, they said, nah, not particularly interested. We think the universal obligation on home phones is enough, which is gobsmacking to me for many reasons. But perhaps when it comes into this House, we'll see some bipartisan support on that. We know, Deputy Speaker, that it is vital for regional Australia to stay connected during the tough times. And unfortunately, far too many of our regional communities have been through the devastation of disaster, and what they want after disaster is to know that they can be better prepared for the next one. When we introduced the Disaster Ready Fund in 2022, it's a 5-year program, $1 billion, which is all about reducing disaster risk and building resilience across Australian communities. I've seen the devastating impact of bushfires in my own community, and I know how important it is to reduce that disaster risk. We've got to strengthen our emergency management and disaster recovery capabilities. So we set up the National Emergency Management Agency to ensure that there was a more coordinated approach. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is delivering record investments in regional communities, whether it's through transparent grant programs like Growing Regions or regional precincts and partnerships. We're also increasing roads to recovery from $500 million to $1 billion a year. Every council across the country will get more road funding. Those opposite didn't do that at all. We've increased the road black spot funding program to $150 million a year, improving some of the most dangerous stretches of roads, and we've launched the new Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program, $200 million a year. Our regions are fast growing, they're diverse, and we value what our people do in the regions, whomever their local member is. Most importantly, we have said a strong regional aviation sector is critical, and that's why we're supporting REX. Those opposites failed to regional Australia when they had the opportunity. On this side of the House, we're delivering for all Australians.
I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to note in Hansard my great disappointment at the behaviour of the government benches the last time I spoke the other night, and I know you were in the chair, when I was talking about the suffering in regional Australia, and those in the House laughed. They laughed at the suffering of those in regional Australia. I want to note that was incredibly disappointing. I have been surveying Mallee voters and have well over 5,000 responses so far. And I note for any cynics listening, people answering this survey identify as voters from all political persuasions. I remind those opposite, these are the voices of thousands of Mallee voters, not echo chambers, not small focus groups. Mallee voters are saying in their thousands that they are under pressure with the higher cost of living. For over 88% of respondents, it has got worse. What's contributing to these living cost pressures? Number one, they say, is groceries. The Nationals have continued to take a strong stance on the major supermarkets and fought hard for a coalition position that divestiture powers a big stick which remains on the table if supermarkets abuse their market power. But also grocery prices that the Albanese government continues to sit on its hands about. Number two on the Mallee survey for cost of living pressures comes residents' energy bills. Who would have thought? Thousands of my voters say energy prices are putting immense pressure on their budgets. Yet Minister Bowen parrots that renewables are the cheapest form of energy. The CSIRO report has been manipulated and now found out in the latest GenCost report. But do you know which figures were also manipulated? Household power bills. Regional Australian voters have the lived and documented experience that energy prices are going up. Worse still, they are being railroaded and threatened with now $12,000 fines if they refuse to allow transmission company Victoria onto their private property, their farms. Third highest in living cost pressures is council rates. My constituents' views come from Victoria, where the Victorian Labor government imposes rate capping. I moved a motion on Monday on the financial sustainability of councils, particularly in regional areas. The Albanese government must restart the local government inquiry in this House, a committee which must deliver recommendations that the Albanese government acts on to improve the sustainability of our councils. Regional councils are picking up essential services as victims of cost shifting from state and federal governments because they passionately believe that their local residents deserve services and they don't want to see them miss out. Councils have stepped into or are even abandoning providing services to vulnerable seniors because they cannot afford to deliver those services any longer. Of the Mallee survey respondents who rely on home care services, 43% say those services are hard to access, regional Australia, and a further 24% add they cannot afford those needed services. 46% of those needing residential aged care have concerns about the cost. In Mallee, almost 50%, 49% to be exact, cannot access childcare services. Childcare deserts persist in Mallee despite what this government says they are doing to address it. Unsurprisingly, 73% of Mallee constituents also rate our roads as being in poor condition, not medium condition, poor condition. That speaks to the rate increases and struggles councils have maintaining roads, but also to Labor's neglect of the regions. The Albanese Labor government has neglected Mallee, giving us 0 regional housing support program funding and giving only 1 Mallee of my 12 councils, 1 council funding through the Growing Regions or the Partnerships and Precincts program. Minister King did not set foot once in my electorate during the 47th Parliament. That's what the neglect of regional Australia looks like. Dangerous deterioration of roads, neglect of aged care, home care and childcare services, and an Albanese Labor government that not only raids our regions for taxes and railroads farmers for energy projects, but has the hide to laugh about it in this place.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Page for moving this motion today, because it gives me, as a proud regional member of Parliament, the opportunity to strongly reject it. The Albanese government is backing in rapidly growing regions like mine. Labor understands the importance of regions, and we will always support them. So, here's what we are doing, just in my electorate of Corangamite alone. We're delivering critical investment to build a better future for locals, from major road improvements to massive rail duplications, from new facilities for football and netball clubs to new learning centres for schools, supporting men's sheds, community houses, building new swimming pools, supporting surf lifesaving clubs, food relief services, and we're supporting farmers and primary producers. From the $318 million upgrade of the Barwon Heads Road to upgrades of Grub Road in Ocean Grove, we're building the roads we need now and for the future. And, Deputy Speaker, during the election campaign, we committed to $5.4 million in upgrading of the Drysdale Hawks netball courts and a $1 million support to ensure Grovedale netball courts are fit for purpose. We're also restoring integrity in grants programs with the $600 million Growing Regionals program and the $400 million Regional Precincts and Partnerships program. And on top of that, the Albanese government is progressively increasing the Roads to Recovery funding from $500 million to $1 million per year over the next 5 years, delivering much-needed road upgrades across the region. And more than $3.3 million in federal funding has been provided to improve safety at 11 crash-prone sites across the Surf Coast and broader Geelong region. These sites are dangerous. There has been several serious accidents at these sites, and our government recognises this, and we are acting. Deputy Speaker, we are also strengthening Medicare for regional Australians. Our government is rolling out Medicare mental health hubs and urgent care clinics across our country, including one right in the heart of my electorate in Torquay. And of course, bulk billing rates are on the up, enabling more people to see a GP without it impacting their bank balance. Medicare billing data shows that under the Albanese government, we're reviving bulk billing. Locals in regional Australia have had an additional 586,000 free visits to a GP just in the past year, and that's a fact. And incentives to ensure we have more GPs and nurses are underway in our regions. So no matter how much the opposition tries to spin it, the data speaks for itself. We also know that free TAFE is changing lives for so many people across my region and regional Australia. Australians are embracing this opportunity and embarking on a new journey as builders, electricians and workers in the aged care and broader care sector. Data from states and territories shows that from January 2023 to March this year, there were more than 170,000 courses completed. It also finds there has been more than 650,000 free TAFE enrolments in the same period. Deputy Speaker, TAFE is opening doors to new careers and giving Australians the chance to find secure, well-paid work, and in regions this matters. And for women and families, our government is expanding the paid parental leave scheme to 24, then 26 weeks for parents, with super payments included. It's a policy that is truly life-changing, and it's a clear example of how Labor governments are prepared to support families, not just in cities but in our regions. So, it doesn't matter if you live in Metro Melbourne or St Leonard's in my electorate, this policy will make a positive difference to the lives of so many families. The Albanese government is committed to a better NBN, to protecting penalty rates of regional workers, reducing student debt in our regions and providing access for cheaper childcare in our regions. We're committed to forging a future that opens the door to opportunities for families, not just across the Bellarine and Surf Coast in Geelong, in my area of Corangamite, but across our nation. It's a future where workers are supported, communities are connected, infrastructure is actually delivered and our manufacturing industries are revitalised. Thank you.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Regional Australia is on life support and this Labor government is standing by watching it flatline. Capricornia is not a burden. We are not a cost. We are a cornerstone of this nation's prosperity. We mine the minerals, we grow the food, we export the energy that powers our economy. Yet, despite all we contribute, Labor treats regional Australians like second-class citizens. Since coming to government, Labor has turned its back on the regions. It's turned its back on the people who show up, work hard and keep this country moving. Investment into Capricornia ground to a halt the moment Labor took office. As a member for Capricornia, I'm proud to have deliverood over $7 billion in vital infrastructure projects for our region under the Coalition Government. This includes $568 million for Rookwood Weir, the $251 million Walkerston Bypass and the $80 million Rockhampton Yeppoon upgrade. These weren't vanity projects, these were smart, strategic investments which has unlocked growth, boosted productivity, created jobs and is saving lives on our roads. But what did Labor do? In the very first budget, they tried to axe the Rockhampton Ring Road, one of the largest and most important infrastructre projects our region has ever seen. This project spans 17.4 kilometres, includes 18 bridges and a new 453-metre Fitzroy River crossing. It will divert over 2,500 heavy vehicles away from our city streets, away from 4 school zones and 19 sets of traffic lights. It is transformational, but Labor wanted to axe it. It was only due to the fierce outcry from our local community, our small businesses and industry leaders that Labor was forced to backtrack. But let's be clear, the intention was there, the knife was drawn and Capricornia would have been the casualty. This is not an isolated case. Labor's track record is now a pattern of neglect. Nationwide, Labor has cut, delayed or scrapped over $30 billion in infrastructure and it's regional communities like mine and Capricornia that are paying the price. They didn't stop at infrastructure, they also axed the Building Better Regions Fund, a program that delivered funding for vital community projects across Capricornia, from disability housing to sports clubs to community halls. They scrapped the community development grants, the Stronger Communities program and other successful coalition initiatives that back local people with local solutions. Labor replaced these programs with nothing. Not reform, not redesign, nothing. What message does this send to the regions? It tells us we don't matter. It tells us we're not a priority. It's not just roads and infrastructure, it's the very fabric of daily life in Capricornia that is unravelling. We are in a struggle to survive crisis. The Salvation Army's social justice stocktake reveals the depth of the crisis in my electorate, with 82% of people identifying housing affordability and homelessness as major issues. Nearly half say the crisis is affecting them personally, and at least 547 people in Capricornia are currently sleeping rough. We are also short 3,500 homes just to meet current demand. One local disability service in our region was able to build 2 purpose-built homes with $1 million from the Building Better Regions Fund. These homes that are now giving people with disability dignity, independence and safety. Access to healthcare is worsening too. In Capricornia, just 9.4% of GP clinics bulk bill. That's forcing people into emergency departments for basic care. And for those living with disability, Labor has made things even harder. Buried deep in the NDIA's annual pricing review is a devastating change, a 50% cut to travel reimbursements for allied health professionals. That might be manageable in the suburbs of Melbourne, Sydney or Brisbane, but in regional Queensland it is a disaster. Whether a provider drives 20 minutes or 2 hours, the rebate is the same. Already we've had providers confirm they will no longer be able to travel to the smaller towns, not because they don't care, but because Labor's policy makes it financially impossible. The consequences are devastating. Fewer visits, fewer services and more vulnerable people left behind. This is not a policy adjustment, it is a wrecking ball taken to disability care in the bush. Labor governs for the cities, the inner suburbs, but people in places like Capricornia are the ones who keep the lights on, literally. We produce, we export, we contribute. Yet under Labor we are ignored. Ignored on housing, ignored on health, ignored on roads, ignored on disability service. This isn't accidental, it's deliberate, and the people of Capricornia are sick of being treated like an afterthought. Regional Australians deserve more than patronising platitudes. We deserve investment, we deserve respect, we deserve a government that sees, hears and backs us.
Can I give the call to member for Gilmore?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm so proud to be representing my community in federal parliament for this third term, and I'm extremely proud of what the Albanese Labor government has delivered for my electorate of Gilmore since coming to government. On the south coast of New South Wales, we've had some really tough times with bushfires, floods, the COVID lockdowns, but I've always stood by my community to ensure people receive the support needed to recover and to be more prepared for future disasters. Born and bred on a dairy farm near Nowra, I understand the needs of regional, rural and coastal communities from Kiama to Maruya. I'm always out and about talking with people across my diverse electorate, so I get it. I understand that people are doing it tough. That's why I'm so pleased that this government is taking unprecedented steps to help ease cost of living pressures. More than 64,000 taxpayers in Gilmore receiving another tax cut. Almost 14,000 people in Gilmore will have their student debt slashed by 20%. I'm really proud to have delivered the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, which has already seen around 17,000 patients. Affordable, accessible healthcare is top of mind for people in Gilmore, which is why I fought so hard for a second Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Nowra that will take pressure off the busy Shoalhaven Hospital Emergency Department. And it's the reason why we're extending the opening hours at the Batemans Bay Urgent Care Clinic from 6 a.m. to midnight. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is investing in health, education, housing and creating more regional jobs through the Future Made in Australia plan. This is really great for young people and families in Gilmore because we're making it easier to buy and rent a home, training more tradies with free TAFE and investing in every stage of education, including putting all public schools in New South Wales on a path to full and fair funding. As a mum of 4 young adults, all who attended local public schools, I know how important it is to get a good education right from the start, which is why we're supporting our young people from early childcare right through to university. We're injecting $529 million to establish new childcare services and increase the capacity of existing services in regional areas, and I'm already starting to see new services popping up across my electorate. Importantly, families on the South Coast will have greater access to early childhood education and care with the introduction of the 3-day guarantee from January 2026. Commonwealth Park payments for nurses, teachers and social workers means students in my electorate will have more money in their pockets while they learn. Deputy Speaker, I am immensely proud of the road projects that are progressing in Gilmore, including the Jervis Bay flyover, Milton-Ulladulla bypass, Nowra bypass and the duplication of the Princess Highway from Jervis Bay Road to Hawken Road. I've delivered more than $1 billion in federal funding for Shoalhaven roads, which will improve safety and livability for local residents. I have worked with communities to deliver really important services, such as Headspace Kiama, the magnificent Gerringong Surf Life Saving Club, the Malua Bay Beach Reserve and Jindalara Cottage, which provides disability accommodation at Ulladulla. I've secured funds for the nation's first birthing on country facility at Nowra, delivered the spectacular new Mogo Local Aboriginal Lands Council building, and provided grants for local Indigenous rangers and, of course, our many wonderful Waminda women's programs. Living on the coast, of course, I really love the outdoors, and I'm thrilled to have delivered funds to complete the Mogo mountain bike trails, Huskisson Mangrove Boardwalk and the Observation Point upgrade at Bateman's Bay. And I've worked really hard for many years to secure a federal grant for the Shoalhaven Riverfront Precinct, which was announced when the Prime Minister visited Nowra in February. Ongoing support from this government means we have new fire stations at Lake Conjola and Manyana, and work is underway on the Eurobodalla Regional Co-located Emergency Services Precinct. Federal funds continue to flow to defence facilities at HMAS Albatross and HMAS Creswell and to the defence industry, including a $313 million contract with Sikorsky Australia to maintain the MH-60R Seahawk helicopter fleet. After years of neglect, I'm proud to say the Albanese Labor government is helping local families, building local communities and supporting local jobs in Gilmore.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a huge proportion of Australia's wealth is created in regional Australia, and that's just the nature of our economy. You know, a lot of it's in mining, a lot of it's in agriculture, and that wealth creates tax dollars for this nation, and always has. It's what this nation really has been built on, in the sheep's back, but then the mining industry, and more recently other agricultural crops. So the tax base for Australia really does rely in a large part on what is created in the regions and the regions themselves. And my observation of this government is that most of what the Labor Party talks about is distribution of taxpayer dollars. I think you won an election on it, congratulations, and that's fantastic. So my advice is, don't attack the industries and the regions that provide those tax dollars if you want to continue to distribute it. It's exactly what's happening. Now, I'm a proud regional Australian. I come from Greater Shepparton in the Great Goulburn Valley. It's a place where entrepreneurial spirit thrives because for waves and waves of generations, people have come because there was work available and you could build a business. So what those people wanted to do was have the government help them build businesses and then get out of the way, not over-regulate and not distribute the proceeds of their hard work. So, you know, we've got things like, you know, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan and additions to that, which have made it harder for agricultural industries to operate. We've got regulations on mining, and the Minerals Council hates what this government is doing around industrial relations. Industrial relations are also affecting agriculture because of attempted changes to the PALM scheme. The fact that the Labor Party didn't go ahead with the agricultural visa, which would have been critically important to expanding our regional industries. So, again, I say, do not, if you want to keep redistributing these tax dollars, don't attack the industries and the regions which provide them. Now, Deputy Speaker, I think there's an opportunity, I'm going to finish on a positive note, because I think there's an opportunity for us to expand regional Australia. But it will take some willpower and it'll take some understanding about what we want our nation to look like in the future. In my maiden speech, I talked about the crisis that I think around population balance in Australia. I don't think we've got the balance right. I did mention the example of Germany. Now, Germany's an interesting case because it's got 80 million people, but its biggest city is Berlin, which has got 3 million people. It's got a lot of regional cities surrounding the manufacturing sector, and it's all linked by rail. I think we've got an opportunity to do that in Australia, but it's going to take some vision, and it's going to take a stop towards this endless sprawl of our three largest cities, Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. I don't think that's good for society. I think it's better when we're all part of a smaller community. So what it means is that rail has to be prioritised. Now, I wasn't in this place before 2022, but the then coalition government was very committed to rail and they delivered stage 3 of the Shepparton Rail project. Well, they delivered the funding for it. I should say that, 80% of the funding for it. The Victorian government, to their credit, came up with the plan. The then coalition government delivered the funding for the project, which is going to mean 9 services returned from Shepparton to Melbourne. And I mention this because it's emblematic of some of the things that happen between state governments and federal governments. The Victorian government took the money and they said, we are going to deliver this by the end of 2023. By the end of 2023. And I'm sick of doing videos in front of passing loops and level crossings in 2025 saying, when is the Victorian government going to deliver this project? Because it hasn't been delivered yet. If someone's got some information about when this project's going to be delivered, I would love it. But the idea is that we can grow regional Australia with investment in infrastructure, and that's what the former Deputy Prime Minister who's here in the chamber did when he allocated that 80% funding for the Shepparton to Melbourne Stage 3 project. But the Victorian government has not delivered it. And that's being replicated across Australia. So, again, if you want these tax dollars to keep coming in, look after the industries and the regions that provide them. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Give the call to member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today as a proud member for Bullwinkle. I've just delivered my first speech where I committed my support for all areas of my electorate, the foothills, the hills and the regional areas. The beautiful, vibrant regional areas of where the towns of Northam, York, Toodyay and Beverley are based. I have over 4 decades caring for communities as a registered nurse, and now as their voice in Parliament, I find the assertion that the Labor government is failing regional Australia is not only deeply misguided, but frankly insulting. It's insulting to the significant progress that we have made. The Albanese Labor government's vision for regional Australia is clear and unwavering. We are building a strong, connected communities, driving economic growth and enhancing wellbeing. And we know that vibrant communities like Northam in my electorate are not just a part of Australia's future, they are at the very heart. So I'd like to make 2 points. Firstly, on trade and diversification, which is vital for regional jobs and prosperity. This government has actively worked to stabilise our relationship with China, lifting nearly $20 billion in trade impediments, which was caused, and I think we all remember why, critical for our wine, barley, beef and lobster industries. This directly benefits our primary producers across WA and in particular barley for the farmers of Bullwinkle. Farmer Chris told me that barley, his crop dropped overnight in value to zero when the markets were axed. He lost $50,000 to $60,000 there and then. This government is also aggressively diversifying and strengthening ties with existing partners like India and forging new relationships with key markets such as the United Arab Emirates. Our new trade agreement with the UAE, for example, means reduced and zero tariffs for WA exports like beef, chickpeas, seafood and in Bullwinkle, sheep meat. New markets for sheep meat. This is what we're doing. We're creating new opportunities, not failing our regions at all. Secondly, on investing in our people and essential services, because regional development is also about investing in our people through skills, training and vital services. I have worked in health in regional and remote areas for decades. In health, this government has made the single largest investment in bulk billing, aiming for 9 out of 10 visits to be bulk billed by 2030. We have delivered 31 urgent cares clinics in the regions out of the 87 that we delivered. 31 urgent care clinics in the regions and 50 more that we're going to deliver, including one in Bullwinkle. We're strengthening Medicare with $606 million investment to deliver more doctors with 50% of additional GP traineeship places specifically for regional and rural areas. This includes $48 million for salary incentives for junior doctors to specialise in GPs and rural generalists, rewarding doctors for going regional. Since November 2023, Australians in regional, rural and remote areas have seen nearly 2.5 million additional bulk billed GP visits. I was so proud to attend the opening of a Medicare mental health clinic in the township of Northam in the Western Wheatbelt with Assistant Minister for Health last year. We have located that health clinic, the mental health clinic, specifically in a rural area for regional people in the township of Northam. It's co-located with Holyoake Drug and Alcohol Abuse Services. You don't need you just need your Medicare card. You don't need a referral, you don't need an appointment, you simply walk in. This is what we're doing for the mental health care for people in regional Australia. Speaker, let's contrast this with the opposition's plan. The only plan I heard at the election was for the regions was to build a nuclear reactor with no consultation in a water-deficient area on top of a geologically unstable, discontinued coal mine in Collie.
Has expired, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's been another day and another trucking company has gone to the wall. Unfortunately, yesterday another transport group went belly up, 47 trucks. And this is a pattern which is happening more and more. And these regional transport companies are doing it really, really tough. And what has Labor done to respond to this? Well, they've put in place a truckies tax, high energy costs, slashing road and infrastructure funding. And this is placing such a burden on our transport companies. At 9:10 this morning, I took a call from Peter Rodney. Now, Peter has a trucking company in Wagga Wagga, in my hometown. It also has depots in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane. And he said, mate, I can see this country stopping unless someone in these government departments don't get off and get people back to work or stop giving people money and get them to work to get their money. Well, I can tell you, I'll make a prediction. Over the next 10 years, transport will be 1/3 of what it is today. And they just don't come to work or they apply for things, they just don't turn up. They're filling out paperwork so they can say, we can get back to the government, we'll just get more money sitting around and doing nothing. Now, that sounds rather cynical, but unfortunately it's the truth. And Mr Rodney wants to have more workload. His company is a doer. They've got 138 prime movers. They operate all over the eastern states particularly. However, over the last 10 years, they've continued to downsize. And that trend has just been exacerbated in the last 3 years under, unfortunately, the Labor government. Now, in addition to reducing their fleet size because of staff shortages, they've had to reduce their customer base to ensure they're able to continue providing quality service delivery. The work within the sector exists, but staff does not. And they've got so many trucks just backed up to the fence in their depots. And as I said, it's a situation that has occurred more and more just over the past 3 years. Big Rigs, the trusted voice of the transport industry, on 1 May had this to say under an article, Record Insolvencies in Transport Sector, but there are lifelines. That was the heading. Mounting financial pressure is pushing more Australian transport and logistics operators to the brink as insolvencies in the sector accelerate, says a leading business recovery and insolvency firm. Now, Jersh Sutherland said a combination of rising costs, labour shortages, regulatory burdens and falling asset values is driving more businesses to restructure or wind down. The latest ASIC data this report revealed said that a sharp upward trend of insolvencies within Australia's transport, postal and warehousing sector rose from 196 in 21-22 to 347 in 22-23. Bear in mind Labor took over in May 22, and 495 in 23-24, a 153% increase in just 2 years. As of April 6, 535 insolvencies had already been recorded, representing a 173% increase compared to 21-22, and putting the industry on track for another record year, but not the record year they would like. Now, take what Ian Hyman, who's the CEO of Hyman's Valuers and Auctioneers, had to say. He said government regulation is getting worse. Industry collective bargaining, unrestrained union behaviour, abolition of employee restraint clauses and a myriad of other government-related controls create roadblocks to efficient and well-managed operations. It's all going to make life even harder, and it's going to make life even harder, particularly in regional Australia. Now, without trucking, the nation stops, because trucks deliver all the food, all the goods, and particularly in regional Australia, they are the lifeblood of our areas. And when you take into account the road infrastructure funding cutbacks, when you take into account fuel prices, you take into account all of those things that are unfortunately being inflicted upon this sector, it doesn't bode well for the trucking industry, it doesn't bode well for regional Australia, and you've got companies that are family-owned, companies that have been generationally owned, companies that have been there for decades, going to the wall, and it's on Labor's watch, and something has to give. Now, Peter Rodney wants more work. He wants more staff. He wants to see light at the end of the tunnel, but unfortunately all he sees is roadblocks, and roadblocks that are being put there by the Labor government. Shame.
Member for Braddon, and I'm going to ask the member for McEwen to remain quiet.
Deputy Speaker, earlier today we passed the Cutting Student Debt Bill in this place. I am from regional Tasmania, and I want to speak today about how the Albanese Labor government is working with and supporting regional Australia through university study hubs, just one of the many areas we are developing and supporting regional Australia. On July the 17th, I officially opened the Study King Island in Curry. It was one of 12 new regional university study hubs across Australia announced as part of the Cohort 4 in 2024, and is one of 3 hubs across Tasmania, all in regional areas, funded through the Australian Government's Regional University Study Hubs program. The support that this hub provides make it possible for students to remain in their local community while undertaking further studies, supporting students to study online courses at any tertiary provider throughout Australia. The hub is a game changer for students on King Island to get a degree and get ahead in their careers while staying on the island close to home with their friends, family and community. Already the hub is supporting 10 students, and it was only opened a couple of weeks ago, and there is more work being done to encourage more students. Facilities available at the hub include computers and high-speed internet, breakout spaces, as well as academic skills and administrative support. Currently, only 22% of young people on King Island have a bachelor's degree or higher. We know that where university study hubs are established, university participation goes up. Study King Island is a prime example of how our study hubs can help regional and remote students achieve academic success in tertiary education. So it was operated by West Coast Heritage. It was also built on the success of the existing hub, Study Hub West Coast, and there are operating 2 sites in Smithton and Zeehan. Study Hub West Coast has supported over 330 students since opening, and they are all in regional Tasmania. The Regional University Study Hubs program takes an innovative approach to improving access to tertiary education for regional and remote students. The program aims to improve and support diversity, equity of access and participation, and help students achieve their academic goals without having to leave their community. The program is community embedded, with communities like King Island leading the design, development and operation of each hub to ensure that it meets the needs of local community. The most popular courses among students at regional university study hubs are in areas of skills such as health, 34%, and education, 17%. 2 lots of skills that we desperately need and we need to have in regional Australia. The expansion of the Regional University Study Hubs program is helping to remove barriers and allow for students to access high-quality tertiary education. Priority Action 1 of the Australian Universities Accord interim report is to extend visible local access to tertiary education by creating additional regional university study hubs and establish a similar concept for suburban metropolitan locations. In response, the Australian Government is investing $66.9 million to more than double the number of university study hubs across the country in outer suburbs and in our regions. The Government has committed to a target recommended by the Australian Universities Accord for 80% of the working age population to have a tertiary level qualification by 2050. Initiatives like the regional university study hubs can play an important role in reaching that target and assisting particularly our regional students, and a number of those are mature age students, to access their university and their study within their areas so they don't have to go further. The university study hubs open up the doors of opportunity for young people to get an education that's closer to home. I'll have a lot more to say on regional Australia at the next opportunity, because there is a whole lot more to say about how we are assisting regional Australia through many various ways and means. And a number of speakers previously on this side have spoken about how we are assisting that, but I wanted to focus on the university study hubs and education as a result of cutting the student debt bill that we have passed today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And time for this discussion has now concluded. I have received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. Give the call to the Minister.
I ask Leader of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Is leave granted? Minister.
I move that members be appointed as members of certain committees in accordance with the list which has been placed on the table. As the list is a lengthy one, I don't propose to read the list to the House. Details will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Thank you. I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And the following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. Call on the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Thank you. And Minister?
I moved that the second reading be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And could I call on the clerk for the next item of business?
Government business, order of the day number 5, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the proposed address in reply.
Thank you. So the question is that the address be agreed to. Just before I do give the call to the Honourable Member for Monash, I remind the House that this is the Honourable Member's first speech and that I ask the House to extend to her all of the usual courtesies. And on that note, I give the call to the Member for Monash.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for granting me the call. It is my life's greatest privilege to rise as a member for Monash and an honour to address the House on behalf of my community. I am the 1,246th Australian elected to this place since Federation. My dad, Ken Aldred, was the 660th. It is 50 years since my dad first rose to speak in this place in the old Parliament. It is nearly a decade since his passing, which remains my deepest trauma and my longest grief. I know he wouldn't have missed today for quids. My dad's views on the world could be complicated. His love for me was not. While people are sometimes quick to associate my interest in politics with following in my dad's footsteps, they forget to acknowledge my mum's influence too. My mum Margie is a former teacher who ran a number of small businesses over the years, and I would be lucky to count myself as inheriting a fraction of her empathy and charm. Speaker, I am the second member for Monash elected to this place. I acknowledge my predecessor, Russell Broadbent, and his wife, Bronwyn, for their service over 2.5 decades to the people of Coronella, Macmillan and Monash. I know that my predecessor will be best remembered by many colleagues for his eloquent and ineffaceable speech in 2009 after the Black Saturday bushfires, where his words reflected the acute grief of impacted communities such as Jindivick. While we spent the last 2 years as opponents, the fact is we were good friends for 20, and it was a privilege to support him over that time. Russell and Bronwyn Broadbent are good people. I wish them well. Yeah. Deputy Speaker, I know that I am visiting this place by the grace and goodwill of the people of Monash. Monash is part of the Great Gippsland region, where Australia's richest soil meets sea adjoining the world's best beaches. In Monash, it's calloused hands and boots, not suits, that build national progress brick by brick. From dredge to boiler room, paddock to milking shed, harvester to timber yard, workshop to shopfront, I honour these great Australians. Our national success rides on their shoulders. Speaker, we are Gippslanders. We are farmers, veterans, tradies and teachers. We are Dorothy McKellar's thirsty paddocks and sweeping plains of rugged mountain ranges. We are her droughts and flooding rains. People in Monash give back, put in and help out. They look you in the face when you walk down the street, whether you're a friend or a stranger. We don't ask for special treatment, just a fair go, reward for effort, and a better tomorrow for the next generation. Monash is a big electorate. You need to know every blade of grass. The agricultural shows, community halls, the RSLs, footy teams and netball clubs, the Rotary and Lions clubs, the Chambers of Commerce, the men's sheds and the CWA to the CFA. The spirit of volunteerism was born in Australian regions and we couldn't survive without it. Yeah. Mr Speaker, I am proud to come from a region that grows, makes and manufactures things. Victoria succeeds when our region thrives. Families and businesses depend on us to turn on the lights, run water through their taps and put food on the table. Our local resources fuel national economies. There are many people in the Monash electorate who have taken me under their wing or at least made time to teach me a thing or two. One of those people is Auntie Cheryl Drayton, a Kurnai elder from Druin. A dairy farmer for many years, Auntie Cheryl is a practical person who likes to get to the point. A cuppa with Auntie Cheryl over the years on the topics we've canvassed has been more valuable than any conference or classroom. She is deeply committed to closing the education and employment gap for her community in Monash, and I commit myself to doing everything I possibly can to support her from this place and back home. Yeah. Monash is named after someone who, in my view, is Australia's greatest ever citizen, General Sir John Monash. Yeah. Monash was, as Roland Perry's brilliant book says, the outsider who won a war. He was the first person in 200 years to be knighted on the battlefield by a British monarch. Back home, Australia owes him several debts of gratitude. As inaugural chair of the State Electricity Commission in the Latrobe Valley, Monash helped set up Victoria as a manufacturing powerhouse, thanks to the cheap and reliable electricity of those once 4, now 3 power stations. I honour the contribution of all Latrobe Valley Power Station workers and their families to our great state of Victoria. Yeah. John Monash was a Jewish man. I made time last year to visit the synagogue he was president of in St Kilda. The latent anti-Semitism of his time could not dim Monash's achievements, despite early efforts to do so. It is tragically ironic that Monash's beloved city and the state that he gave so much to is in the grips of the oldest hatred of time today. Mr Speaker, this is an offence against Australian values. Yeah. This is a stain on our good national character. There are not many synagogues in the Monash electorate, as the rabbi at Monash's old shul remarked during my visit, which makes it especially important for regional Australians to stand up and condemn in the strongest terms possible what is happening to our Jewish community right now. Yeah. I am with you. Mr Speaker, There are many people to thank for my journey here. From the Goodings of Moe to the Wakefields of Nilman North and the Cantwells of Curramborough, I am blessed to have benefited from the love and support of many families across Monash. My campaign team, led by the magnificent Gary Blackwood and brilliant Matt Green, with wonderful support from the Honourable Alan Brown and including Andrew Ronalds, Julie Pike, Tony Wakefield, Cara Carter, Jenny Hammett, Sean Dignam, Jeremy Curtis, Tony, Lisa, Kate, Vicky, Harvey, Ash, Leon, Harry, Marnie, Kim, Elise, and all of the Monash Liberal Party supporters, without whom I simply would not be here. Yeah. I acknowledge the support of Philip Davis, Stuart Smith and Ben Zerby too. I thank my friend and state colleague, the member for Narrachan, Wayne Farnham, and all of my Victorian Senate colleagues, but especially my patron Senator Jane Hume for her limitless support. I am honoured by presence in the gallery today of my dear friend, the Honourable Judith Troth. Susan Lee visited Monash a number of times during the campaign. Whether it was a food bank, a small business or a dairy farm, she was there. She'd also ring me, "Hi, it's Susan, just checking in." In netball parlance, that was a "here if you need," and it meant a lot to me. My supporters were there for me every day I was a candidate, which spanned about 18 months or 538 days if you're counting, with many of them spent traversing every highway and dirt road across Monash in a 22-seater big blue bus that had a few nicknames, including the Monash Express, even though my journey here was not. My Jack Russell Terrier would often be riding shotgun in his Liberal blue bandana. Above all, it is my family to whom I owe my deepest gratitude. My mum Margie, as well as James and Philippa, Lucy and Phil, John and Sonia, plus the littlies I'm auntie to. You are my everything. It was not an easy campaign, with Labor on the national ascendancy, one of the most cashed-up Teal campaigns in the country, and a long-term incumbent recontesting. To succeed with a swing to the Liberal Party is a privilege. Yeah. I will not meet the opportunity in front of me with reticence. There are many local priorities that I want to achieve on behalf of my community. I will continue to do what I have a track record of doing, and that is push as hard as I possibly can to help get a new West Gippsland hospital delivered. During the last few years, I've worked with local communities in Inverloch and Phillip Island staring down the barrel of coastal inundation. They cannot afford to wait years for mitigation. Their homes will disappear. They face a problem which many other coastal communities are grappling with, which is why I believe we need a national framework to address coastal inundation across Australia. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was once a Transport Minister who said nearly a decade and a half ago that he believed infrastructure is a critical enabler of productivity. I agree. But in regions like mine, roads and infrastructure still lag generations behind. It's about levelling up opportunities for manufacturers and primary producers who depend on getting their products to market competitively. I'll work with anyone who's prepared to walk the talk on making that investment, but our regions are tired of inaction. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a veteran, but I am passionately committed to improving the lives of those who are. Local veterans, led by Bill and including Ben and Lindsay, Lynn, Bob and Christine, have taken the time to share their experiences with me, to my profound gratitude. We must properly address the care and sufficient repatriation to civilian life of those who sign up and are forever changed by that call to serve. I commit myself now until the end of my time in this place to that effort. Mr. Speaker, my family moved to Upper Beaconsfield when I was around 12. My parents ran a small business. I saw them work around the clock with lean margins and high stress. I wanted to help them so much that I left school at 15 to work full-time as a farmhand. I later went back and completed school, but carting hay in 40-degree heat and doing feed runs in the freezing rain, fixing fences and digging out drains taught me more than I learned from the 3 university degrees that followed. It taught me about hard work, about patience earned from the monotony of doing things properly. And those lessons have seldom failed me in the years since. It is where my passion for small and family businesses was ignited and why I have dedicated such a huge chunk of my working life to being a voice for mum and dad operators. It's small business people that get out of bed every morning and put their house on the line just to give someone else a shot at a job. It's small business owners who give young people their first opportunity in the workplace. And it's small business owners that so often put their hands up to help out at our service clubs and put their hands back in their own pockets again and again to sustain our local sporting teams, even in tough times. It's where innovation thrives without the constraints of corporate bureaucracy. But the fact is, Australian small business people have never worked longer days for less reward or faced more risk and red tape. Mr Speaker, while I may have grown up in a Liberal household, I am not a hater of the Labor Party. In fact, my parents instilled in me a clear understanding that political opponents are not enemies, that while we have different, sometimes markedly opposite views on policy, we all love Australia and that there are good people on both sides. There are Labor people who have been very generous to me, and while I won't embarrass them, I would like to acknowledge the Honourable Martin Ferguson for his ongoing commitment to the Gippsland region, which I really just see as an extension of his old-school Labor values in support of blue-collar workers and regional jobs. Those values seem a bit out of vogue these days. During the election, I had an older couple from the Latrobe Valley approach me at a listening post outside the little IGA in Trafalgar. We're lifelong Labor voters, you know. I've been a worker all my life, the gentleman said. But we're going to vote for you, which means we're going to vote Liberal for the first time, the lady added. My couple at the IGA didn't so much feel as though they had left the Labor Party, but that the Labor Party had left them by forgetting their history and ignoring their future. I say to that couple and the many others in my community who shared similar sentiments with me, I will not let you down. I express my deep concern that as a country, we are losing the ability to respectfully disagree with one another on big national issues. Our democracy depends on the premise that we should have big contests because the ultimate responsibility of government is great. Voters should have a clear choice and arguments on policy should be made boldly, not timidly. We need to change the tone of Australian political discourse, and as a newcomer to this place, I commit to doing my small part constructively, boldly, respectfully in this regard. Mr Speaker, I will not be shy about speaking up for regional industries that employ people. I believe that strong businesses sustain strong communities. I am particularly passionate about our timber towns, farmers and small businesses. These people take great pride in their craftsmanship, environmental stewardship and community. They do not deserve to have a referendum on their future cast in faraway places immune to the outcome. Mr Speaker, I'm a proud jack of all trades. As a millennial, by the skin of my teeth I might add, I have benefited from the breadth of several careers. As a passionate Gippslander, there are many community organisations I've thrown myself into over the years, from local hospital and community aged care boards, plus organisations like Lifeline Gippsland Tertiary Education Boards, chairing the Gippsland United Basketball League. I've seen the transformational impact of what community volunteers mean to regional Australia. I've gleaned many insights from the brilliance of others I've had the privilege of sharing a conversation with. I owe everyone I've worked with in those various roles a huge debt for the generosity of their shared knowledge. One of my greatest honours was as founding CEO of the Committee for Gippsland. Anyone that started something from nothing can relate to the small celebrations of getting a phone line connected or a sign painted. Having been appointed to that role at the age of 27, I'll remain forever grateful to those who took a chance on a young person with a few big ideas but few rungs on the ladder. As one of our greatest Prime Ministers, John Howard, once said, the Liberal Party is a broad church, but I like to think of it as a large family, loud, boisterous, with bold arguments and real contests that those outside the family may not always understand, but they're always for each other when it counts. We are, though, the only party to aspire to represent Australians from all walks of life, every part of society, whether you live in the city or the country, no matter if you're an entrepreneur or an employee, no matter who you love whether you are newly arrived to our shores, an 8th generation Australian or part of the oldest continuing culture in the world. The Liberal Party stands for you. I am a Liberal whose instincts will always stretch to the empowerment of the individual. You will find in me someone who will protect your right to worship in the manner your beliefs instruct, just as I will stand for your right to love the person you choose. I believe in the rights of the individual, in free enterprise unencumbered by the temptation of government overreach. My Liberal Party does not prescribe the format of your family or curtail the rights of small business in favour of big corporations. My Liberal Party leads on the economy with a focus on growth and productivity. My Liberal values led me to join the party in Year 12 and volunteer at every election since, because I believe deeply in what we represent, even if the principles by which we seek to govern are not always perfectly enlivened. I do worry, Mr Speaker, that Australia is losing our way. We are off course, we are leaving people behind, and we are on the wrong track. Australia used to be a leader in the OECD on productivity, yet we now lag in the late teens of the top 20. We now have more than half of the Australian public relying on governments for most of their income. There needs to be some tough national conversations ahead. My most recent experience working in the private sector with a focus on technology and cybersecurity provided a modern, clear-eyed view of the world as it is. The pace and scale of technology innovation is accelerating beyond the regional streets of our OECD neighbourhood and across the globe. We will either keep up or we will be left behind. The cost of falling behind has profound ramifications for jobs, primary production, medical advancements, cybersecurity and defence. We live in an uncertain Asia-Pacific region where our security partners like Japan are more important than ever. I am particularly enthusiastic about AUKUS Pillar 2 and the opportunities that presents to Australian SME businesses to contribute their world-class innovation in specialised areas of cyber and technology. Mr Speaker, I recognise that each day I spend in this place is a day closer to when I will leave. I plan to make each day count by advancing the cause for which I am here, a passionate belief in the purpose and potential of the people of Monash. To my electorate, I asked for your trust and confidence. You have given me the opportunity of a lifetime. I will work my heart out for you. Mr Speaker, I thank the House.
Order, if members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Grey, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to him the usual courtesies. And I give the call to the honourable member for Grey.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to take you back 10 years. I was in the B-double, harvest time at Wallaroo Silos. I'd emptied my A-trailer and the drive-over hopper broke down. I could either break up my truck and waste hours in productivity or back the B-double down the length of a very long bunker. Not such an easy task when you have 50 onlookers waiting for you to fail. Well, I did it. And today I'm here in this chamber, rising to a new challenge, fighting for the people in my electorate of Grey. It is with humility and a deep sense of gratitude that I rise today as the elected representative of the enormous electorate of Grey, covering more than 92% of South Australia, equivalent to 7 Englands, bigger than New South Wales, yet home to just 10% of the state's population. Grey is stunningly beautiful and staggeringly diverse. It is an electorate of incredible beauty, enormous contribution and, sadly, ongoing decline. It is also the place I'm proud to call home. Let me paint you a picture of Grey. From the dramatic cliffs of the Great Australian Bight and the endless horizons of the Nullarbor, to the APY lands, home to the world's oldest continuing civilisation, from the jagged, remarkable mountains and ancient craters of the Flinders Ranges, to the world-leading Riesling vineyards of the Clare Valley, from the golden wheat crops and white sandy beaches of the York and Eyre Peninsulas, to the market gardens of Adelaide Plains and the opal fields of Coober Pedy, from Roxby Downs' vast copper and uranium reserves to Asia's seafood capital in Port Lincoln, where the largest commercial fishing fleet in the Southern Hemisphere calls home. This is Grey, a land that shares state borders with WA, Northern Territory, Queensland and New South Wales. Stretching from desert to ocean, from ancient lands to productive farms. The electorate of Grey was established in 1903, named after Sir George Grey. He was the Governor of South Australia from 1841 to 1845, and then later the Prime Minister of New Zealand. Grey was carved out to represent the productive heart of South Australia. For over a century, it has contributed so much to feed, to power, and to build modern Australia. But this extraordinary place has a story of transformation, and not all of it good. Grey was not always this big. When I was young, I wasn't from Grey. The border was north of our farm, while Two Wells, now the most southern part of the electorate, was a 45-minute drive from Adelaide and felt like a distant country town. Today, Two Wells is becoming a suburb, swallowed by Adelaide's growth corridor. When the electorate of Grey was established in 1903, representing regional, rural and remote South Australia, who would have thought that one day it would include suburbs of Adelaide? Well, Mr Speaker, that day has come, and the only good news now is that Grey cannot get any bigger. From the outside looking in, the fact that Grey has grown to cover 92.3% of South Australia might seem positive. In reality, it tells a much more concerning story, Mr Speaker. Grey is the most diverse electorate in Australia, in the sense that it's not the biggest, but it has the most towns, the most polling places. There are no cities or large towns in Grey. The fact that parts of Grey is becoming metropolitan is symptomatic of the shift towards a big metropolitan Australia, where regional, rural and remote communities are left to wither. It also highlights South Australia's status as the most centralised state in Australia, potentially the world. With the exception of just one term, Grey has been held by the Labor Party from Federation until 1993, nearly a century, representing the industrial working class of regional South Australia, the steel city of Whyalla, the lead and previous zinc smelter of Port Pirie, the previous rail yards and power station in Port Augusta. In over 120 years, I'm only the fourth Liberal member, following the footsteps of Don Jessup, Barry Wakelin, and my hard-working, respected predecessor, Rowan Ramsey. One could say this political transformation represents the brilliance of Rowan Ramsey and Barry Wakelin, which of course is true. But importantly, it represents a fundamental change in the makeup of Australia's priorities and its values. A recognition that regional Australia demands a different approach, one that understands our unique challenges and celebrates our extraordinary contributions. The most heartbreaking symbol of this decline is the collapse of the roaring trade between the Iron Triangle, between Whyalla, Port Augusta and Port Pirie. That trade is now gone, and it highlights the devastating decline of South Australia's manufacturing heart. A decline that represents lost jobs, lost skills, and therefore population decline. Now, I grew up on a farm between Butte and Wakurna. Wakurna, once an active little town, home to its own football club, but in 1966, Wakurna was unable to field a team, and they therefore merged with the nearby town Mundura. The mighty Mundura Football Club won premierships in 69, 70, 71 and 78. In 1984, too, they were unable to field a team, and Mundura merged with the nearby big town of Port Broughton, dropping Wakurna altogether, becoming the Broughton-Mundura Eagles. Now, in 2025, the mighty Eagles no longer play in Mundura. Whole history is lost. Now, this is a story which has played out 1,000 times across rural Australia. If we don't act, we keep losing these communities, not to natural decline, but to policy neglect. The personal cost of this runs deep. I had to leave home to go to school, to get a tertiary education, and to see out my potential. Take my sisters, for example. A specialist doctor, a diplomat, and an engineer. And no, this is not the start of a joke. Now, my brother James included, we have somehow become a family of overachievers. So well done, and thank you to Mum and Dad for raising us the way that you did. So my three sisters, all leaving home for their schooling and never having the opportunity to return. And while I've been fortunate enough to come back, and I thank my brother James for the opportunity to have a career off the farm, it is not acceptable that motivated and talented people in towns like Wakurna, Wasleys, Waruka or Whyalla can't achieve their full potential unless they move away. And what about the community? It is said that it takes a village to raise a child, and we are raising the best children, community-minded, economic contributors, but too often we go off and we contribute to metropolitan communities. Agglomeration and the rural metropolitan brain drain is as strong today as ever. These are the communities that raise us and too often lose us. To build a house, to build a home, you need solid foundations. Well, I think this is analogous to society. It is well and good to exploit opportunities in artificial intelligence, in the space industry, but if you don't have access to quality education, childcare, healthcare, it all starts to crumble. If you're a small business owner and you're trying to employ people, but your local community does not have childcare, it is very difficult to recruit. If your child has a disability, or if you yourself need specialty healthcare needs, you will move. Everyone in this chamber is familiar with the Indigenous health gap, something which is very important to all of us. I want to highlight another gap that is widening, the metropolitan rural health gap. Let me give you a heartbreaking example of what this means in human terms in grey. Birthing facilities are no longer available in most of the hospitals in my electorate. And so you're often shipped away at 36 weeks at your own expense to stay in a hotel or B&B, often in Adelaide. Now, how does one look after their business or support their family in this situation? In this day and age, this is unacceptable, and no wonder people leave the regions. But here's what those statistics about decline don't show, what we actually contribute to this nation. With such a small population, the beautiful Eyre Peninsula alone generates $4 billion of gross regional product through ag, seafood, mining and minerals. It is set to be the epicentre of the state's industrial renaissance through not just the continuation of ag and seafood, but the expansion of mining and critical minerals such as copper, graphite and rare earth resources that the world so desperately needs. Port Lincoln remains Asia's seafood capital, exporting premium seafood to the world. Olympic Dam produces enough copper to wire a city the size of Sydney every year. In my neck of the woods, the Yorke Peninsula in mid-north, now the most populous part of the electorate, we feed the world, exporting the lion's share of our grain, legumes, hay, beef, lamb, pork, and of course wine, all thriving despite these challenges. On a per capita basis, we in regional South Australia provide so much to our wealthy society, more than 25% of the state's GDP, but we don't get our fair share back. We provide this nation and the world with food, energy, minerals, and so much more. Yet many of us have to drive 2 hours to see a doctor, 4 hours to see a specialist, or 8 hours to get a tertiary education. Here's the mathematics of inequality. Grey generates enormous export revenue per person compared to what we receive in federal and state spending. We are the backbone holding up the prosperity that funds hospitals, schools and infrastructure, predominantly in our major cities. But despite that, the policies that are made in this building often work against the very regions that powers this country. Nowhere is that clearer than our current approach to energy. Because in Grey, bad energy policy isn't just an inconvenience, it's a threat to livelihoods. We need to talk about energy versus emissions in the same way we talk about inflation versus unemployment, with a dual mandate. The Reserve Bank of Australia balances both when they set the price of money. Yet when it comes to energy, all we talk about is emissions. And my electorate, we are suffering more than anywhere else because of this lopsided approach. If you live in the suburbs, all you feel is an increase in your energy bills and the costs of goods. But if you work in an energy-intensive industry, the industries that create value, that generate tax revenue, your jobs are now at risk. Yet despite all these challenges, I am optimistic, and the spirit of Grey will endure. Towns like Butte, my own incredible small community, still punch well above its weight. With a population of just 200 people, Butte boasts a Lion Club of 30 active members. That's more than 1 in 7 volunteering to serve their community, let alone the CFS, the footy club, the netball club, the basketball club, the Progress Association and the Men's Shed. In many city suburbs, you can't find 1 in 70. When emergencies strike, bushfires, road accidents, it's volunteers from our communities who respond and risk their lives. In Butte, we don't wait for the health department or council to step in. We roll up our sleeves and we get it done. That's the kind of spirit we need more of in this country, not less. Remember JFK. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. This is why I couldn't stay away, and why regional Australia and common sense deserves better representation in this place. I did not come here to play politics. I came to help restore a sense of fairness, of balance, and of practical thinking in how this country is governed. I came to represent not just the people who voted for me, but everyone in Grey, and every regional Australian who feels like they've been left behind in the rush towards a big metropolitan Australia. And on the election, there are over 1,000 people I need to thank, especially those who helped me man the 144 polling places. Yes, 144. A special thanks to my committee, including Richard Daly, Rowan Ramsey, and my beautiful fiancée, Bonnie. Bonnie and I represent both tradition and innovation. Bonnie, raised in Crystal Brook and Port Pirie, runs a thriving digital marketing agency employing 7 people. I am the youngest of 5 to Therese, a physiotherapist, and Max, a farmer, who serve their communities locally and more broadly, in Dad's case, chairing grain industry boards. Raised on a farm near Butte, we produce thousands of tonnes of grain to feed people across the world. Now, that kind of work teaches you how things really work. If you ignore the root problem, you don't just lose a crop, you lose income for 24 months. You risk losing the whole business. That's a lesson we need to remember here in this house. Stop treating symptoms and start solving problems. Not only a farmer, I've worked in engineering, economics and strategy across big business and government. I've balanced budgets, managed teams of 20 people, helped close $700 million deals and created jobs, not just talked about them. I've advised government departments and ASX 50 companies, their executives and their board members, whilst never missing a harvest at home, because that's where my heart and my values remain. For democracy to truly work, we need a diverse representation in this place. We cannot only have lawyers, unionists and political staffers making decisions for all Australians. Whilst I respect those professions, the diversity of experience is what ensures fair representation. We need people who understand how a balance sheet works, how a small business operates, and how a farm functions, and how regional communities survive and thrive. Together, Bonnie and I represent the next generation of regional leadership. People who choose to stay, who choose to build, and who choose to fight for the future of regional, rural and remote Australia. I want to be very clear about why I'm here. I believe in practical policy, not political theatre. I believe government should fix problems, not just manage headlines. I believe in economic responsibility, because without a strong economy, everything else falls over. I believe in opportunity for all Australians, independent of their race, religion or postcode. I believe that a smart country doesn't just export commodities, it adds value, supports families, invests in education and leads in innovation. I believe we must govern with Australians, not just for them, and especially not to them. Too often, governments do what they think is right for people, without ever considering if it will actually work. That's how we end up with good intentions and bad results. That's how we end up with programs that spend billions but achieve nothing. This is especially true when it comes to Indigenous affairs. In a country as wealthy and developed as ours, the continuing struggle of many First Nations should shame us all. But shame alone changes nothing. We need practical action that tackles root causes, not just symbolic gestures that treats symptoms. Now, I know that being in this place is a huge privilege, and I don't take that lightly. The people of Grace sent me here to get results, not to grandstand, not to score points, and not to waste time. We must build the infrastructure that connects our regions, not isolates them. Roads, rail, power, water. These are the arteries of economic life. We must support industries that add value, not just extract it. We must ensure our kids in the country can get the same quality of education and healthcare as kids in the city. We must recognise that regional Australia is not just the nation's quarry and farm. We are communities with the same aspirations, the same rights, and the same potential as any suburb in Sydney or Melbourne. And we must stop pretending that a one-size-fits-all approach to policy will work in a country as vast and diverse as ours. Mr. Speaker, Australia is the lucky country, but luck runs out. I don't want us to just be lucky. I want us to be smart. We have the institutions, we have the resources, we have the people. What we need now is the courage to act, to lead, and to build the kind of country our grandchildren will be proud of. We in this chamber need to lead with conviction, the grit and the determination to rise to every challenge that comes our way. Just like I backed the B-double down the bunker all those years ago, I'm backing the people of Grey and I won't let them down. Thank you.
He just wanted it, but he said it's his fault. He said, well, I didn't. And I said, well, I can ask him. Yes,
Dan, you still allowed back in here? Yeah, I am. 3 hours? Yeah. I think it was only one.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my profound thanks to the electorate of Flinders for re-electing me to represent them in the Australian Parliament on the 3rd of May. The election in Flinders was hard fought, with 7 candidates representing the Liberal Party, that's me, the Labor Party of Australia, the Greens, One Nation, Climate 200 and the Trumpet of Patriots, albeit that the Trumpet's Patriot gave up his commission when he realised his preferences were going to the Climate 200 candidate. I thank the good folk for Flinders for their trust. 47,375 constituents put a 1 next to my name. The second highest vote of 25,622 primary votes went to the Australian Labor Party, to candidate Sarah Race, who has continued to pursue her passion for democracy as an electorate officer to Senator Jana Stewart, based in Reservoir. I have worked with Sarah for years as she served on the Mornington Peninsula Council, pursuing her passion for gender and Indigenous causes, and I trust she will continue to have an impact in that domain through her work with the good senator. I take a moment here to recognise her and her campaign companion-in-chief, member of the Legislative Council, Tom McIntosh, who both acted in good grace, passion and honesty through the campaign, and most especially through the pre-poll period. I recognise and thank all other candidates for their participation in the election: Mike Brown of One Nation, Jason Smart of the Trumpets, later Independent, Adam Frogley of Heidelberg for the Greens, Joseph Toscano of Brunswick, spokesperson for the Anarchist Media Institute, and Ben Smith as the Climate 200 funded candidate.
Sounds like fun.
Flinders is without a doubt the most beautiful electorate in the country. Her residents are defined by their entrepreneurial spirit, volunteerism and community concern for one another. She should be hard fought over and hard won, and she was indeed this time. Flinders is regularly characterised as an electorate which always votes for the more conservative side of politics. But this is a false representation. It should be remembered that Flinders has had at least 2 ALP members in the past. Thank you. With the election of Bob Chenoweth from March 1983 to December 1984 and Keith Evatt between October 1952 and May 1954. Similarly, the state seat of Nepean, which unlike the state seat of Hastings and Mornington has always fallen entirely within the borders of the federal seat of Flinders, was the state Labor government's most marginal seat between 2018 and 2022, held by a margin of just 0.9% or 767 votes. So when the good folk of Flinders make a decision between left and right at the ballot box, it is fair to say that they do so with experience of both sides of government. They have less experience, however, with the candidates who today comprise part of the crossbench in this place, formed and funded by the Climate 200 movement. 24,406 electors voted for this movement in Flinders this time, and as a result of the creative deals done with the anarchist candidate, the Greens candidate and the trumpets of patriots, and indeed deals attempted with One Nation, the Climate 200 candidate moved into second place despite coming third in primary votes. This was the tactic pursued by the Climate 200 camp around the country, and its success in some seats is a stark message to those of us who represent the parties of government and who defend the integrity of our electoral system. It is only the parties of government which can implement their promises to an electorate. It is only the parties of government which get to form government to make policy which drives this nation and to hold the elected government to account for their decisions and the expenditure of taxpayers' money. And it is only the parties of government which understand the difficulty inherent in governing, the need for consultation, negotiation and compromise to reach the best possible outcome for the nation. It is indeed when the parties of government collaborate that Australia gets much of its best public policy, as evidenced this week with the forthcoming passage, in fact the passing of legislation earlier today in education relating to early learning and childcare safety. A $2 million campaign in Flinders, one of the highest spending anywhere in the country, not only introduced American-style campaigning and cash into our electorate, but also sought to deceive the people of Flinders in terms of what a crossbench candidate can achieve. Let it be stated clearly here for the record, a crossbench candidate cannot save a local hospital which is wholly regulated and owned by a state government. A crossbench candidate cannot ban jet skis off the coast of the Mornington Peninsula. A crossbench candidate cannot change parking practices alongside a small local public primary school. Our electorate was vastly misled by a Climate 200 candidate making promises he could never keep, confusing the competence of Canberra with council and state governments alike, and in doing so, increasing the likelihood that those governments will continue to ignore the needs of our local community. A dangerous development as we approach the state election at the end of next year, with potentially critical repercussions for our residents. But that this can happen is in fact our source of shame. We have allowed Australian civics education to reach its lowest level in 2 decades. In February of this year, the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority found that 2024 assessment revealed at years 6 and 10 the percentage of students achieving the proficient standards has declined significantly compared to the previous cycle. In fact, ACARA Chairman Derek Scott warned us all, this is the lowest percentage of students achieving the proficient standard at either year level since the assessment began. ACARA found just 28% of Year 10 students met the proficiency standards compared to 38% when the last test was taken in 2019. Students in Year 6 had also declined 10 points in terms of proficiency, from 53% in 2019 to 43% rated proficient in 2024. And this is why I spend so much time delivering what I refer to as democracy class in my electorate. And I thank Crib Point Primary, Rosebud Primary, Somerville, Tutgarook, Mount Eliza Primaries, Somerville Secondary, Hastings Primary, Woodley, Sorrento Primary, Benton Junior College, who have all had me in to deliver a version of democracy class, even in French, as I did at Peninsula Grammar, just for fun. I find in every democracy class, children respond with enthusiasm and curiosity, keen to understand how we make decisions that will affect their future. I thank the students of Benton Junior College last week who quizzed me on e-bike laws, electric scooters and road rules, as well as public transport and the education system, social media and generative AI. We need to maintain this level of inquiry from grade 6 through to university and beyond. Australia's democracy is one of the best in the world, but will only remain so with an informed voter base. To that end, civics education is essential to ensure young and older Australians alike understand basic concepts about Australian democracy and institutions. It not only helps them make sensible decisions in terms of electing candidates of competence when it comes to fulfilling the functions of Parliament and Executive Office, but also it will defend them against foreign interference and extremism, conspiracy theories and misinformation when it comes to public debate. I am so grateful to the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, for offering me the opportunity to apply myself to education policy and within it civics education through the role of Shadow Assistant Minister for Education. The differences between Labor and Liberal were stark in terms of commitment to meeting the needs of my community of Flinders at the last election. The ALP made commitments of some $3 million, and I thank them for these investments and hope the government will in fact fulfil them, even though they were not successful. The Liberal Party I represent made almost $1 billion worth of commitments to the people of Flinders, including new change facilities for girls at Crib Point and Sorrento football netball clubs, wellness and mental health support to our veterans through the Rosebud RSL, an extension of the Mornington Peninsula Trail, the fixing of the roof at the Somerville Scout Hall, and improved public transport through the electrification of the Baxter Rail. The 25-cent reduction in excise duty would have been game-changing in my electorate, where 83% of our terrain has no access to public transport. These commitments build upon the billions of dollars of investment which the Coalition has made in Flinders over the last 5 years, including road safety and pedestrian improvements on the Nepean Highway in Mount Martha and in Balnarring, the building of the Bays Comprehensive Cancer Centre, the Clinical Trials Hub in Rosebud, mental health support through increased headspace centres, the Jimmy's Wellness Centre, Kindred Clubhouse and the Rosebud Youth Hub, and the redevelopment of HMAS Cerberus. I recognise the frustration of my constituents that election result denies my community immediate access to these improvements, which were carefully costed and included in the plans of a future coalition government, but I can assure them I am doing everything in my power to see these commitments funded, and the week after the election result was known, I met with the Shire and our local state MPs to look at alternative sources of funding. I've also written to all relevant ministers in the Australian Government seeking their support for these critical investments in our community infrastructure, and I've met with all the groups who would have benefited from these commitments to map out future collective campaigning activity to keep these projects front of mind. And together, we will keep fighting. I am very grateful for the opportunity to keep fighting for my community, and I recognise that many of my colleagues from the last Parliament are no longer here to fight for theirs. We have lost a depth of talent from our parliamentary benches, of the likes of David Coleman, James Stevens, Bridget Archer, Jenny Ware, Peter Dutton, Luke Howarth, Ross Vasta, Bert Van Manen, and indeed my best friend in this place, Keith Woolahan, the former member for Menzies. I have deep respect for so many of my colleagues in this place, both on the left and right of the dispatch box, but my esteem for the former member for Menzies was without par. And I can say, by the way in which members of this place of all political persuasions have made comment to me, his competence and potential impact in this place was recognised by all. Without wishing too much ill will on the current member for Menzies, in but his second parliamentary week in the role, I hope you enjoy an effective but short-lived experience in this place, for both our party and our country needs my best friend back. I recognise, as I have elsewhere, we have much to do as a political cause to regain the trust of the Australian people, not just in Menzies, but across the nation, and especially in our metropolitan centres. As the Leader of the Opposition has said so clearly in her first address to the nation via the National Press Club, over 2 elections the Coalition has lost 33 seats in the House of Representatives. We have lost 8 seats in the Senate. Our primary vote has fallen by more than 9% in the House. Our two-party preferred vote is down more than 6%. And now we hold just 2 of 43 inner metro seats and 7 of 45 outer metro seats. When I first worked in this building, the Coalition, during the era of the Howard government, we held 80 seats, compared with today's 43. And the women in our party room were double the number we have today. We have much work to do to regain the trust of the Australian voting public. Much has changed since the time when I first worked in this building. Housing now costs roughly 16 times the average annual income, putting the dream of home ownership, on which the Australian social and economic contract is founded, beyond reach. Homelessness now numbers more than 120,000 compared to 95,000 at the turn of the century. Manufacturing no longer employs well over 1 million Australians. We have become a services-oriented economy. Media is now known as legacy if it is radio, television and newspapers. It is no longer the source of knowledge of current affairs, with the last University of Canberra media report finding that 50% of people get their news from largely untested social media sources, and more than 25% rely only on social media for news. Indeed, back at the turn of the century, there was no such thing as smartphones, Facebook, Instagram or even YouTube. The way Australians live and the premises on which their aspirations are built are affected by broad behavioural and cultural developments driven by technology. In my maiden speech, I spoke of the differences between my childhood and that of my stepchildren. We would wait for countdown and haggle over what was for dinner. Today, children watch what they want when they want. A family of means will see each child order their own Uber Eats for dinner. And just when you thought things had got wild, someone went and invented ChatGPT. In my maiden speech, I spoke of what felt like old person foreboding at the time. I said everyone here should be concerned for a generation which one day will take its place on these green leather benches without having read The Lord of the Flies, 1984, If This Is a Man and To Kill a Mockingbird. Today, our children search out plot summaries and analysis in seconds on ChatGPT, Grok, Claude, Gemini, Copilot and Mistral. That's if they don't go straight for the movie version on Netflix. We are at a time of vast and dynamic digital change, and it is having a huge impact on the cultural settings which guide Australians' aspirations and decision-making. It is an exciting time, but it is also a frightening time. 2 years ago, having carefully cajoled the Education Minister into referring an inquiry to the Education Committee of the House of Representatives into the use of generative AI in the Australian education system, I asked every witness, what schools do we need to make sure we include in the human operating model going forward? We don't want to wash something out in the haste to generative AI without knowing what we're doing. A very humbling response came from Dr. Michael Collo, Chief Executive Officer of Evolved Reasoning, who explained that if we were sitting here 150 to 200 years ago, we would be talking about soil concentration, harvest and agricultural topics relating to most of what we did, and 80% of the workforce was out in the fields. Those were the critical components of the human operating model, an understanding of the weather and its impact on seeds growing in the earth. Education is derivative of the human need to survive, first and foremost. The skills we need are ones for young people to survive and find purpose. I also asked most witnesses if they could choose between sending their adolescent children to prompt engineering school or law school, which would they choose? Most responded they were relieved their children were still in preschool. I'm very grateful for the last term of Parliament, albeit frustrated by opposition, and I did not waste a moment in seeking to solve the problems I highlighted in my maiden speech, especially when it concerns the negative aspects of technology. In that speech, I discussed the impact social media was having on young people, and specifically that today's adolescents, 24/7 connected to devices, addled by algorithms and autoplay, were showing signs of stress and indeed, in some cases, distress. I cited what we were seeing more frequently coming out of Melbourne's eternal COVID-19 lockdown, which was self-control difficulties, impulsivity, family conflict, sleep disturbance, inactivity, concentration impairment and poor language development. I thank the former leader and the deputy leader, now leader of the Liberal Party, for trusting me on the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society, which examined in detail the damage which some social media platforms have brought to young minds and young lives in Australia. We took evidence across Australian society and heard from sectoral experts, both those involved in the development of social media channels and those who have held them to account, like Frances Haugen, the Meta whistleblower, who accepted my invitation to come to Flinders in March of last year to talk through digital engagement with local secondary school students. The Coalition played a leading role in driving the conclusions of that inquiry and the legislation which followed, which will see the most damaging platforms reject accounts for all Australian platforms for under 16-year-olds from the end of this year. It has also spurred action in terms of more responsible social media, with Meta launching Instagram Teens within months of the committee's report being finalised. Instagram Teens automatically transitions 13 to 17-year-olds to the new, safer platform. And in a recent conversation with me, TikTok confirmed that they removed 80,000 young people under 13 years of age, 800,000 under 13-year-olds from their platform in Australia last year. We know the platforms already have the wherewithal, both to design safer platforms and to remove participants under a certain age without recourse to proof of age or ID mechanisms. Little did I realise what a revolution Australia had inspired in terms of social media regulation until I found myself sought after by both the OECD and the President's advisers on a recent trip to France. France, like Australia, has shown deep interest in regulating the negative impacts of screens and digital media on young people and is working with the UK on possible shared measures. It's looking at ways of leading legislation at the European level to build greater protections for young people. But more importantly is what I heard from the Year 6 students at Benton Junior College last week when I asked them what they thought of the reform. Long gone is the back chat. Half of them put their hands up and explained to me exactly why it was necessary to minimise bullying, screen addiction, to improve levels of concentration. This time there was no pushback, and even young people know we're doing them a favour. I'm very proud to have worked with my dear colleague and friend, the member for Fisher, on this reform. Our drive was sustained by sharing roles on the Parliamentary Joint Committee for Intelligence and Security and our fundamental understanding that social media is not only a danger to the mental health of young people, but also a vector for extremism and foreign interference. This term of Parliament, I will be pursuing many of these issues through the prism of education, early learning and mental health, all related to my key pursuits in the 47th Parliament, but now directed to ensuring this government, that seems to have missed the memo that only 34% of people voted for their return, spends Australian tax dollars wisely and makes adequate fit-for-purpose policy to ensure Australia's safety and prosperity through the lens of these portfolios and my committee contributions. But above all, I will be in here every day fighting for the good folk of Flinders, so our needs, our perspective, our passions, our purpose are understood by those who make decisions on behalf of the government and who form plans and policies for the opposition. To finish, I save the best for last. My thanks for those who stood by me throughout our campaign, whose hard, voluntary work means I get to stand here and fight for Flinders. My FEC and campaign team, led by Georgie and Richard, Di, Phil, Marg and Marshall, our volunteer coordinator Deb, sustained by Bill and Archie, the ever-present Gordon, Chris, Mike, Greg, Christina, Zara, Rika, Jackie, Sue, Simone, Jermaine, Susie, John, Henry, Finn, Kate, Anthea and Peter, Amanda, Donna, Tim and Corinne, Peter and Kay, Di and Arthur, Cynthia and Andrew, Ethne, Judy, Maddie, Pam and Peter, Rob, Brian, Carol, David and Tom, Greg and Paula, Rob, Scarlett and Freddie, Jess and Sam, Angus, Robert and Denise, Peter, the patron saint of the peninsula, Elizabeth, Jerry, Jane, Sam, Sue and the Camp Clan, among so many others. And I most especially thank my remarkable electorate team and policy team, Julia, Katie, Rocco, Connor, Matthew and of course the mighty Unity Patterson. And I express my gratitude to our two sensational state MPs, Chris Cruther, who represents the state seat of Mornington, preceded by his great predecessor who's with us, I notice, in the gallery tonight, and Sam Groth, who represents the state seat of Nepean, and our vibrant SECs of Hastings, Nepean and Mornington, as the Teal movement intentionally muddied the waters between Commonwealth and state. Standing strongly together, all of us, shows how well we work to get things done across constitutional boundaries for our community.
The question is that the address be agreed to, and before I call the Honourable Member for Goldstone, and whilst this is his first speech of this term of Parliament, I welcome him back to the chamber, and I know all members will be courteous to him. And I give the call to the Honourable Member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Speaker. Take two. Honouring the trust afforded as the first to have retaken the same seat lost to an independent, the second chance given, a third term granted, and voters stepping forth to buck history. I give thanks by living out the commitment given nearly a decade ago, that the people of Goldstein know their community is not an inheritance or a seat to be warmed. It is a trust to be earned in your service. And since last standing 2 sword lengths away in this chamber, I've lived a political winter. There are times when only the words of Kipling fit. Force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you, except the will which says to them, hold on. None of us wish to live a winter through sickness, family or relationship breakdown, financial loss or public humiliation. But when these moments present themselves, our choice is only how we respond. To that end, in my first speech to the House, I uttered words that would stalk me. We know people sometimes fall down. That is why we respect the speed at which they seek to pick themselves up. And when my winter came, it was family, friends, community and professional support that cushioned, that humbled, nurtured and changed me. But we must also never forget that winter is followed by the hope of spring, because we are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking up at the stars. I am not the first nor the last member to have run and won, lost and then lived. He's mad, he's stark raving bonkers, but I'll let you in on a little secret. All the best people are enough to return to this place. Perhaps I am the most appreciative. So uniquely, I am going to thank the people of Goldstein for their decision 3 years ago. And it is for one simple reason. It was an opportunity for growth. Now, before we go further, I'm quite happy for it to be a oncer. But as my husband said on the Sunday morning after, you need to look at this as a gift. And so when announcing I was recontesting, I started by saying defeat was a gift, in thanks to the community, and I meant it. And today, I confirm it, and thank the former member Zoe Daniel for her service too. I recently said I'm in the truth bomb phase of my career. For years, our movement has been sold a pup, that voters can be neatly sliced into electoral majority by design. After the marriage law postal survey, the miracle victory and the voice referendum, we were told electoral riches lay in new heartlands and we should abandon tradition. If you still believe this story, as the only Liberal MP for a city seat and one of 2 in inner metro Australia, I have some magic beans I can sell you. Because I used to joke that Goldstein was a Liberal political island, except about 1 kilometre of a shared border with the electorate of Higgins. I'd now love that 1 kilometre. I now have to drive 50 kilometres to reach another Liberal electorate. It's simple. You can't multiply your vote by dividing Australians. It betrays Menzian liberalism because liberalism has no geography. Liberalism is the spark of aspiration that compels a young farmhand to milk cows before suns rise so they can save to own their own dairy farm one day. It's the fuel of a young tradie caffeinated to clock on at 7 so they can surf by 4. It's the sobriety of a new Australian nurse late after sunset so they can own a one-bedder and not face renting in retirement. It's the ambition of 2 young mates hawking a slice of their startup to venture capital in the hope one day it will list. It's the risk of a CEO reinvesting to navigate competition because they understand change is the only certainty. It's the drive of a mum working in legal while working from home on Fridays so they can have independence and career. And it's the energy of her husband and his small business that sponsors the local netball team because his success is tied to a thriving community. And it's the teachers, like my husband Ryan, who are inspiring a new generation to open their eyes to a better Australia and future every day. It is the story of millions in Goldstein and elsewhere who wake up each morning choosing to take responsibility so that tomorrow will be better for themselves and for others too. They don't want us to solve their problems, but they are counting on us to defend their agency. And at the last election, we let them down because we were not the bold and courageous Liberals that gave Australians confidence to dare for a better future. Speaker, having lived my winter, it is clear my party is now facing its own. In grief, it is easy to seek out simple solutions when reflection is necessary. 3 years ago, I read Doris Kearns Goodwin's Leadership in Turbulent Times. And yes, a young Teddy Roosevelt's wilderness years held lessons for building the foundations for future success. It started a journey that allowed me to be honest enough that whatever the driver of our local defeat, there were still things that I needed to learn. And it started with listening and it concluded with building. There were the usual noisy voices on broadcast platforms about what to stand for, but the true genius of Menzies was that he understood and started by standing for the forgotten people, and from there, what he stood for followed. I found the real kernels were in the quiet conversations in pubs, Pilates classes, church halls, and on the sidelines of Saturday sports. And this was embodied in every part of our local campaign. And what I am most proud of is that our Goldstein team did this together. Because as the community-backed Liberal, we built a movement of 3,500 people that went from local cafes to our oversubscribed 800-strong campaign launch to energise a community and defy political gravity. And many are in the gallery today. The victory in Goldstein is theirs. The azure blue T-shirted volunteers armed with hearty smiles and passion carried me here. They have shown that the path back is not one our parliamentary team can take alone. It relies on rebuilding our movement in Goldstein, Wentworth, Mackellar, Menzies, Aston, Lyons, Dixon, Brisbane, Boothby, Curtin and right across the electorates of this country. The parliamentary party's job is to lead, and our people will follow if we fight for them, when we give them something to fight for, and when we are worthy of them fighting for us because we spirit them to a higher purpose of common destiny. To thrive once again, we need to see this moment as our gift, because it will mean we have reconnected and given Australians Liberal hope again. Speaker, I did not grow up with a silver spoon, nor under a weatherboard and iron. I grew up with a household of publicans and small business people. For my father, it was pulling beers, pushing a lawnmower, building fences and bagging the post. For my mother, it was also pulling beers, cooking at a fryer and greeting at supermarkets. They lived different lives, but the one lesson they shared was work. And this was the simple faith my siblings and I gained, that if you worked hard, respected your neighbour, played by the rules, loved this country, you'd be rewarded with dignity, opportunity and the chance to live a better life. The Australian promise was a social contract, that there was no entitlement, but of a fair go. It didn't mean choppy waters didn't come, but that hope and aspiration should guide your decision-making, that the circumstances of your birth should not define the boundaries of your life. It was embodied in the ideals that Menzies described of his modern Liberal movement, that it was not the, quote, conservative dying party of dying on the last barricade, but of a lively mind and a forward-looking heart. It believed in free people, their responsibility and their enterprise, respecting tradition and institutions that empower people, families and communities and small business to decide their own futures. That is an agent for progress because human advancement depends on rising living standards and stewards a clean environment to hand to future generations. And this was the promise of Goldstein. As the fourth generation of my family that has lived and worked within the community, it has always lived these values and been a forward-looking modern Liberal community that has understood its responsibility to each other. Goldstein does not want Canberra to run it, but it does not expect Canberra to undermine it either, such as stripping out $100 million from local infrastructure projects as occurred over the past 3 years. It also does not want to live the failure of Canberra's leadership from the threats of local crime, the rise of anti-Semitism, financial stress for families and small business, and limited access to affordable housing. Goldstein expects leadership. It believes in our country and wills its success. And this is why I continue to want to represent Goldstein and give its values voice in this parliament, because when Goldstein's values influence Australia, we are a better nation. Speaker, It is these values that are increasingly under threat. There is an undercurrent in our democracy where too many voters no longer trust the system is working for them. I hear this from Australians at all stages of life. I hear young adults questioning the value of their tertiary education and whether they'll ever be able to get ahead of their debt. Whether young workers can afford rent, let alone save a deposit, and then pay off a mortgage and then have a family. Whether they have the confidence to chance their hand to start a business or the space in their lives to invest in their community. And whether they stare down their retirement years with confidence. It is the threat of the slow erosion of trust in our institutions, our leadership, and even in each other. Now, I don't wear my faith in my sleeve, but the good book's insight that a house divided against itself cannot stand is truer today than ever. Because I utterly reject the politics that infected too many from the extremities of all sides of the political spectrum and the corporate-funded independents who all share a different vision anchored in the same idea, that we must stand for some but not for all. Our party's founder called these attempts to pit Australians against each other the false wars. We are all Australians, and nothing is more corrosive to the Australian promise than people no longer believing sacrifice and effort will get them ahead. It is why the unapologetic pursuit of the next chapter of our nation's economic growth remains paramount. Because too many of those we need to create it are moving offshore, and the only voices we hear feed resentment over how to carve up shares of a diminishing pie. It is particularly important for us. If we are to be the party of aspiration, we must always be on the side of the aspiring, which is always the next generation and new Australians, not entrenched interests. These are Goldstein's values, and I know these are the values of our party's leader, and I thank her and appreciate her support today. Speaker, power is like the breath that sustains the nation's lungs. When at threat, the central organs breathe in power from the people to protect the whole. And for 30 years, Australia has enjoyed a long exhale. But the internationalist era, with the confidence that nations would peacefully trade for the future advancement of humanity, has sunsetted. History has struck back. We are experiencing the culmination of relaxed and comfortable leadership, and as Liberals, we must have the courage to tell uncomfortable truths today about what we know is on the horizon. If not, Australians will have no reason to trust us on how to confront them as they are revealed. And we are at an inflection point in our nation's history that demands controlled breathing to confront the future with confidence. The nation is but the sum of its people, and we must always be mindful to nourish the soil of our society from which future generations draw their strength. Nourishment does not come from fostering the division of identity, but investing in our common bonds, knitting the social fabric of family and community, finding our cultural confidence, and promoting excellence in education once more. It comes from agreement on a shared common story for our nation, because we cannot expect new Australians to integrate into a story that we cannot tell, and from a belief in Australia and its progress, because we can tell a story of Australia that recognises, respects and has reconciled and takes the best of our past to define our future. We can defend our national unity and stridently stand against the poisons of racism, whatever its extremist origins, and particularly the gateway of socialised anti-Semitism. We must again be the democratic defenders of our values and the equal dignity of free people, and we must grasp Menzies' great vision of home's material, home's human and home's spiritual, that places home ownership at the centre of public policy. Because when we do, the nucleus of social, economic and political power rebalances from the corridors of this place and Canberra and corporates and back to the kitchen tables of this nation. And while no one has a right to the size of a home or a specific suburb, We cannot strengthen families when involuntary distance divides generations and their mutual support. We must stand for fiscal prudence because borrowing from the future fuels inflation today, taxes tomorrow, and indebts those that follow. And when residents living with Down syndrome are raising concerns about the NDIS's fiscal trajectory just after 7 a.m. at McKinnon Railway Station, it says the anxiety is not just economic. And we must live limited government because it is a simple truth that big government makes us small citizens, and no society has ever been better because people have been encouraged to take less responsibility. We must be trusted and reliable partners and defenders of our alliances because a world without strong friends is a world where we risk standing defenceless and alone, and we must be advocates for the reindustrialisation of Australia and its farm's future and an energy mix based on physics and economics, because the foundation of our economy is dug and grown. Because right now the source of our next chapter of growth seems utterly foreign, and we are unprepared for the end of the frothy prices of our mineral resources and the realities of artificial intelligence that could displace unemployment, let alone the flexibility of a workforce that will increasingly be a mix of salaries, side hustles and shared equity. Indeed, our biggest challenge is not capital, but an abundance of complacency in a time that demands urgency. Speaker, we are now at a pivotal moment for our party, our values and our nation. For our party, a coalition and a movement where we are now at our lowest ebb since the Albury rebuild 8 decades ago. For our values, the vote harvesters are hoping we let the social democratic conformity march unchallenged, so the only story sold is the false promise to hand over power for security. And for our nation, it is a choice about the type of people we want to be and whether we carry our inheritance of freedom, prosperity, hope and opportunity forward for a new generation or sit idly by and watch its decline. On every flank, we are outnumbered. The armies of vested interests have never been stronger, better resourced and ready to finish us off. Organised labour seeking to suck the remaining initiative out of private enterprise. Organised capital leveraging their power to bend corporate bureaucrats to their will. Foreign globalists propping up front groups and corporate candidates who want to deindustrialise Australia for their profit. We are at a Menzian moment. And the gift of defeat is the opportunity of liberal revival. We are all that is left to stand up for the public and national interest. And if we do not, no one will. The gravitational pull could not be stronger, the call to liberal courage could not be heavier, the stakes could not be greater. If Australians do not share our liberal call to action, it is not their failing, it is ours. But we must find that spark and spirit it, nurture it and feed it into a flame. As Harvey Milk once said, the only thing they have to look forward to is hope, because liberalism does not live in the words we say, but in the aspirations Australians live. Because liberalism lives when Australians set their sights one angle higher and with a range one step farther to the horizon. The Australian Liberal project is built from a spiritual belief in our shared success and calls people to not just vote for ourselves today, but us tomorrow, because hope is inevitably tempered by the weight of history. But take it from me, history is there to be made. To quote one of my heroes, it can be done. It can be done because it has been done, because it must be done. At our local campaign launch, I said Goldstein was ground zero for the fight for our future. Goldstein found its voice, and the people of Goldstein sent me here to lead, to build, to mobilise and to storm. And our choice now is clear. Will we be the Liberals that honour generations past by handing a better future than our own? Will we be the Liberals that inspire Australians to turn to each other and see a shared destiny? Will we be the Liberals that strengthen our nation to be sovereign, confident and secure? Will we be the Liberals that build a clean industrial future so prosperity is on our horizon? And will we be the Liberals that side with the young and new Australians who who live our daily aspiration? And will we be the Liberals that turn on the lights in a nation for all of us that delivers hope, reward and opportunity? To be bold again, to build again, to believe again and to lead again. Speaker, as I said to the people of Goldstein, I'm not quite done yet. There's a fair number of people I need to thank. First, I need to thank my campaign team, led by my campaign directors, Ed Davis and Rob Sayer. I still remember the first campaign meeting where we held and mapped out the scale of the plan and what was required. There was a nervousness about the scale of the task, but you both stepped up with Stav Pasonis, Conan Daly, David Morris, Jace Garbossa, James Loveluck, Roy Rose, Millie Edwards, James O'Collins and Andrew Gourlay, as well as our regional champions Richard Codron, Judith Aronovich, Robert Telling, Jennifer O'Brien and John Gilbert, as well as Deb Gilbert and Peaches the Pug. Supported by Ben Tianlin, Jake Lowry and Billy Allsop. And to the Goldstein electorate team, including Carson Mumford, Olivia Brooks, Shane Small, Lisa Bond, Hannaford Bushby and Gab Strip. But there is no one I should thank more than my electorate chair, Marie Kidd, who not only willed me to recontest, but put her money where her mouth is and stepped up to take on the task of chair the membership and mobilisation effort. There are too many volunteers to name, and without taking anything away from anyone, I particularly want to thank Michael Saba and Robin Saba, Janet Aberdee, Karen Cohen, Helen Rolfe, Linda Mellon, Peter Harisidanis, Tanya Tesha, Janice Cook, Judith Pratt, Fraser Hurst, Tony Armstrong, Galen Sullivan, Maddie Hamilton, Ken Marshall, Suzanne Rumble and Jen Colombo. And to those who helped in their unique ways, from Peter Cantwell and Katia Gidley, Brad Johansson and Jorah Goring, Jacqueline Pascal, Danny Rudbury and Faye Barrow. And to Professor Chris Berg and Professor Sinclair Davidson for their support, as well as Will Dempsey and Paul Ritchie, who ensured I never put a word wrong. On such occasions, the memory of absent friends is also not far. 9 years ago, Jeanette Rawlinson and John Rudden couldn't have foretold the events to come, but their support was important because they supported me regardless of the test yet to be revealed. And thank you also to Mike and Anne for their love. I hope I've made you proud. To the friends who stuck by me in difficult times, to Blake Kempthorne and Michael McNamara, Claire Tobin and Hugh Turbin, Phil Starkins, Emma Duffy and Ryan Lewis, Adrian Barrett and Pat Miller, Jane Starkins, Sean Levin and Kathy Baker, Susan Kaur, Jared Parks, Marty Barr and Jimmy Roach, and Henry Gower-Tillett and John Gower-Tillett. Also to Pete and Gaunt and Kevin Foster and their son Will and their son and my godson Patrick. Thank you for your enduring friendship and love, and most importantly, thank you for taking care of Ryan. To the member for Moncrieff, thank you for your friendship in the out years, and particularly for storing all my stuff in this place. To Senator Andrew Bragg. Braggy, during my interregnum, whenever I got the itch and abstention to probe public servants, call out recalcitrant super funds or the corruption of corporate housing, you were there to channel my spirit. So thank you. To Senator James Patterson and Jane Hume, thank you for both being supporters during the down days. And while I suspect you both had your private doubts, and that's fine, by the way, you never let it show. To the member for Monash and Barara, you both don't know this, but when I spoke to you to congratulate you both on your pre-selection, 7 years apart, you had the kindness to respond with exactly the same set of words. And you're sitting right in front of each other. I hope to share this journey with you. I didn't lose in 2022 just so you could both have this experience. However, I am glad to fulfil your wishes. Specifically to you, Mary, this is such a huge day for you. We have come a long way from level 2 of S Block at Monash Caulfield together. I know your family is proud of your achievements. And as your political family, as Ryan and I are, we're cheering you on. And I've got a warning for everybody else. Get ready, it's Mary time. To the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, thank you for being a willing supporter. And I still remember when you came to the Hampton Bowls Club shortly after the 2022 election and you're surprised that defeat wasn't in my eyes. I think some of the members opposite are starting to realise that doesn't matter what they do, that's not going to change. I am sanguine about our moment, but I am excited about your promise. To my dear friends Trevor Evans and Jason Falinski, and I know Jason's eventually found his way to the right spot in the gallery today. We all remember the Monday week after the last election where we sat in my former office amongst boxed memories. We toasted what could have been our last shared GNT. Since then, we shared a different journey. There were days I was touched. You trusted me to carry your grief in the rant down a phone line, a joke on WhatsApp, or an education on woodpeckers. That's specific to Trev. Yes, woodpeckers. You'll never appreciate what it meant to me to be able to pick up the phone and talk through stories, strategy, sadness, but mostly it was Trev talking Jason off the ledge, but that's same old, same old. But thank you for your friendship. To my mother, Linda Morris, who stood on Hampton early voting for 2 weeks straight. And I know she did it because so many people said to me in the community, I bet your mum. And they still do, including Raph Epstein. And David Morris, who capably aided the campaign team every step of the way and continues to do so. And to my father, Robert, and Janet Wilson, who wished us well and helped in their way from afar. Thank you. But of course, there is no one I need to thank more than my husband, Ryan. Every time you walk into this chamber, you end up leading the news. Sorry about that. We were the change that needed to be at a time in times past. And that is the greatest gift that anybody could ever give. Now, I know you have been prepared to give us over again to the community and to the nation, somewhat willingly. So all I can do is promise that I'll do everything I can to protect our summers on the peninsula, keeping our Melbourne and Bayside pads clean, making time for roast pub lunches on Sundays, and when there is something to celebrate, I'll do my level best to make sure that we do it together. Because in public life, you never feel as lonely as in defeat. Yet despite having lived it, in the 17 years we have been together, I have never been alone. So thank you for your sacrifice once more and for sacrificing our time for our country's future. But you also know that to be myself, we need to go through this. What's all the laughing about? There will be another day. It'll come. I love you and I'm blessed to have you in my life. And the nation is blessed for the tolerance and love you give me to serve. Thank you, Speaker.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned. Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no, I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Statements on the provisions of the Universities Accord cutting student debt by 20% Bill 2025.
Are there any statements? And in continuation, I give the call to the honourable member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to continue my contribution on this really important legislation, to reaffirm the difference that this is going to make for John, who I spoke about earlier. John from Airport West, a local teacher, who has a debt of about $27,000 at the moment, but thanks to this legislation is about to see that slashed by over $5,000. This will be life-changing for John, and I'm so proud to see this happen. I am proud to be a member of a government that is committed to the transformative power of education. From next year, changes will be implemented to the way universities are funded, which will seek to help more people from our suburbs and regions get a chance to go to university. And from 1 July this year, we establish paid prac to support the 68,000 eligible nursing, midwifery, social work and teaching students, help them with their paid prac so they can get that done easily. This, in particular, is going to benefit Sally, another constituent of mine who is currently studying nursing at Kangan Institute. Now that she'll get a prac payment, she'll no longer be faced with the stress of overworking herself as she tries to balance both making sure she can get those bills paid, but also study this incredibly important qualification that we need in our community. This will be life-changing for Sally and for so many others. Speaker, Labor fights for fairness, and a central tenet to our party is its belief in access to opportunity. As a pathway and a belief in a pathway in life regardless of economic circumstances. That is why Labor has locked in free TAFE into law, has expanded the fee-free uni-ready courses and established the independent Australian Tertiary Education Commission to drive reform of Australia's tertiary education sector. And then there's our bold agenda to reform early education and care, and our fully funding of our public schools, our public primary and secondary schools. We are the party, the government of education. We stand in stark contrast to the previous coalition government that seemingly made its mission to take a sledgehammer to higher education. They gutted the university sector of funding. They lowered the HECS repayment threshold and used any opportunity they had to make life harder for low-income students. And as their seats started to diminish one by one in capital cities across the country, as the support amongst young people hit record lows, will they learn to take younger Australians seriously? Not quite sure. Throughout the election, they attacked this policy, dismissing it as profoundly unfair. They doubled down, seemingly saying that there was no benefit to be had, and bizarrely took to the election a commitment to increase student debt. Clearly, the Australian people did see a benefit, particularly young Australians, and voted accordingly. Mr Speaker, the people of Maribyrnong put their faith in me and Labor to be progressive and to undertake the reforms necessary to build a better future. This legislation does exactly that. It seeks to reform a tired and frankly unfair system by implementing progressive changes that will make the lives of students just that bit easier. I'm proud to put my voice in support of this legislation and send a clear message to my community that this Albanese Labor government is listening to younger Australians and is working to make their future brighter and fairer. I commend the bill.
I thank the member for Maribyrnong. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. In a country that prides itself on giving everyone a fair go, we must confront the growing injustice that is the financial inequality and stress experienced by younger Australians. The rising cost of tertiary education and the mounting burden of student debt are not just economic issues, they are drivers of intergenerational inequity. And unless we address them now, we will leave future generations with fewer opportunities, heavier financial burdens and a diminished ability to shape their own futures. The bill before us seeks to address the financial inequality experienced by younger Australians by cutting outstanding student loan debts by 20%, by increasing the minimum repayment thresholds for student loans so people can earn more before they are required to pay off their student debt, and by shifting to a marginal repayment system. These measures will no doubt bring relief to many Australians struggling with the cost of living and mounting student debt. Indeed, I have heard firsthand from people in my community that the one-off reduction in their student debt will have a tangible impact on their lives, particularly as the cost of living is currently so high. I commend the government for responding to the concerns of a section of our society that are often overlooked. But while the measures outlined in this bill are welcome, they are not enough. A one-off reduction in student debts will not fix the systemic issues in our education and educational loan systems. Certainly, it will benefit the 3 million Australians who already hold student debt, but it will do nothing for the future students who will face larger debts and longer repayment periods. There is far more work to be done to secure systemic changes, including reducing the cost of undertaking higher education itself, particularly for humanities degrees where the cost of study has increased significantly since the introduction of the Morrison government's failed Job-Ready Graduates scheme. It includes expanding the Commonwealth prac payment to cover all students required to undertake pracs as part of their studies, and it includes ensuring fairer accounting of help debt repayments, so indexation is not applied belatedly to debts that have already been paid. The reforms introduced last year by this government and secured through significant pressure from the crossbench began to address the systemic issues. Those changes included ensuring that the debts don't increase faster than wages by newly indexing debts to the lower of the Consumer Price Index or the Wage Price Index. It also included backdating the changes to undo the devastating indexation rise of 7.1% that was applied in 2023. This was a positive start, but there is still more to be done. Young people today have been hit by the triple whammy of rising housing costs, rising education costs and high living costs, resulting in growing student debt and housing stress. Significant numbers of students across the country are struggling financially and finding it almost impossible to find affordable accommodation while they study. Based on an analysis of more than 45,000 rental listings, Anglicare Australia's rental affordability snapshot revealed that no rental properties, including share houses, were affordable for a single person receiving the youth allowance. Clearly, there is a severe lack of affordable housing options for young people who are studying while on income support. The 20% cut to student debt in this bill will provide welcome relief for many, but it does not address the root cause or causes of the problem. To secure a more equitable future for young Australians, we need to ensure that they have access to affordable tertiary education free from crippling debt. A key to reducing repayment times is ensuring that the students accrue less debt in the first place. And so, as a priority, we must reverse the impact of the record high student fees caused by the Job Ready Graduate Program, as recommended under the Universities Accord. The Job Ready Graduate Program was introduced by the Morrison government in 2020. It increased the cost of law and commerce courses by 28% and saw the cost of humanities subjects more than double. A 3-year arts degree is now set to cost a staggering $50,000. But it doesn't have to be this way. I was shocked recently when I found out that my children who have EU passports would be able to study for an undergraduate degree in Ireland essentially for free, with only a contribution required to cover services and exams. The Australian Universities Accord final report has clearly articulated the perverse impacts of the Job Ready Graduates Package, stating the Job Ready Graduates Package needs urgent remediation. Many students have extremely high student contributions, resulting in large help loans that do not reflect their future earnings potential. Students of history, philosophy, media and culture are now likely to pay twice as much for their degree as students of science, IT, engineering or health. This is despite humanities degrees being essential to future jobs. At this time of unprecedented change, we should be supporting rather than deterring people from undertaking humanities degrees that promote critical thinking, problem solving, historical understanding, philosophical analysis and communication skills. Indeed, just recently we saw more than 100 high-profile Australians urge the government to abolish the job-ready graduate scheme and implement an equitable university fee system that does not punish students who choose to study humanities and social sciences. We must also address the perverse timing of student loan indexation, so debts are indexed after the yearly repayments are taken off. Currently, students are facing indexation increases to portions of their study debts that they have already paid. This is due to the Australian Tax Office practice of applying indexation to loans on June 1, but not processing loan repayments until after tax returns have been processed. Again, the Australian Universities Accord has recommended that indexation be applied later in the year after the compulsory repayments that were made during the previous financial year have been deducted from a student's balance. This is a sensible recommendation that should be implemented as soon as possible. And we must expand the Commonwealth prac payments to all students requiring to undertake placements as part of their studies. Currently, numerous degrees with time-consuming work placements are excluded from the payment, including many allied health degrees. Many of these professions, particularly across the health sector, are experiencing serious workforce shortages. They are critical sectors. And as the Minister for Education has acknowledged, placement poverty is a real thing. In the words of the Australian Medical Students Association, they say nobody should be forced to make a choice between paying the bills and contributing to our healthcare system. Without extending PAC payments to all students that have to undertake them, we risk building a medical and healthcare workforce that is made up of a privileged few who can rely on the bank of mum and dad to get by. For many students, undergoing their compulsory prac placement means physical exhaustion and financial and emotional stress. It means struggling to pay the rent and struggling to pay the bills. Students who visited Parliament House last week described how, despite needing to work to support themselves through university, they had to give up their part-time jobs to do prac placements. Added to this, some had to pay rent in 2 places or live in their cars, couch surf or drive hours every day to avoid the added accommodation cost. We are placing our young people in vulnerable, unsafe conditions and putting them under extreme financial distress. We are burning them out before they have even started working in their chosen career. HECS and related student loan repayments are meant to make higher education accessible and fair, but today they generate more revenue for the government than the petroleum resource rent tax. Clearly, something is deeply wrong with the way we value education, opportunity and future generations. We must address the underlying drivers of escalating higher education debt, which are deepening the intergenerational divide and worsening the cost of living pressures faced by young Australians.
I thank the member for Mackellar. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to begin by congratulating the Minister for Education for making good on the promise made regarding this policy and cutting student debt by 20%, which is our #1 priority at the commencement of the 48th Parliament. And that was the promise that was made to the Australian public, to Australian students that had HECS debt, and our commitment at the last federal election. I'm very pleased to see this being the very first bill being debated in this House. And we know that this bill will improve the lives of more than 3 million Australians with student debt, Deputy Speaker, not just for them but also their families and their local communities, whether they're just starting off in their career, saving for a home or juggling a mortgage and a young family. Every single dollar counts, and this will go a long way for those people that have a HECS debt. In the electorate of Adelaide, in my electorate, 37.2% of constituents aged 18 and over have a level of education attainment of a bachelor's degree or higher. And we have a number of educational institutions in the electorate, including the Torrens University, the Adelaide University, the University of South Australia and many other institutions. So therefore, I have one of the highest numbers of students in Australia in my electorate. And as I said, the university campuses on North Terrace, City West, City East campuses, and of course the oldest, third oldest university in Australia, the University of Adelaide. Of course, Mr Speaker, in January 26, the University of SA and the University of Adelaide will be merging to create a new university, Adelaide University, which will have its flagship campus in the city of Adelaide, right in the heart of my electorate. And as the electorate is home to so many educational institutions, I'm constantly hearing from students and from constituents who were students how they are worried about the student debt, and how for many of them, including parents who come to see me to talk about their kids who are studying and how many years it'll take for them to pay off the debt. And that's why, of course, we're making these changes and slashing 20% off every student's debt. Now, the average student debt today is about $27,600, and this legislation will cut that debt by about $5,520. Now, that's an extra $5,520 for all of those students, which will go back into the economy, generating jobs, helping the economy, the local economy, etc. And all up, it'll cut student debt by more than $16 billion. So the legislation makes it clear that this cut will be backdated to the 1st of June 25 before this year's indexation occurred. And the policy applies to uni students, vocational education, students and some apprentices. The bill also makes very important structural changes to the way the repayment system works. It raises the minimum amount you have to earn before you have to start making repayments from $54,000 in 24-25 to $67,000 in 25-26, and it also replaces the current repayment system with a new marginal repayment system, and the current system is based on your entire income. Deputy Speaker, once you earn above the minimum repayment threshold of $54,000, you currently pay a percentage of your entire wage as repayment. Now, under these changes, students and graduates will only pay a percentage of their wage above the minimum repayment threshold. And for example, right now, if you earn $70,000, you'll pay $1,750 each year, and under these changes, you'll only pay about $450. Now, that's a saving of $1,300 per year less in payments, $1,300 less in payments, and which means you can still pay off more if you want to. There's no prevention on that, and no one can stop you from doing that, and I'm sure that some people will pay more. But as a nation, it's vital, it's absolutely vital that we continue to produce world-class health professionals who are working in our health system, who save lives, care for us, the care for the vulnerable health issues that we have, teachers to educate the next generation, agriculturists to produce our food, and professionals in many other vital fields, Deputy Speaker, all of which have a pathway that leads through tertiary studies. So this bill will help this become a reality. Deputy Speaker, many Australians are wary to enter these fields as they are worried about being able to pay off that student debt. And that's what I hear from many people, and especially parents, who are contemplating, together with their children, their future in Year 12, etc. And I've heard that discussion many times, that people are wary because of that debt, and that debt that they'll accrue during the course of their studies. So this will go a long way, Deputy Speaker, to removing that barrier and giving people the opportunity, more of an opportunity, to study and to go on and fill those skills that we require in this nation. The policy absolutely promotes intergenerational fairness, recognising that quality education can change lives, and noting that the rising cost of tertiary education over recent decades has coincided with increasing demands for higher qualifications. And I'll give you an example. I mentioned this the other day in the private members' motion. When I left high school, I went on to university. I dropped out very early. I just found it very boring. A few years later, I went back to TAFE and found a course that suited me. At the time, the fees for TAFE were approximately $30 a semester. $30 a semester. In the last few years, I always ask what the TAFE fees are, and they're in the thousands, which would prevent people that were in my situation at the time, married with 1 or 2 kids, I can't remember how many at the time when I was at TAFE, with a mortgage, being able to work full-time, going to TAFE part-time, and paying $30 a semester. That is what changed my life. And through the policies of progressive governments over the years, we've put a barrier to that. We've put a barrier to people wanting to change their lives for the better because of the costs that are associated with it. So this will go a long way, Deputy Speaker. I think it's important to give people the opportunity to be able to study, which then gives them a pathway to skills that they'll be able to fill positions that we need, especially in health and in other areas, but also to turn their lives around. And we know that the easiest way out of poverty is through education, through research that's been done throughout the world, here in Australia, that if you want to turn someone's life around and break the cycle of poverty, it's education that does it. It's education that does that. And we should be doing everything we can in this place to ensure that we put all the levers in place to be able to assist that. Because after all, we're here to help people do better in their lives. So, Deputy Speaker, we know that to build Australia's future productivity and prosperity, we need to educate and upskill more Australians. We've also locked in, as I spoke about TAFE earlier, free TAFE into law. This landmark policy already has seen more than 650,000 enrolments across the country, with 170 of those courses already completed. And what we'll see through this in TAFE is more engineering skills, more mechanics, more trades that we desperately need, especially in South Australia with our submarine building and shipbuilding. We will need more trades. In fact, I'm very proud in SA where we've set up a TAFE specifically training people for the submarine build, plus for the ship builds that are taking place. And we're going to need to train thousands of people in the near future. From the 1st of July 2025, this government has also established the Commonwealth payment to support about 68,000 eligible teaching, nursery, midwifery and social work students while they are completing their compulsory practical training at university, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I am so proud that this Albanese Labor government will cut this student debt by 20%. What this means is that the 28,520 students and graduates in my electorate of Adelaide with a HECS or student debt, including VET and TAFE loans, will enjoy an average saving of $5,825 per person. This shows that we, on this side of the House, are building Australia's future, and most of us in this chamber are aware it takes a lot of time and hard work and sacrifice to save or pay off $5,825.
Thank the member for Adelaide. Are there any statements? And I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the University's Accord Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025. This bill will provide welcome debt relief to many people and make changes to the repayment of student debts. I support this bill because I know that higher education is essential to the success and prosperity of our country and particularly to people in our regions. And at this point, though, Deputy Speaker, I want to note that this speech is a statement on the bill and not part of the substantive debate, as the bill has already been passed. The Leader of the House has indicated to me and the House that this practice is unlikely to be repeated, and it's important for our democracy that the government holds to that, and I certainly intend to hold the government to that. Where higher education was once a specialised path for few, today it is required by so many jobs in our society. The landmark Universities Accord Review, released in early 2024 and led by Professor Mary O'Kane, concluded that we need to increase the tertiary education attainment rate from the current 60% to 80%.
of Australians who are in the workforce by 2050. This is a nation-building task. The review makes it clear that we will not achieve this goal and thus fail to unlock the full potential of our workforce and our economy if we don't increase higher education participation rates, especially for disadvantaged groups. One of these groups are people living in regional Australia. Across most of rural, regional and remote Australia, education attainment rates fall well below those in the major cities. This exacerbates workforce shortages in our regional communities, limits economic opportunities for individuals and their families, and can worsen health and social outcomes. It's clear that as a country we need more people to undertake higher education, but it's also clear that the significant cost of living barriers are preventing people from taking up the opportunities that higher education brings to both them and the wider community. Which brings us to the bill before us in the House today. The Universities Accord, Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025, makes three key changes to the Higher Education Loan or HELP program, also known as HECS. First, it will provide a 20% reduction of loan balances for all students regardless of the size of their debt. Second, the bill will increase the repayment threshold so that students only starting paying their debt off when they're earning more than $67,000 instead of the previous $56,000. Third, the bill makes changes to mean that repayments are only made on the income earned above $67,000 repayment threshold and not on the first $67,000 of income. I note that there is not broad agreement on whether the changes to repayment thresholds is absolutely 100% the right way to go in balancing the cost of living pressures and sustainable ways to pay off HELP debts. The changes in this bill will benefit some, but may not benefit all, and we don't know the full impact. This is complicated, and the government has stifled debate on this bill, meaning these matters can't be fully explored in detail. The 20% reduction will provide one-off, much-needed debt relief, while the changes to the repayment system could make a difference to those balancing their repayments while the cost of living is so high. It will also reduce the rate of repayment for students earning below the average wage. Despite my desire to have more detail about the impacts of the payment threshold changes, I do welcome and support this bill because ensuring that higher education, whether that be at university or at TAFE, is vital to the prosperity of our community and nowhere more so than in regional Australia. In Indi, there are almost 14,000 people with a HELP debt, with an average level of debt of $21,000. This means that the average student or graduate in Indi will receive a $4,200 reduction if this bill passes the Parliament. For these people and their families, this will, of course, be welcome relief. Of course, though, not everyone in Indi has studied at TAFE or university, and tertiary attainment rates are indeed low in my electorate by national standards. But the reality is that we all benefit from our higher education system. When university or TAFE is hard to access or out of reach financially, it can lead to exactly the kinds of workforce shortages people in regional electorates such as mine know all too well. Increasing costs and debt burdens are exacerbating existing barriers to study and discouraging young people or mid-career people from choosing to study. So I support this bill because it is getting harder to study, right when we need to be making it easier. This bill builds upon reforms made in the previous Parliament, such as changes to the indexation of HELP debts. However, there is more work to do. HECS is not fixed yet. I strongly support the member for Kooyong's amendment to change the timing of indexation to deduct compulsory repayments before applying indexation. The current indexation arrangements are unfairly adding thousands of dollars to Australians' debts, and it could be fixed, and it should be fixed, by this government. Another key recommendation of Mary O'Kane's University Accord review was the paid prac placement system that's now being rolled out for a small number of degrees. Those studying to be teachers, nurses, midwives and social workers will receive payments while they undertake compulsory work placements in order to earn their qualifications. A welcome and overdue change. I've made it clear that the government needs to go further and expand prac payments to other areas of study, such as allied health professions and medicine. Last year, I was glad to secure an amendment to ensure a review of the prac payment system is undertaken after 3 years. This review will specifically look at the possible inclusion of allied health placements. And although I hope this will happen sooner, it's good that this date is now locked into the calendar. Deputy Speaker, I'm pushing for more paid placements because I hear from so many people having to choose between study or work. Some even putting their degrees on hold because weeks and months of unpaid placements are simply not an option when there's mortgages, rents and bills to pay. Last week I heard from Zach, a mature-age student in Wodonga. Now, Zach is a dental assistant who's now training to become a dentist in the public health system. He's currently completing a placement 6 hours away in Bairnsdale. Not only is he paying for rent while on placement, but he's unable to earn an income. As he says, this burns both ends of the candle. Gemma in Wangaratta is studying diagnostic radiography and works full-time hours to meet her placement requirements. She completes coursework and placement work and an additional job on the weekends. She's had to relocate for 3 of her 4 placements, each costing thousands of dollars. While Gemma is, incredibly, making it all work, some of her peers are not so fortunate and have had to stop studying because of the pressures of placement requirements. So are we the kind of country that forces students to choose between food and housing or their studies? These are the choices students in Australia are forced to make. It's wrong and fails our next generation of doctors and allied health professionals. One key outstanding recommendation of the Universities Accord Review is a new needs-based funding model for universities. This model must recognise the added costs of delivering tertiary education in regional areas. Regional universities in my electorate undertake influential research and drive regional employment and economic development. But the status quo is failing them, their staff and their students, and the government must ensure they're set up to succeed. I support further reforms to the sector, including to the Job Ready Graduates program, which has punished students simply because of what they choose to study. And while I voted for that bill that implemented Job Ready Graduates program at the time because it implemented other important reforms for regional communities, such as the tertiary access payment and regional university study hopes, both of which have been implemented and are going well. I criticised the Job Ready Graduates program fee structure at the time for its lack of an evidence base, and with evidence now showing that Job Ready Graduates has failed to achieve its stated goal, it is more than overdue that we fix this system. Changes like the ones we're debating today will not have their full impact on making higher education more affordable until Jobs Ready Graduates is addressed. I support this bill because it will help many people facing cost of living pressures in my electorate and is a step forward to making our higher education loan program fairer. However, this is just a step. This Parliament must act to make higher education affordable, available and accessible to all Australians, regardless of whether they live in a regional area or come from a low-income background or have other barriers to participation. Studying at university or TAFE should not send you broke.
Are there any statements? The Minister for Financial Services and Assistant Treasurer has the call.
Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise today to speak in support of this measure to reduce student debt by 20%. This issue featured prominently in the election in my electorate. I was approached by many people in support of this policy, particularly young people, of course. We promised that this would be the first bill that would be introduced to Parliament this term after the re-election of the Albanese government, and that's exactly what has happened. This bill will make education more accessible and income-contingent loan programs fairer and more affordable. This bill reduces student loan debt by 20% that was incurred on or before 1 June 2025. It increases the minimum repayment threshold from $54,435 in 24/5 to $67,000 in 25/6. It ensures people have more money in their take-home pay by smoothing out the time and pace in which they have to repay debt. This will have an impact across the broader community, but also in my own electorate. 3 million Australians will see their debt reduced by 20%. The average student debt is $27,600, and this legislation will cut that debt by around $5,250. But of course, that's the average. There are a significant number of people with more debt than that, and they will benefit by an even larger amount. In my own electorate of Fraser, an enormous 28,000 people will benefit from this policy. This assistance will reduce debt, thereby helping with cost of living and enabling more home loan applications. And on that issue, Speaker, I'd like to reinforce the point that what complements this policy in terms of the debt reduction itself is the fact that we have as a government pledged to make it easier for people with student debt to enter the housing market by asking regulators to review lending rules. And that work is now complete. This will complement the debt reduction in a very important way. APRA and ASIC have finalised guidance that the Treasurer requested in February. And specifically, that includes guidance from APRA, which means that there have been amendments to guidance to banks so as to remove help debt from debt to income reporting, and also, Speaker, to clarify that it may be reasonable for banks to omit help debt from serviceability assessments where a borrower is expected to pay off their help debt within 12 months. ASIC has also updated its regulatory guidance to acknowledge the income contingent nature of help repayments. These measures, as I said, will complement the debt reduction and will help thousands of students and graduates across the country who have invested in their education and who now want to invest in their homes. And can I just compliment the Treasurer on his work in this and say that this is a very important additional set of measures. Can I also note, Speaker, that this bill is part of the broader strategy of the Albanese government to make education more accessible and fairer for young people. This builds on the significant work that we did in our first term. We established a Commonwealth prac payment to support eligible nursing, midwifery and social work students while completing their practical training. We established free TAFE, a policy which has already seen more than 650,000 students training in important careers like construction, aged care and cyber security. And in visits to TAFEs across my electorate, I've seen incredible outcomes for students. They're given opportunities for lifetime careers through those measures. We've changed the way that HEX is calculated, meaning it is based on the wage price index or CPI, whichever is lower, and those indexation changes are an extremely important affordability measure. And we invested $90.6 million to boost the number of skilled workers in the construction and housing sectors. We took this policy to the election, but I must note that a number of members of those opposite called it profoundly unfair and that Australians would see little benefit from this policy. Well, that's not the judgment that Australians made, and certainly not the judgment that young Australians made. Can I also cite an expert, indeed many would say the father or the architect of HEX, Bruce Chapman, who supported this important legislation. He said that changing the income repayment threshold is the most important thing that has happened to the system in 35 years. So this is a very important reform, a key reform for young people, for graduates, for people in tertiary education, and as I said, complemented importantly by a number of housing measures. This change will be implemented by the Australian Taxation Office. Those with HEX debt need not do anything. They will receive a text message when the ATO has completed the work at their end. This will take a while to process, but once it's done, people will get that text message and know that their debt is down by 20%. Once the legislation is passed, the 20% HEX cut for all of those who have a HEX debt will be locked in. This is one of the key measures that was discussed at the last election. As I said at the beginning of my contribution, this was a policy that featured very prominently in my interactions with people throughout my electorate. It was something that young people felt was very important in order for them to have measures which were important for reducing the affordability of their income contingent loans, but also when complemented by the measures that the Treasurer ensured would be in place through ASIC and APRA guidance to banks, this will also be a measure which helps people with housing affordability. This bill enables young Australians who are building the nation's future to have a better chance to have a home loan while also providing real cost of living help with more money in their pockets.
Yeah. Are there any statements? The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I support this bill. It's a welcome first step to cut student debt by 20% and ease the cost of living pressures for so many of them. But let's be really clear, it's only the first step. Our education system needs much bolder reform to better support all of those undertaking further studies so that they can play such a vital role in the skills needs that we know Australia has for the future. They will be the ones who boost our productivity. We hear a lot in this place about, you know, the value to Australia of our resources and everything else. Our most valuable asset is our people, and training and educating them has to be the #1 priority, and ensuring they have access to those opportunities is incredibly important. My office is full of brilliant young interns, passionate, driven, ambitious, caring, but they're struggling. They're juggling degrees, casual jobs, unaffordable rents and high HECS debts. And their story is not unique. It's the norm for students across Australia and young people. A university education should challenge you intellectually, not cripple you financially. We know this bill is very much welcome when it comes to reducing the debt by the 20% as of 1 June 2025. And that does provide an average savings of some $5,500 for students. It does wipe $16 billion in total student debt. So I do commend the government for that. And by raising the payment threshold, it gives young people in particular starting out the opportunity to get to better employment before having to start repaying it. And that lower repayment rate does indicate a saving per year. So these are meaningful cost of living reliefs for millions of Australians. But let's be clear, the timing of indexation is highly problematic. It is unconscionable that the ATO can withhold during the course of the year the ongoing payments, the HECS repayments for an ex-student without applying it to the debt prior to indexation. The student does not have the benefit of the use of those funds, but the ATO does. So there has to be something done about the date of indexation. It is unconscionable that in every other sector of our lives, it is possible to apply repayments in real time, but for some reason it simply can't be done in relation to HECS repayments. So while this is positive, there is still so much more that needs to be done. In fact, I was in this parliament under the 46th parliament when the Job Ready scheme was introduced by the Morrison government. I spoke out loudly against that because it was so fundamentally unfair to move the dial and to change the payment system, to try and pick winners in that way and impose on a whole cohort of students an absolutely unreasonable fee structure. The Job Ready graduate scheme is a completely failed policy. It doubled the fees for arts, humanities and social work. It unfairly targeted critical degrees and pushed students into higher debt. Personally, I have 2 degrees. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Media and Communications and a Diploma in Law. And to me, it was unconscionable that we were so changing the dial and making it so much more difficult for students to achieve their goals, to be able to contribute back and make their degrees so much more expensive. The Universities Accord recommended it be scrapped, but the government has not yet acted. And so before there's too much patting on the back and congratulating oneself for this move, it also needs to focus on the rest of the recommendations to make sure they are enacted without delay so that they're not absolutely crushing more people. There's no doubt that the Job Ready graduate scheme entrenches inequality, devalues democracy, it's enriching disciplines, and it should be repealed. As I said, the other issue is that indexation of 1 June. The repayments are held throughout the course of the year and then not applied in real time. When I've taken the time during the election campaign to explain that to people, people are shocked and horrified. All too often they don't realise that is what's happening. And so, if the government really wants a big tick of having acted on this generational inequity and the issue of student debt, then it has to address the issue of timing of indexation. The ATO says it lacks the resources to fix it. With respect, I don't buy it. When there is a will, there is a way, and it's a question of prioritising that aspect, the resourcing and correcting this design flaw. The university governance is an issue that is brought to bear for me quite frequently. The integrity we need in the university structures, and it's all too relevant and obvious here in Canberra because of the situation with ANU. I've had a lot of contact from students at ANU at the moment in relation to the changes at ANU and the impacts this is having on students. The ANU restructure is gutting courses, overworking staff and sidelining students. External consultants are making decisions instead of students and academics. Education quality must be paramount. If the university needs to make cuts or changes, it must not be at the expense of students. Now, we know the funding gaps are an issue. Government contributions per student are down 6% since pre-GRG levels. The universities over-rely on international student fees, which is problematic. But we saw prior to the last election and in the last term of government that using of international students as a political weapon to try and point score, and in the process undermined our university sector and their fiscal sustainability. So, all in all, we have to be focused on young Australians and how they are facing this rising debt and fewer opportunities. We have to make sure there is adequate public investment in higher education to meet the skills demands we know we have. So, to summarise, we need to repeal the Job Ready Graduate Scheme. We need to fix the help loan indexation. We need to lift the youth allowance and improve student welfare. It's quite interesting that in opposition, Labor talked a lot about raising the rates, student allowance, youth allowance, but we have seen minimal changes to that during the 47th Parliament, and it's really urgently needed that it be addressed in this Parliament. We need to secure that long-term funding for universities, and we need to make student housing more accessible. There's no doubt the Treasurer is heading into his productivity roundtable. Well, our best asset are our people. We need to make sure they are ready, that we have the future skills for the workforce needs we know we have. 90% of new jobs in the next 5 years require tertiary education. So we need a robust and healthy university sector to make sure we can deliver on that. We know we face shortages in teaching, nursing, engineering and climate transition sectors, to name just a few. We must invest in education now, or we risk falling so short as a nation. And there is a global race on for talent, for skills. We need to make sure we are at the forefront of that race, to make sure we attract the smartest and brightest here, but we retain them as well. Not only can we educate them, but we need to make sure they have those opportunities here. So, as much as I commend the government for this bill, we need further reform, not just relief. We need to be bold, ambitious, reform to build an equitable, future-ready education system. Students deserve more than just short-term relief. They deserve a fair, accessible and supportive education system. There's a lot we need to address regarding education reform and cost of living relief. And unfortunately, that's not going to all be allowed during this debate. I have to raise also just the process for this bill. Whilst I agree that this is urgently needed and I want to see this relief flow to young people and all that it will apply to as fast as possible, I cannot commend the process the government has followed in this, because we have passed this legislation and now members of the House are being given the opportunity to make a statement in relation to this legislation. This means the government is at risk of making a mockery of this Parliament, of essentially using its numbers to just flick things through without proper debate. It means we curtail second reading debates and consideration in detail. And then we are given the luxury of being able to come and make a statement in relation to legislation that will impact so many people in our communities. So I urge the government to be mindful of its procedure. So many new MPs in this place come in shiny and full of ambition, full of good principles of coming to this place. Let's make this a chamber of debate where we genuinely look and investigate and look at legislation. If the government needs more time to do its job, then allocate more sitting days to this place so that we do provide the scrutiny and debate necessary for good legislation for the benefit of Australia.
Are there any statements? The member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the University's Accord Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025. Deputy Speaker, I ask that you imagine the Gabba Stadium in the beautiful electorate of Griffith recently on the evening of the 18th of July when the Brisbane Lions played the Western Bulldogs. I ask you to imagine the stadium that night filled with what I can only assume were mostly Lions supporters. Imagine the buzz and the energy of more than 29,000 people who attended that game. 29,000 people, the majority, Deputy Speaker, winners that night, there in that stadium. Deputy Speaker, I ask you to imagine that stadium teeming with people because this bill will help more people in my electorate of Griffith than even the number of attendees at the Gabba that night. This bill will help over 31,000 people in Griffith, more winners than even a Lions game at the Gabba. This bill will cut the student debt of 3 million Australians by 20%. It will cut the student debt of more than 31,000 people in Griffith. In the lead up to the last election, I had the privilege on door knocking on almost 15,000 doors personally, and I spoke to thousands of young people in my electorate. And I heard time and again what cutting student debt would mean to them, their current household budgets, and their ability to move forward with their lives. Indeed, most of those helped by this bill are young Australians, just out of uni, just out of TAFE, just out of home, just getting started, struggling to pay their rent, trying to save to buy a home, thinking about starting a family. Nurses, teachers, tradies, doctors, paramedics, engineers, architects, IT workers, AI experts. The average help debt today is $27,600. When this legislation passes, that debt will be cut by $5,520. For the people of Griffith with a debt of $50,000, it will be cut by $10,000. Deputy Speaker, those opposite would have you believe that this bill is only helping write off the debt of lawyers and doctors. The member for Flinders said as much this morning to this House. This bill will certainly help many of the healthcare workers in Griffith. Hospitals are one of the largest industries of employment in my electorate. Diligent, hard-working and caring healthcare workers at the PA, Mater and Greenslopes hospitals performing daily miracles in a universal healthcare system that is the envy of the world. This bill will provide relief to many of the young healthcare workers in Griffith, starting out in their careers, doctors, nurses, paramedics. And I have no doubt this bill will provide debt relief to some of the young lawyers at centres like the Refugee and Immigration Legal Service in South Brisbane, who provide free immigration advice, legal assistance and legal education to immigrants, refugees and asylum seekers in Queensland. This bill will also provide relief to people like Marcia, a young resident who lives in West End in Griffith. Marcia said, "I took on a big debt to study psychology because I want to help people, especially those doing it tough. One of my sisters became a teacher to support the next generation. We didn't choose these paths for the money." Deputy Speaker, Marcia said, "We chose them because we care." She continued, "Cutting student debt and raising the threshold is recognition that working class people who give back shouldn't be punished for getting an education." As promised, this is the very first bill to be introduced to Parliament after the election. And as promised, And as we heard from the Minister for Education, it cuts the student debt of 3 million Australians by 20%. When I left school in 1999 and went to university, I studied an arts education degrees with the hopes of becoming a secondary school teacher. I had wanted to be a teacher for as long as I could remember. I worked throughout my study, sometimes full-time and an almost full-time study load. Whilst thankful to be able to go to university, something my parents nor I could never have afforded to do without what was then a HECS debt, the debt repayments were significant. They kicked in while I was still studying and greatly impacted my ability to support myself and get ahead. This bill addresses that, as this bill also raises the minimum amount you have to earn before you have to start making repayments, from just over $54,000 in 24-25 to $67,000 in 25-26, and it reduces the minimum repayments you have to make. For someone earning $70,000, it will reduce the minimum repayments they have to make by $1,300 a year. That's real cost of living help. More money in your pocket, not the government's, when you really need it. You can still pay off more if you want to. But what this does is make the system fairer. As our Education Minister said, it means you start paying off your uni degree when university starts to pay off for you. Mr. Speaker, like our Minister for Education, I believe education is the most powerful cause for good. As the Minister outlined to this House, a good education changes lives. A good education system changes countries. It's changed ours. We've got a good education system in Australia today, but the truth is it can be better and fairer. Deputy Speaker, this bill is part of that. I wasn't able to finish my education degree when I first went to university in the early 2000s. I worked throughout my study, usually full-time, to be able to afford my rent, food and bills, and I completed all of the coursework for my education degree, but when it came to my final prac, I could not afford the 6 weeks off to be able to undertake it. There was no support for somebody like me to be able to complete the final practicum required for my education degree. My rent, my grocery costs and bills would not disappear when my income would have. So instead, I graduated with an arts degree, and it took several years of me saving to be able to return to university to complete my education qualifications. I did this, and I am proud to say that I am now teacher trained. What I'm also proud of is that from the start of this month, this government is offering Commonwealth prac payments to support teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. These payments will help these students who are studying to work in careers to help us. Another way that this government is supporting young Australians, just like cutting the student debt by 20% through this bill. Deputy Speaker, whilst we on this side of the House were promising Australians that we would cut student debts, those opposite were making plans to increase it. Unbelievably, those opposite wanted any Commonwealth prac payments added to a student's help debt. With thanks to the people of Australia and the people of Griffith, this week we are able to fulfil our promise and cut student debt by 20%. I think April, a student of social work from West End in my electorate of Griffith, summarised it best when she said, this action is not just about individuals. It's investment in our nurses, our teachers, our scientists. We all benefit from this. Deputy Speaker, we do all benefit from this bill. I am proud this bill will cut student debt by 20%. I am proud it will cut the debt of 3 million Australians. I am proud it will cut the debt of an almost filled Gabba Stadium of Griffith residents with a student debt, more than 31,000, mostly young people. It will take the weight off their back, it will help with the cost of living, and it will help build Australia's future. Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Are there any statements? The member for Calare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will be supporting this bill. I believe it's a very important one, particularly for the many young people of our region who are undertaking tertiary studies. As at the 30th of June 2024, there were 14,366 people in Calare who had an average help debt of $23,349. It's no secret, Deputy Speaker, that many of our young Australians are feeling under financial pressure, saddled with more tertiary education debt than previous generations had to contend with, struggling to get a foothold into the housing market. Many young Australians have given up on the great Australian dream of home ownership. This bill is a significant way to deliver them relief. I have a daughter who's currently studying at university, and while I am pretty certain she voted independent at the recent election, I did see her on Prime News welcoming the announcement, as many of her fellow students did. And as history shows, the policy was not bipartisan in support when it was announced. It is no longer opposed by the coalition, and I believe that that is a good thing. I hope that the passage of this bill ushers in a new era of policy making for young Australians who are, after all, the future of our nation. Some of the features of this bill include and touching upon the higher education loan program. It affects that program, Australian apprenticeship support loans, and vocational education and training loans. And it will basically provide a one-off 20% reduction of student loan debts incurred on or before the 1st of June 2025. The bill's fairer repayment system measure involves increasing the minimum repayment threshold for compulsory student loan repayments from $54,435 in 24-25 to $67,000 in 25-26, and introducing a marginal repayment system for compulsory student loan repayments calculated on income above the new threshold. So this bill is an important one, as I have stated, and it delivers badly needed relief for students and graduates. But our universities also need support from this government. And the university in our electorate of Calare is Charles Sturt University. And I have to point out to the House that international student numbers at Charles Sturt University have dropped by 90% since 2019, and it's hit the university hard. It's now burning through its reserves. Staff are being laid off. Charles Sturt University runs its physiotherapy, medicine, dentistry and vet science courses at a financial loss, largely due to the current funding models which severely disadvantage regional universities. And these losses simply can't be sustained indefinitely. And so, to support our regional universities and find solutions to regional funding disparities, our regional universities like Charles Sturt University are seeking reforms, and these include an easing of visa restrictions and fees and de facto caps, and a cessation of the negative messaging that is deterring international student applications for study in Australia, and allowing a return to sustainable international student numbers. Our regional universities are also seeking a needs-based funding model for domestic students. They don't believe that the current one-size-fits-all model accounts for the higher costs of delivering education to students who need more support to succeed at university. So they want a better and improved needs-based funding model. The regional education loading that properly reflects the cost of delivering comprehensive course offerings in thin markets across dispersed regional campuses with significant essential teaching and research infrastructure to maintain. So this is what our universities are asking from the government. They want that loading which properly reflects the costs of delivering vitally important education to regional students. Our regional universities believe that these requirements are not just a matter of fairness, they are a matter of our national interest. And investment in our regional universities is an investment in the future of regional Australia, because we can't just have the metropolitan sandstone universities educating our young people. We need universities like Charles Sturt University building the future of country Australia, building the future workforce of our regions. And universities in the regions like Charles Sturt University exist to deliver regional solutions. The teachers, the nurses, the doctors, the vets and social workers of country Australia are what is at stake here. And the simple truth is, for higher education in Australia, it's that international student revenue pays for domestic students and supports our country universities. So I would urge the government to have a very close look at what is happening to university funding in regional Australia. It is a crisis, it is having a debilitating effect, and it will have a debilitating effect on educational outcomes in regional Australia, and it will have a debilitating effect on the future workforce of regional Australia. So I think it's a very positive thing that this bill delivers important relief to our students and also our graduates. It'll mean a debt reduction for 3 million Australians, and that is a significant and an important initiative, and I commend the bill to the House, but in doing so, urge the government to support our regional universities and listen to their cries for help, which are occurring right across country Australia.
Are there any statements? The Assistant Minister for Migration and Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thanks, Speaker. If there's one group of Australians that have had the rough end of the pineapple when it comes to cost of living, it's young people. Increases in rent, increases in student debts, increases in their general cost of living expenses like every other Australian, and they've really been struggling. And that was the message that came through in the last period of the former government and indeed in the last period of this parliament. And that's why the Albanese government reacted and put in place that commitment to reduce student debts by 20% if we were elected and make it a priority of this government upon returning to office. And I'm proud that this Universities Accord bill that will provide that real relief for millions of Australians. Many of them are younger Australians who we've listened to, and we're now taking action by cutting their student debts by 20%. It's a promise that we made in the election. We're now delivering it as a priority for this government. It will be the first piece of legislation that will pass this parliament. We know that cost of living is important to Australians. That's why the major focus of our policies was cost of living relief, and this bill just does just that, helping to wipe more than $16 billion in debt for more than 3 million Australians. We know that getting an education shouldn't mean a lifetime of debt. We also know that the Coalition opposed this measure in the election campaign. Pleased to see that they've changed their mind, but they did call it terrible and unfair. But the Australian people made it clear on May 3 that they wanted cost of living support. Many parents wanted it for their kids. They want their kids to ensure that they can get an access to education, but that education is affordable. And this is what this bill does. We saw large increases in indexation associated with student debts in the wake of COVID because of the inflation spike that occurred throughout the world. And that resulted in some unfair debts and increases in debts for many Australian students. So we've responded by cutting their debt by 20% and easing pressure for workers and students across the country. For someone in the community of Kingsford Smith with an average debt of $27,600, it will see around $5,500 wiped from their outstanding help loans. It's backdated to the 1st of June, and it will reduce the burden for many of those students, including help, vocational education and trading student loans, Australian apprenticeship support loans, student start-up loans and other student loans. I've been speaking to some students from Randwick TAFE in the community that I represent, and I know that cost can often be a barrier to Australians pursuing an apprenticeship or a qualification at a trade level. This bill will deliver cost of living relief to 280,000 students in the vet sector across the country, cutting $500 million of student debt from that group alone. And our government is focusing on reducing the barriers to further study and training so that every Australian can get the skills they need for a secure, well-paid job. In addition to cutting student debts by 20%, Speaker, the legislation raises the minimum threshold for repayment before students start making those repayments, and it moves from $54,435 to $67,000. So those payments will be reduced. For someone earning $70,000, that will reduce their minimum repayments by $1,300 a year. Speaker, I'm fortunate to have the wonderful University of New South Wales in the electorate that I represent, and I'm a very proud alumnus of that great institution. And it fills me with great pride to see the opportunities on offer at UNSW for students in our community and beyond Australia, and to hear their positive impact from the education that they get. They're the ones making the future happen today. And UNSW, of course, leads the world in solar research, in quantum technology, and indeed in AI and other areas where there's some fantastic research going on. You can see the development of hydrogen fuel in UNSW, and as well as the work that goes on at the Kirby Institute around the development of life-saving treatments for many viruses and other diseases across the world. So no matter where you live or how much your parents earn, we'll continue to ensure that the doors of education and opportunity are open for more Australians, not just at UNSW, but in other great unities across the country. And it's not just helping students from Randwick TAFE, but those from other great TAFEs throughout the country as well. This reform helps everyone repay student debts right now, and it delivers a better deal for every student in the 3 years ahead. It builds on significant reforms that we made to help students in the last period of government, when we wiped $3 billion in help debts and fixed the system so that indexation of help debts can never increase faster than wages. From the 1st of July this year, the government established the Commonwealth Prac payment to support about 68,000 eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students whilst they're completing their compulsory practical training at university. And they'll now start to receive that $320-odd payment whilst they're on practical placement, again assisting those students to meet their cost of living pressures, ensuring that when they do have to take a break from the workforce, that they will still be able to earn and to pay their bills. We've locked in fee-free TAFE into law. It's now seen more than 650,000 enrolments across the country, with 170,000 of those courses already completed. And from 1 January this year, the government also massively expanded the fee-free uni-ready courses, which are life-changing courses that help more students from disadvantaged backgrounds get access to early support for education in the university sector. And we're establishing an independent Australian Tertiary Education Commission to drive reform of Australia's tertiary education sector. And we're changing the way that universities are funded, and that will start from 2026, which will help more people from outer suburbs and regions get a chance to go to university and provide them with the support that they need to complete their degrees. So, Speaker, the government has heard the calls from younger Australians about support for their educational aspirations and the challenges that they're facing with their cost of living. We heard that call, we put in place the policy, we took it to the election, we received a mandate, and now we are delivering that cost of living support for millions of younger Australians to ensure that they can aspire to the education that they want, to aspire to the job that they hope to achieve, and to make a valuable contribution to Australia moving forward.
Are there any statements? The member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the HEX bill that is in front of the Parliament. And I rise to speak about Australian young people who are struggling at this time in ways that they haven't in previous generations, because it goes to the heart of why this bill is important, but why other things are also necessary as well. I met a young woman recently. She was in her early 30s. She had one little child, about a 2 or 3 year old, and twins. She came up to me at King's Cross one Saturday morning when I was standing there, and she said, you know, she was a doctor. She said, I used to be a nurse. I then became a doctor. I've just paid off all my HEX debt. My husband, he's a lawyer, used to be a policeman. He also retrained, just paid off his HEX debt. She said, I think I've done everything right. I've tried to make all the good choices, but I cannot see how I'm ever going to have a home of my own. I can't see how I move forward, and I think about this every single day. And this to me is absolutely gutting, because this goes to the heart of some of the challenges we have in our country right now, where people who are doing everything right, in this case, you know, an individual who is working to care for people. She cared for my mother, and she talked about how she's caring for people, making all the choices, investing in herself in education, and she cannot get ahead. And this is the problem that we're facing. We're facing it in the tax system, and we are facing it in the education system that we have here in this country. So let's talk now to the bill, because this is an important bill. It is not a perfect bill, but it also doesn't deal with some things that really need to be done. So what does this bill do? It reforms the help system. And I think this reform of the help system will go some way to alleviating financial pressure for many young Australians. And so it is a welcome measure to many young Australians. So I will support this bill, but I also acknowledge that this bill is far from the best version of the bill it could be. There are a number of measures in this bill, and 2 of the 3 measures in this bill, namely the changing in the repayment threshold and introducing marginal repayment system, have enormous merit. Firstly, increasing the payment threshold from the current $54,435 to $67,000 will mean that graduates on lower incomes, on lower salaries, will take home more pay before having to contribute back to the cost of their education. This responds to the fact that over time, the repayment schedule for HEX has not kept pace with cost of living, particularly affecting low-income households. Similarly, the Universities Accord identified that the current repayment schedule is unfair, since the stepped increase resulted in some cases of people earning less take-home pay after receiving a pay rise. Now, that just doesn't seem right. But as Professor Andrew Norton argued, these measures in principle sound good. Graduates will earn yet less pay average every year. However, there is some downside in the sense of the marginal increase in the average repayment timeframe, an increase in likelihood of some low-income graduates before the threshold having their HEX index faster than their ability to repay. So these are good measures, but they're not perfect. However, there are a couple of issues with the bill. One is in terms of how we are giving one-off HEX help relief to students. Now, I do support help relief for students, and that is because I believe that in Australia, young people are struggling to achieve the same milestones as their parents. We have a birth rate of 1.5. This is the lowest it has ever been. And this is because young people are saying they can't actually afford to have children. And we as a country will pay the price for that going forward. We are seeing this in the outcomes in our wealth. We see that in the last 10 or so years, households over the age of 65 grew their wealth by around 50%. Households under the age of 35 pretty much went nowhere. And we see that in our tax system. We see that 2 households next to each other, both on 100 grand, if a household is retired, they are on average paying half the tax of a young working household. We all know that it's when you are young and working, when you're trying to buy a house, raise kids, that's when you have the most pressures on your income, and that's when our tax system goes for you the most. So this is why I support the measure in this bill that cuts student debt, because I believe that we do need to find ways and broad ways to try and support young people in what is a really difficult moment for them right now. But I do have, I think, some questions in terms of how the government designed this part of the bill, and I wish they had, frankly, approached a different way. Because the government decided to offer help relief to students by slashing 20% of their account balance at the 1st of June 2025. And look, that's going to help a whole bunch of people, many, many people in my electorate, and I'm extremely pleased about that. However, this policy is extremely dependent on timing, or as economists call it, it is horizontally inequitable. And as E61 estimate in their recent research, a graduate who finished the same degree 4 years ago, and by all accounts can be expected to face the same financial pressures and burdens as someone who graduated today, will experience just half the benefit of this policy relative to someone who graduated last year. So within 4 years, one person gets twice the benefit of somebody else because of the way that this bill has been designed. And that just seems a shame, because frankly, just because you graduated 4 years ago doesn't mean you are less worthy of a reduction in your HECS balance. It doesn't mean that you're less pressured, frankly, in terms of your finances. But it's just the timing. If you graduated, if right now you're at maximum HECS debt, you're going to get the full benefit of this bill. If you have paid it off over time, you're just not. And I don't think that's a particularly fair way of approaching it. And frankly, a young person going into uni right now or starting, next year, they're not going to get any benefit from this bill at all. And so this is some of the challenge here. And so, so I do believe that good policy requires people in the same time to ideally have equal treatment. I recognise that many people in this House, for instance, had free university, which is a luxury that many won't have. But I do think it's of concern that this bill is so sensitive to the timing of when somebody completed their university degrees. In E61 presented other options. They recommended that the government pay each student with a debt a flat amount that equals the equivalent 20% of the average HECS debt. This simple change would have provided $5,500 to all students with a help debt, regardless of their graduation year. The policy would have cost the same, yet it would have mitigated his horizontal inequity based on when a person happens to graduate from university. It would have also given, I hope, possibly the government a longer grace period before pressure mounts for other people to get future cuts of their HECS debt, which is probably going to happen after this one-off debt. That is a problem for future government. I've talked a lot about the help desks and what is important and why this is an important bill. And I recognise that is important. But I also recognise that there are many other issues with the current help system which are problematic and have not been addressed by this bill. I'll put one out there, and actually the member for Kooyong raised this in a second reading amendment, which is the Jobs Ready Graduate Scheme. Because if I go around my community and ask them, how do they think about help desks, how do they think about education, this policy is a policy that keeps on coming up. This policy that was implemented by a previous coalition government increased particularly the cost of arts degrees to around $55,000. They were trying to disincentivise people to go into the arts and more into STEM. It didn't work. It did not achieve its policy objective, but what it did was it burdened arts graduates with an education burden that outstripped, frankly, the costs of the university, and it penalised a group of people who actually have relatively low lifetime earnings. So it wasn't fair either. And this is a shame, that the government hasn't dealt with this problem, because it is a significant problem with the help system, the HECS system, and it is urgent that it is addressed. Another opportunity that has not been dealt with in this bill and was recommended by the Universities Accord was to be changed the timing of indexation from the 1st of July until compulsory repayments made during the previous year are deducted from a student's balance. And this would help students pay down their loans quicker. So in summary, I will support this measure because it is providing relief to, I believe, a part of the community that really needs it. But I do believe that the government could have done a much better job in terms of designing some aspects of this bill, and this has significant way to go still in addressing some of the problems in our university sector. Thank you.
It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mamdani. Mamdani proves people can demand more and win. Freezing the rent, this idea just won in New York. Fast free buses, this idea just won in New York. Cheaper groceries with government-owned stores, this idea just won in New York. Universal free childcare, giving everyone a living wage, taxing big corporations and the wealthiest 1%. These ideas just won in New York when Zoran Mamdani won the NYC Mayor Democratic primaries. And you know what? They'll win here in Australia too, because these ideas would benefit the overwhelming majority of people. They would make everyone's lives better. The political establishment and big corporations will do everything they can to stop this. They'll tell you it's impossible. They'll tell you that it's reckless. They mobilise their millions of corporate dollars to distract you with fear campaigns and smear campaigns. They tried all of this with Mamdani, but when people get together and organise, when they stand up for what is right, when they realise that they can demand more of their government, they can beat all of that. That is what Mamdani means. This last election in Australia, we stopped Dutton. People rejected Trumpian politics. But the Labor government is banking on people thinking we can't demand more. Mamdani shows that we can. Because the stakes are high. Economic inequality is out of control and getting worse. Have I gone mad? When did we decide that billionaires' wealth should surge while millions can't pay the rent or buy a house? $6.5 trillion. That's how much the world's billionaires increased their wealth by over the last decade. Enough to end world poverty several times over. Here in Australia, we have the glory of doubling the number of billionaires in the country over the last decade. It doesn't seem to matter who's in government. The absolutely mega rich just get richer. Over the past decade, under Labor and the Coalition, the total wealth of Australia's richest 200 people has more than doubled. It's now at $667.8 billion. Under Labor and the Coalition, the average rich lister now has 116,000 times the wealth of someone in the bottom 50%. The wealth of that bottom 50% of Australians has flatlined. It's flatlined over the last decade. Since I've started speaking, billionaires in this country have increased their wealth by about $95,000. People can't buy a house. People cannot get ahead. Millions struggle to pay their bills and feed their families. It's past time for a tax on billionaires in this country. Put that wealth to good use. Use it to build enough genuinely affordable homes for everyone who needs them, not buy another luxury yacht. And let me just point out the startling hypocrisy of some of Australia's wealthiest lecturing Australians about productivity. Australians, the business establishment says you are not being productive enough. I say they're making you work too much. It's time for a 4-day week, no loss of pay. Life is for living, not just working. Over the past decade, profits have gone up 97%, wages 50%. Big corporations are having a great time, a bonanza. Everyone else is working their guts out just to get by, to pay their mortgages or rents, to pay the grocery bill, electricity, childcare, school fees, a music lesson for the kids, club sport. We're all working longer hours, more overtime, more commute time. And then you're exhausted by the weekend. You can't enjoy the precious time you have with your family and friends. And then the Labor government convenes an economic roundtable with CEOs telling us that we need to be more productive. It's an insult, frankly. Give us a 4-day week with no loss of pay. Study after study shows people will be happier, stay in their job longer, have fewer mental health issues. They'll be more productive. They'll take fewer sick days. Study after study shows people get trapped in fewer pointless meetings, businesses invest more in genuine labour-saving technologies. But we don't really need those studies. It's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Gilmore electorate takes in a 200-kilometre stretch of the New South Wales south coast, with 180 odd towns and villages across the 3 local council areas of Kiama, Shoalhaven and the Eurobodalla. Gilmore has a lot of roads, a lot of bridges, a lot of pathways, so many roundabouts, thousands of potholes, dozens of landslips, and unfortunately far too many lives lost. I drive these roads every day, so I know firsthand how our local roads are impacted by natural disasters. I get caught in traffic when an accident has occurred and the Princes Highway is closed again. I talk with families that have lost loved ones and people in communities that have been impacted again and again by road trauma. Road safety is a top priority for people in my electorate, and that's why I have fought so hard to deliver more than $1 billion to get important road projects off the ground. And this term, I will continue to fight for better roads in my region. Deputy Speaker, even before I was elected as the federal member for Gilmore in 2019, I'd pounded the pavement collecting signatures, attended rallies and meetings and shouted from the rooftops calling for improvements to the Princes Highway and, of course, our local roads in the Shoalhaven, Eurobodalla and Kiama areas. And now, 6 years later, when I drive around Gilmore, I'm immensely proud to see roadworks that I have championed completed or underway. Major infrastructure projects like the Far North Collector Road at Bangalee near Nowra, the Jervis Bay flyover and many smaller but just as important roads that connect our smaller villages and towns. Just last month I took a tour of the Jervis Bay intersection worksite and was amazed to see how fast it is progressing. Work is now underway on the massive overpass and 2 roundabouts that will make this important intersection smoother and, importantly, safer for local residents and visitors. To the south of the Jervis Bay turnoff, the wheels are turning on the upgrade of a 6-kilometre stretch of the Princes Highway to Hawken Road, which will become dual carriageway with a safer interchange. This crucial road project is finally underway thanks to a $400 million injection of funding from this government. I'm delighted to see the Nowra bypass moving forward with $97 million in federal funding. The Milton-Ulladulla bypass is moving forward with $752 million in federal funding, with the contract awarded for the next phase. These are some of Gilmore's big-ticket items, but just as important are the smaller road projects that are happening across my electorate thanks to an injection of federal funds. I've delivered $40 million for the Shoalhaven local roads package, and on top of that, this government is providing an additional $8.1 million to improve the Shoalhaven road network. Preparatory works have begun on 6 roads earmarked for upgrades, including Forest Road, Killala Beach Road, Killala Bay Road, Culburra Road, the intersection of Warragee and Greenwell Point Roads, and the Killala Bay Road Forest Road intersection. Further south in the Eurobodalla, work is underway on a new roundabout at the intersection of George Bass Drive and Browley Road at Browley, with the help of $2 million from the Black Spot program. A new $4 million roundabout on the Princes Highway at South Moruya will provide safe access to the Moruya TAFE campus, the new Eurobodalla Emergency Services Precinct and future housing developments. In the Kiama Council area, a string of natural disasters has led to devastating landslips around Jamberoo, and I'm proud to say Jamberoo Mountain Road is now open to traffic following the completion of repair works helped along by federal and state disaster recovery funding. I'm really looking forward to the completion of additional repair work on Wallaby Hill Road, Foxground Road and another section of Jamberoo Mountain Road, thanks to over $4 million in funding through the Albanese and Minns Labor Government's Infrastructure Betterment Fund. I'm deeply committed to addressing long-standing problems on local roads caused by extreme weather events and also future-proofing the local road network for expected population growth in the region. Finally, Deputy Speaker, the government's decision to increase the Black Spot program to $150 million per year and to progressively double Roads to Recovery funding means our local councils can fix even more local roads to ensure we all get home safely.
And I call the member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Tonight I'm calling out the moral hypocrisy of the net zero zealots. And I do this on behalf of regular Australians who are the ones bearing the cost of Labor's reckless climate and energy policy. But tonight I'm not just calling out the Prime Minister, I'm calling out the hypocrisy of the UN climate chief, Mr Simon Steele of Grenada. For regular Australians, that's the bloke who travels the world, presumably on planes powered by fossil fuels, on behalf of the United Nations, demanding radical climate targets from countries who are signatories to the Paris Agreement and who have signed up to net zero by 2050. What is net zero, you might ask? Well, net zero commits Australia to holding the increase in global average temperatures to well below 2 degrees of warming and pursuing efforts to keep warming to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius. And if you have further questions, many people do as well. Now, to achieve that, Labor has committed to a radical decarbonisation of the Australian economy. That's why they've introduced a tax on our heavy industry, which is the safeguard mechanism. That's why they're transferring massive subsidies, your money, to inefficient foreign-backed renewable projects. That's the capacity investment scheme. That's why there's a tax on utes and four-wheel drives to make diesel and petrol-powered vehicles more expensive and move you to electric vehicles. That's the new fuel efficiency standard. And that's why there's also a tax on farmers coming, with the obligation for them to report indirect and emissions in their supply and value chains. Now, all of this will have huge economic consequences, and no one is really being honest about the true cost of net zero. Now, ask a question of this and people are quick to call you a climate denier. But everyone knows that the price of electricity keeps going up. Everyone knows the price of gas keeps going up. After all, you're the ones who get the bills. Now, Labor's objective is to have 82% of the electricity grid powered by renewables by 2030. So what they're going to do is move from cheap, reliable, Aussie coal and gas-fired power stations to Chinese-made industrial-scale wind and solar farms that destroy our fertile farming land, our environment, and will be very expensive and unreliable. It's a pretty bleak picture, and today we heard from Ross Garnaut, a long-time advisor to Labor governments, that Labor is not on target for 2030. In fact, they're going to miss their goal or their objective by a big margin. So to recap, Labor is driving our country into the ground, chasing radical and unrealistic climate targets. The Australian people are paying the costs in power prices, in dropping living standards, in jobs moving offshore and in our national prosperity. And the net impact, Deputy Speaker, is that we are less secure and less sovereign as a nation. Now, onto the stage. Yesterday walked the UN climate boss, Mr Steele, and yesterday in Sydney he urged Australia to go big on targets, that we must avoid bog standard targets or the world will overheat. Now, given that Australia produces only 1.1% of the world's emissions, and last year we only produced 0.3%, or in fact we only increased our emissions by 0.3%, my question for Mr Steele would be, has he asked China, India, Indonesia the same question? Last year China accounted for 30.7% of the world's emissions and they grew by 1.2%. India accounted for 8% of the world's emissions and grew by 3.7%. Indonesia, 2.2% of the world's emissions, grew by 6.3%. Has Mr Steele asked Australia to halt the export of coal and gas to India, China, Japan, South Korea and other Asia-Pacific countries? Last year, we exported 25% of the world's coal and 20% of the world's gas in 2024. No, he hasn't. So he can't really be serious on climate change. We are literally fueling the world's largest and fastest growing emitters with our exports. And that's a reality they won't admit. But Mr Still has the gall to come down here and lecture the Australian people on climate goals and demand that we further weaken our economy, deindustrialise our country and transfer wealth from some of the poorest Australians to the most wealthy Australians. And here's the real kicker. That money is used to subsidise foreign energy interests. So, Deputy Speaker, Australians can't stand hypocrisy, and hypocrisy lies at the heart of the net zero economy that this government is building. We see hypocrisy from this Labor government and we've seen it from the UN climate boss. Who is going to stand up for regular Australians? Who is going to stand up for our families, our seniors, our workers, our small businesses and heavy industry who bear the cost of Labor's net zero policies? Mr Still should come to my electorate. He should look the 3,000 Alcoa workers in the eyes and he should explain to them the true cost of net zero.
I'll call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I love bragging about my neck of the woods in Braddon. Windswept, best cheese, safe community, welcoming, fabulous artists. These are just some of the words that I would use to describe King Island. King Island is an island in Bass Strait belonging to the Australian state of Tasmania. It is the largest of 4 islands, known as the New Year Group, and the second largest island in Bass Strait after Flinders Island. The island's population is around 1,600 people. That's growing, Deputy President. The island forms part of the official land divide between the Great Australian Bight and Bass Strait, off the northwestern tip of Tasmania, and about halfway to the mainland state of Victoria. There are 3 small islands immediately offshore, New Year Island and Christmas Island, situated to the northwest, and the smaller Councillor Island to the east, opposite Sea Elephant Beach. In mid-July, I visited King Island to officially open the hub, a beautifully designed building for the use of the local community, tourists, and it sits right beside the new study King Island, both funded by the Albanese Labor government. It's one of 10 new regional study hubs around Australia in 2025, aimed at providing students living in regional areas easier access to VET and university study options. The King Island Hub comprises a community lounge with free Wi-Fi, a co-working space, small meeting and training rooms, new accessible toilets and kitchen, and some of the best views in Tasmania. And I really do mean the best views. They are stunning. I'm not sure how anyone will study out of it. The multi-purpose building has been built between the Curry Museum and the Lighthouse and incorporates an existing residence previously used by the King Island Council. The King Island Study Hub will offer both young and mature local students the opportunity to have a dedicated study hub with support on the island and help raise educational aspirations. The hub will provide support to locals studying at university and VET academic students the ability to stay on island and remain near their support networks. I also packed in constituent meetings, visited Phoenix House, the local community house, which is the heart of the community, welcoming locals, growing fruit and vegetables, but they do so much more for the community. Ocean Dunes Golf Course is a relatively new course and is currently building a 62-bed hotel right in the middle of the golf course by local tradies who employed 7 local apprentices. It's an impressive building which, when completed, will welcome golfers, but also others, from across the globe to complete 18 holes on what I think is one of the most picturesque courses. A restaurant is also planned for the site once the hotel is completed. The windswept island off an island doesn't do winter like the rest of Australia. On King Island, the pace slows, the Curry Lighthouse turned canvas as part of anchoring the season, the King Island Anchorage Festival. A laid-back celebration of local culture, produce and creativity that was as much about connection as it was about content. Seeing Light, an interactive and immersive projection experience that transformed the Curry Lighthouse into a beacon of storytelling and sound. My visit is never complete without a visit to the gallery at Curry Harbour, currently showcasing Weathering, a heartfelt exhibition crafted by local artists in response to the recent drought, capturing the resilience and humanity of the King Island community. I was also very pleased to meet with Graham, the new owner of the King Island Dairy, the factory that makes the best cheese anywhere. Last year, the large multinational who owned the dairy decided they were going to sell or close if a buyer couldn't be found. This was devastating news for the island. The dairy employs over 60 locals and runs 2 dairy farms. It was great to hear the passion that Graham has to keep the factory running but also upgrade it. I also met with the Narracoopa Progress Committee, an enthusiastic group of locals who are champions for their part of the island, to discuss their plans to upgrade along their foreshore. And my visit is never complete, Deputy Speaker, without dropping into the CWA shop, where the smell of freshly cooked scones, jam and cream meet you as you enter, and a warm welcome is followed closely from the CWA women. A visit here is not complete without replenishing my cupboard with some of their great produce made right on the island. I am lucky to have such a beautiful part of the world right in my electorate.
I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today in question time we had the Minister for Defence Industry trying to make a valiant defence of Labor's flagship National Reconstruction Fund. Members might wonder why the government felt this was necessary, and I want to address last month the Auditor-General handed down its report, Design and Establishment of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation. This report found that the NRFC board was yet to finalise a financial or investment strategy. This is despite more than $400 million having been invested by the NRF to date. That's $400 million invested without a financial or investment strategy, which is required. And I quote from the report, the NRFC's investment targets are not supported by formal plans to deploy investments in a timely manner to generate returns and fund operating expenses. So in plain language, the Labor Party has been splashing taxpayers' money without a care in the world. How surprising. But this is an astonishing government failure and governance failure, as the Auditor-General found, because it's directly at odds with what the government has said the rationale for the NRF is. Minister Ayres has said that the NRF, and I quote, is required to deliver a positive return to government over time. And no less than the Prime Minister, when visiting China early last month, said of the NRF, quote, we expect it will produce a return to the government through increased revenues. Yeah, right. Well, then how does that correlate with the Auditor-General finding that the NRFC's investment targets are not supported by formal plans to deploy investments in a timely manner to generate returns and fund operating expenses? In other words, the fund has no plan not to fund its own expenses and certainly not to deliver a return to government. But the Prime Minister and the Industry Minister are promising the taxpayer that there will be a return from this money. Very difficult to imagine without a plan for a return and where the funds aren't being deployed to produce a return, barely even cover its expenses. What action has the government undertaken to address this serious mismanagement? Well, last week, Capital Brief reported that Minister Ayres and Minister Gallagher issued a joint statement to the NRFC to accelerate its investment. In layman's terms, that means hurry up, get on with it, because there isn't a return coming. Labor wants the NRFC to double down on its investment pipeline in the full knowledge of the fact that there isn't a finalised investment or financial strategy. Small problem. It won't be without such plans until after its September board meeting. But the government is saying to the fund, hurry up and spend the money, without the plan and without the investment strategy. Is this a recipe for disaster, Deputy Speaker, I ask you? Well, it sounds like a recipe for disaster. Hurry up and spend, hurry up and invest. Don't hurry up and set up your investment plans to actually fund the money that the taxpayer has given you. It's little wonder that the federal budget is heaving with debt, and debt has increased under the Labor Party if this is the approach. But, Speaker, this is not the only serious governance blind spot that we found at the NRFC. In the same report, the Auditor-General found that the 9th member of the NRFC board, Mr Glenn Thompson, was appointed without due diligence checks having been conducted by the minister's respective departments. And I ask the House, so who is Glenn Thompson? Mr. Glenn Thompson is a former long-time Assistant National Secretary to the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, someone that you probably would want to do due diligence check, just like any other member of the board. It's the very same union, of course, regrettably, that Minister Ayres was now the former National Secretary of. So a person who's been appointed to the NRFC board without, according to the Auditor General, without due diligence checks having been conducted over this member, is also a member of the union that the Minister was the former National Secretary of. That is a coincidence, Deputy Speaker, that we would certainly want to know more about. Despite this advice being present on the appointment briefs that we can tell, the Minister still signed off. So, Speaker, clearly there's questions for the government to answer and the Minister to answer over the appointment of a member to the NRFC board that the Auditor General finds was appointed without due diligence checks having been conducted by respective departments. This is not a careful and strategic deployment of taxpayer funds that ought to constitute industry policy in the 21st century. Instead, this does appear to me to look like more of the same discredited protectionist policies of the past, but with less scrutiny and less planning than ever before. And if the Prime Minister is serious, if the Industry Minister is serious about a return to government, well, surely they're going to need a plan, an investment plan, not just spending the money. And this isn't our claims, this is from the Auditor General. So we ask the government to seriously look at what they're doing in this fund.
I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and may I start by congratulating you as the first Aboriginal person to chair the House of Representatives. Deputy Speaker, on Sunday I had the most special day with my family where my friend Dr. Nilofer Ibrahimi hosted a special gathering with her family and friends, actually to celebrate my being elected. Dr. Nilofer Ibrahimi is one of the most inspiring people I have the great honour to know. She is a doctor from Afghanistan and was a female member of Parliament in Afghanistan. And since the Taliban retook over Kabul, she has been a Canberran and here founded the Zamzam Foundation, which is an organisation that supports the education of young women in Afghanistan. So it was incredibly moving that she organised this celebration for myself and my family when really the greatest honour is to know her and her beautiful family, and to call her a friend and a supporter means more to me than I can put into words. Her story is incredibly inspiring and it's covered in a documentary called Facing the Dragon that I hope we will be able to screen in the Parliament sometime very soon, and I encourage anyone who has the opportunity to view this to do so. It is one of the most powerful things I have ever watched. And for me personally, as a Member of Parliament, to hear her journey as a Member of Parliament representing her community and what that meant for her as a woman, the challenges she faced in Afghanistan, is incredibly moving, particularly now since what has happened since then. Recently, Nilofer's sister, Manazar, and 6 of her daughters and her son have been able to join her here in Australia. And to see these incredible young women, their resilience, their strength, their courage with which they are starting a new life here in Australia is, to think about what their lives have been so far, what they have had to endure, and what they would be if they were not here, and what they will be now, is an incredible testament to what it means when we can welcome refugees into this country. I was really pleased to have the opportunity to share in some of their Afghan culture on the weekend, and what an incredibly beautiful and generous culture that is, and one that under the Taliban is being so destructively attacked, particularly for women and their basic right to exist. On the 15th of August, we'll mark the 4th anniversary of the Taliban's takeover of Kabul. And since that terrible day, we have seen the decimation of human rights and a growing humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. In 2024, our government joined Germany, Canada and the Netherlands to take the Taliban to the International Court of Justice over the violation of women and girls' human rights. And we have allocated 26,500 dedicated visa places for Afghans to migrate to Australia under the offshore humanitarian program through to 2026, focusing on reuniting refugees with immediate family in Australia. We've also committed significant humanitarian and basic aid assistance to Afghanistan. When I see Nilufer's family here and the new lives they are making, I just hope that we can extend that to even more of these of Afghan people to come and have a chance to live a life where women can pursue normal and happy lives, as these wonderful women are. I particularly want to draw attention to the escalating humanitarian crisis affecting approximately 4 million Afghan refugees who are currently residing in Iran. And this has been brought to my attention by two more local organisations, the Afghan Peace Foundation and Susan Hutchinson of Azadi Azan, a women's rights organisation based here in my electorate of Canberra, which is aimed at bringing justice for human rights defenders of Afghanistan, and ultimately for them to be able to continue defending women's rights for Afghan women. The world must not forget the plight of the women of Afghanistan, and I'm proud that our government is doing this, and I hope that we can do more. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I call the clerk.
Government business. Further statements on the provisions of the Universities Accord Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025.
Are there any statements? And I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, let me congratulate you also as the first First Nations person to lead from that chair. I rise to speak tonight to support the Universities Accord Bill to cut student debt by 20%. As I mentioned in my first speech to this House, my mum Lou, who still lives in my electorate, couldn't fulfil her dream of becoming a teacher because her parents couldn't afford for her to go to college. My twin sister and I, we were the first in our family to attend university, and this would not have happened had university not been affordable. As one of 8 kids, with mum staying at home and dad working as a sparky, there was no way they could have afforded it for us to attend university. And that is why I'm forever grateful that all those years ago, Labor made university accessible and affordable for all. The opportunity to study enabled my sister and I to pursue our careers and build our lives. I want young people across Brisbane afforded the same opportunity I was given to potentially live the life that they want. However, setting yourself up for life through education should not put undue financial pressure on any of us and our families. At a time where there are cost of living pressures, people are feeling an even greater impact of study debt. So it was right that the government do something about it, and they do that now. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister made a commitment that if elected, one of the first things we would do is introduce legislation to wipe 20% off student debt. And that is exactly what we are doing. Deputy Madam Speaker, having access to affordable education is an important foundation in anyone's life. That is why I'm proud to be part of a government who is delivering better and fairer education for all. Education has the power to change lives. On this side of the House, we believe in supporting our young Australians through their entire education journey. This support starts in early years with our cheaper childcare policy. More than 1 million Australian families have benefited from cheaper childcare, delivering real cost of living relief to households, including those in Brisbane. This is good for children, it's good for families, and it's good for Australia. We also committed at the last election the 3-day guarantee, starting from January next year. This will deliver a guaranteed 3 days a week of formative early childhood education. It means more than 100,000 families will be entitled to more hours of subsidised education and care. The government will also roll out the $1 billion Building Early Education Fund, which will boost access to early education and care in areas of need, including in the outer suburbs and regional Australia. Our education system relies on professionalism and the dedication of our educators. Labor recognises the critical role they play in teaching our kids, which is why Labor is supporting childhood educators with a 15% pay rise. And I was recently at a Good Start Centre in Ashgrove with the Minister for Early Childhood Education, Senator Walsh, who delivered this good news to local educators. Of note, though, most were female, which I guess is unsurprising given the profession. But this is important because more women getting paid more goes a long way to delivering gender pay equity. Now, right before the election, the Prime Minister announced a landmark deal with the states and territories that our public schools will be fully funded and fairly funded right across the country. This will deliver record funding to schools and introduce targeted reforms which will help students to catch up, keep up and finish up. But support doesn't and shouldn't stop there. In my community of Brisbane, there are more than 25,000 students across TAFE, vocational schools and education. There are also more than 34,000 with student debt. That's the third largest concentration in the economy. And this equates to approximately $1.1 billion in debt. So this bill means the young people of Brisbane will be one of the biggest beneficiaries of reducing student debt, which I am proud to be part of delivering. Whether you are a professional at 37% of our Brisbane workforce or a technician, tradie or community and personal service worker who make up another 20%, you will benefit from this student debt reduction. Professionals, builders, bakers, nurses, teachers, paramedics and the rest who have finished your education with a debt and are working in your chosen field, you will benefit from this student debt reduction. If you are still studying, you will benefit from this debt reduction. So no matter how you choose to study, this government wants to make sure education isn't a barrier to leading a decent life. Deputy Madam Speaker, we've heard tonight that the average student debt today is about $27,500. This legislation will cut that debt by about $5,500. For the people of Brisbane and across Australia, if you've got a debt of $50,000, this law will cut it by $10,000. And all up, this bill will cut student debt by more than $16 billion. And in the good news, it will be backdated to June 1 this year. This bill also proposes structural reform to how the repayment system works. As said by Bruce Chapman, the architect of HECS, this is the single most important change to the HECS system in over 35 years. These changes will make repayments cheaper and they kick in later when workers are earning more money. This again will help young Australians who are trying to save for a deposit on a house or who are trying to build up their own piggy bank, like Angus or my sons who live in Brisbane, who are young and starting to make their own way in the world. Unsurprisingly, before the most recent election, the Coalition attacked this policy. They called it profoundly unfair and said Australians would see no benefit from this policy. Madam Deputy Speaker, with comments like these, it's no wonder young people are abandoning the Coalition in droves, and a recent report actually confirms that. And I'm not surprised. Young people are finding it tough and they want to be listened to. And this is what Labor is doing with this bill. And just this week, we've also heard those opposite say that there is no such thing as a free lunch, referring, of course, to student debt. Those opposite love a free lunch, like the tax cuts for the highest earners in the country or the free lunch they wanted to bring back for bosses. If the LNP want to be taken seriously, they need to start listening to our young people. They have a chance to do this with this legislation, not just by voting for it, but by actually speaking in support of it. Young people made their voices heard at the election, and they have put their faith in our government to deliver on reforms that will make a difference in their lives. Young people like Angus, who I mentioned earlier. He runs his own small business walking dogs to support himself while studying his Bachelor of Communication at QUT. Or there's Nathan, who recently graduated and is now completing his PhD in mechanical aerospace engineering. Nathan will now be $9,500 closer to getting a deposit on his home. Or there are people like Mason, who studied advanced programming at TAFE, but has now gone on to university to study IT and computer science. But it's not just this reform Labor has delivered. From 1 July, our government established a Commonwealth payment to support about 68,000 eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. On top of this, our government has locked free TAFE into law. This landmark policy has seen more than 650,000 enrolments across the country, with 170,000 of those courses already completed. And from January 1 this year, the Labor government also massively expanded fee-free uni-ready courses. This is important because it provides a different pathway to finish school and is helpful to those, especially from disadvantaged backgrounds or who just don't like school, to access TAFE or university. Last year, the government wiped $3 billion off help debt and fixed the system so that indexation on help debts can never increase faster than wages. The fact that this happened is unfair, and it caused a lot of angst amongst young people, including people in my electorate, and Labor fixed it. Madam Speaker, Labor is doing a lot to help with cost of living, and on top of the reductions that this law introduces, we've seen tax cuts and energy bill relief coming, etc. We heard today about more bulk billing. But we also know that young people often get jobs in hospitality to support their studies. This bill is all about delivering on a promise. It's about giving everyone a fair go. It's about making the education system fairer and restoring generational equality.
I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. 2.9 million Australians have a HECS debt, and this bill will reduce their debts by 20%. As a result of this bill, every single one of the 1.2 million Australians who are currently repaying their student loans will pay less per year. I wish to congratulate and thank the 290,000 Australians who signed my HECS petition to the Education Minister last year. You contributed to this change. You spoke and your voice was heard by your elected representatives and by the government. You did this. I also want to thank and congratulate the Minister for Education for responding to the voices of hundreds of thousands of Australians. Our democracy is strong. I've heard from or spoken with many of you, students, graduates, parents, grandparents, academics, educators. Australians distressed that a system designed to increase access to tertiary education had been reverse engineered to the point where it is an active disincentive to start studies and has become a burden around the neck of young people and older people saddled with life-changing debt. This legislation will lift some of that burden for Australians. It's very clever politics, but it is not ideal policy. The 20% cut is not well targeted. It will deliver major benefits to recent graduates, but give much less to current students or earlier graduates. It gives nothing to future students or those who have already completed their repayments. It will help those people who have bigger debts more. Under this bill, the income threshold for compulsory help repayments will increase to $67,000, and repayments will be calculated only on that portion of the income which is above the $67,000 threshold rather than the total income. This marginal repayment system will result in lower compulsory repayments for everyone who earns less than $180,000. The problem is that higher threshold and the marginal repayment rates mean that although we won't any longer have that paradox where graduates who are earning pay rises sometimes actually saw their take-home pay decrease, more graduates will find themselves repaying less than the annual indexation on their HECS balance. As a result, the debt will increase each year. They'll be effectively locked into a debt treadmill. The Parliamentary Budget Office has calculated for those starting careers with incomes below the repayment thresholds, particularly for women, repayment could take 40 years or more. Some young students are signing on for what is effectively a lifetime of debt, and they don't understand that when they take on those degrees. Deputy Speaker, university isn't what it used to be. Domestic enrolments have plateaued. Dropout rates are historically high. Debts of more than $150,000 at graduation are no longer rare. Women are taking longer to pay back their HECS debts, so they end up paying more. And meanwhile, the government has still not unwound the Job Ready Graduate Scheme, which 5 years ago doubled the cost of arts, law and business degrees overnight. Students of those disciplines are still accruing massive debts, $50,000 for a basic degree, $85,000 for common combinations. As the Australian Historical Association said yesterday, in an era of severe international turmoil, climate crisis, rising disinformation and a declining trust in our democratic principles, a higher education in subjects that stress global knowledge, reasoned debate and civic literacy is paramount. Job-ready graduates did not align with national priorities or with projected skills shortages. It left students with debts which were vastly disproportional to their future earning potential. The PBO has estimated that it's already increased student debt by more than $10 billion, and that is going to continue to increase massively until it is reversed. The Minister has suggested repeatedly that the Australian Tertiary Education Commission will provide advice on student fees, but it will not be able to change them before 2027 at the earliest. The Minister could do that tomorrow. In 2021, Labor caucus called the Job Ready Graduate Scheme inequitable, pernicious and perverse. Even the Liberals are now admitting that the Job Ready Graduate Scheme is an appalling policy which should be scrapped immediately. Prac placements are another burden. Optometry and medical imaging students have to undertake a full year of full-time, unpaid training. Physios, occupational therapists, podiatrists, speech pathologists, vets and others have to complete 1,000 hours or more of unpaid placements. During those placements, which can be hundreds of kilometres from their homes, they have to pay for travel, additional accommodation, uniforms, equipment, professional registration and insurances, not to mention their loss of income plus or minus childcare costs. Those placements are much more burdensome for students from rural and regional settings and for those from First Nations and vulnerable backgrounds. They are more challenging for women who are more likely to have dependents and other care responsibilities. The Commonwealth Payment Program, which commenced on the 1st of July, was a response to the University Accord's recommendation that we provide financial support for the nursing, care and teaching professions, but it is currently limited to students of nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work. There is no possible justification for excluding students from other care disciplines at a time when we have persisting and significant workforce shortages in virtually all healthcare disciplines. It is a false economy to force students to defer their studies or to go part-time to cover the cost of their prac placements, knowing that in many such cases those decisions are followed by non-completion. We're already investing in those students. We need the skill sets that they are acquiring in all good faith. Placement poverty is exacerbating workforce shortages in many key professions like psychology and radiography. By worsening skills shortages, we are driving up the out-of-pocket costs for things like psychology support, mental health care and medical imaging. And so I join with the Allied Health Professionals Association, the Australian Medical Students Association, the AMA, the National Union of Students, the Health Services Union, the Australian Veterinary Association and the Pharmacy Guild in calling on the government to immediately extend support for compulsory prac placements to all care sector students. Finally, Deputy Speaker, HECS loans are indexed annually on the 1st of June, using a formula based on either the CPI or the wage price index for the previous year. and that ensures that debts maintain their real value over time. The fact that the tax office doesn't adjust the balance owing until after a tax return is filed, after indexation is applied, means that many graduates see their debts increase, despite their very best efforts to pay them off. It is outrageous that payments made during the year by these graduates are not taken into account before that indexation is applied. We would not put up with this on our mortgages. Why do we expect graduates to put up with it? It is a sneaky, unnecessary cash grab which is costing Australian graduates $175 million every year. Deputy Speaker, we need fairer, more equitable and more systemic higher education contribution schemes. Young people are facing a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, a climate crisis, and now we've given them the additional burden of making their education too expensive. We need to align the cost of education with earning potential of graduates. We have to ensure that Australians aren't saddled with a lifetime of debt because they've worked to gain skills from which we will all benefit. We shouldn't make laws that prolong and increase their debt burden. That is what we are doing today. HECS debts are stopping young people from starting degrees. They're preventing them from getting home loans. They're causing them to put off starting families at a time where our birth rate is lower than it's ever been before. We need to make degrees cheaper, and we should start by scrapping the job-ready graduate scheme. We need to change indexation to make it more fair. We need to help young people complete practical training in the courses that they love so that we can benefit from the skills that they bring to our healthcare system. We need to show some generosity. We will all benefit so much in return. I brought to the House today an amendment to those ends. I commend it to the House, as I commend this bill, and I trust that colleagues from all sides will support it.
I call the member for Jellybrain.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, at the last federal election, the Albanese government promised to cut student debt by 20%, and this week in Parliament, we're delivering on that promise. We said it'd be the first thing we'd do when Parliament returned after the election, and now we are here delivering it. Delivering real cost of living relief for 18,000 Australians in my electorate with a student debt. Delivering a better deal for 3 million Australians across the country with a student debt. Reducing the average student debt by about $5,500 in one hit, in one bill. Labor's commitment to cutting student debts by 20% was one of those policies that I can tell you really cut through at the last election. I can't tell you how many voters that I met on the doors or on the streets or in a shopping centre in my electorate at pre-poll, polling booths on election day, who I asked, do you have a student debt? Do you want to buy your first home? Well, vote Labor, and the first thing we'll do is we'll cut your student debt by 20%, then we'll also increase your borrowing capacity with the banks, and to top it off, will enable every Australian to buy their first home with a 5% deposit without having to pay lenders' mortgage insurance. Now, this cut through because it spoke to a bigger intergenerational injustice. It was offering a fairer deal to young Australians who have gotten a raw deal in recent years. I agree with the member for Kooyong. Young Australians facing a housing crisis, facing a cost of living crisis, facing the legacy of a climate crisis. Now, of course, it also cut through because the coalition, those opposite, opposed these cuts to student debt when Labor announced them at the last election. They called them wasteful. In this Parliament, the Coalition's #1 priority is now protecting generous tax concessions for Australians with $3 million in superannuation already there for their retirement. These are the intergenerational priorities of the Coalition. They still don't get it. And it's no surprise that Coalition MPs have been telling journalists in the press gallery that they suspect that even their own children weren't voting for the Coalition at the last federal election, and really, who can blame them? Now, while we're in this chamber cutting student debts this week, I just say we should also remember that when it was introduced, HECS was one of the great innovations of Australian public policy. Consider the challenge that HECS was designed to meet. When the Hawke government came into office, barely 1 in 3 Australians finished high school. Barely 1 in 3 Australians completed grade 12. And through a decade of persistent policy effort, recognising the way the world was changing, recognising the way the global economy was changing, recognising the need for increased skills and increased levels of education, the Hawke government increased funding to secondary schools, targeted disadvantaged areas, modernised curricula and introduced vocational and applied learning pathways, made the case publicly on the need for kids to stay in school longer. And after 10 years, the Hawke government was able to lift the high school completion rate in Australia to nearly 8 in 10. From 3 in 10 Australians finishing high school to 8 in 10 Australians finishing high school in a decade. An extraordinary expansion of the opportunity of education from a reforming, pioneering government. It's a great Labor legacy. Yeah. But what then to do with a now more than doubling of the proportion of Australian school leavers who are now able to dream of going to university? HECS, a deferred repayment income contingent loan scheme, enabled Australian students to contribute to the costs of their degrees proportionate to the expected private salary returns that they could expect to receive from their qualifications, in a way that didn't force them to pay up front or to face crippling interest repayments on large upfront loans. It enabled students to pay back their student debts only when they were earning the kind of salaries expected from university study and with debts being indexed rather than subject to private interest rates. HECS expanded educational opportunity and did it in a fair and fiscally responsible way. It was a great Labor reform that the Hawke government Education Minister, Brian Dawkins, and the designer of HECS, Bruce Chapman, can rightly take great pride in. Income contingent loans of this type have been copied by governments around the world, and it was a Labor innovation. It was an Australian innovation. But unfortunately, over time, thanks to a series of reforms to higher education introduced by those opposite in the last decade, the wasted decade before the election of the Albanese government, those reforms broke the balance that made HECS work. And the recent COVID-driven inflation spike really threw things out of kilter. The spike in the indexation of loans through that period after COVID really got out of control, and this bill fixes that. In the previous government, we've already wiped $3 billion in student debt from Australians' student loans, and we fixed indexation to ensure that in the future, debts cannot grow faster than the wages of students who have incurred them. Now, we are going further to ensure that more money is back in the pockets of more Australians, wiping another $16 billion from 3 million Australians' student debts in the bill that we have debated this week. Now, for the average Australian with a student debt of $27,000, that's a reduction of more than $5,500. Now, this bill will also help Australians with student debt who are earning lower wages keep more money in their pockets, increasing the repayment threshold from $54,000 to $67,000 a year. A recommendation made by the architect of the HECS scheme, Bruce Chapman, who designed it with Dawkins back in the 1980s. And I know from media reports that Bruce is very, very excited about that particular reform. This will reduce yearly repayments, and for someone on an income of $70,000 a year, it'll reduce the amount of compulsory repayments by about $1,300 a year. So Australians only start to pay off their studies when their studies start paying off for them. We're also replacing the current repayment system with a new marginal repayment system, so that instead of the amount Australians pay being a percentage of their entire wage, it is a percentage of their wage above the minimum repayment threshold of $54,435. It's a structural change, and it's a fairer change that will benefit people with a student debt now and in the years ahead. Now, in the debate about this bill, particularly during the election, there were some ignorant and snarky comments from Conservatives about who these changes would benefit. Well, I'll tell you who these changes will benefit. It'll benefit teachers, it'll benefit nurses, it'll benefit engineers, it'll benefit social workers, it'll benefit doctors, it'll benefit scientists, it'll benefit researchers. It'll benefit all Australians who back themselves by going to university to improve their skills, to build our nation. Yet this is betting on Australians who bet on themselves. This is a bill that rewards aspirational Australians. And it comes on the top of a suite of educational reforms that we have made under the previous government and that we took to the last election. Fee-free TAFE. PRAC payments, expanding that opportunity in the education system for more Australians. There's an enormous legacy in this country of the pioneering reforms to our education system made by Labor governments. And they have a few things in common. They're fair, they expand opportunity, they let more Australians have access to that ladder of opportunity, the opportunity to improve yourself, to aspire to something better, to back yourself, to develop those skills, but they do it in a fair way. That's what this bill before the House, that we have passed this week, is all about. Delivering on our commitment to young Australians to support them to improve their own skills without being burdened with a crippling debt in the future. This is just the start, though. This government has a big agenda in education policy. It's one that we will continue to work on through the life of this government. The member for Gippsland is on manoeuvres at the moment. I'll be finishing my speech in some seconds, and if he wants the call next, he can get back to the chamber. But the member for... All right. Thank you. On that note, I will conclude my comments. Thank you.
I'll call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I was going through this, and I was always fascinated. I went to the website, Australian Government Department of Education. It goes through the grand outcomes of this bill. It tells me about, does the 20% reduction apply to me? What should I consider making a voluntary repayment? When will I see the 20%? Why will my student loan debt go up? What is if my help loan for recent study is not showing? And on it goes. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I tell you one thing it doesn't show you is how much it's costing the Australian people. It doesn't tell you that. And when we hear this, when we say, you know, this is what the government is doing, it sounds like it's almost coming out of Treasurer Jim Chalmers' pocket, or maybe out of Mr. Anthony Albanese's new house, or, I don't know, magical place. It's actually the Australian people. The Australian people are paying off other people's debts. The Australian people are forking out the money from their pocket to pay off another person's debt. That is actually what is happening here. And let's talk about some of the other Australian people who are paying off people who go to university's debt. And I went to university. Well, they're fitters and turners, they're plumbers, they're shearers, they're bricklayers, they're chippies, they're boilermakers, they're just farm labourers. They don't get their debt paid off, but they're paying off another person's debt. How do you think they see that? How do you think they see it? I mean, this is this sort of conceit, you know, I'm entitled, after I've been to university, to have the taxpayer pay off my debt. Why? I mean, I know that the numbers of the House goes to get through, but, you know, let's just, in this rhetoric, just remember who's actually paying for this. It's not the government, as if you whip the tin round the Labor Party and say, chuck your money in here, we're going to pay off the debt. No, it's actually other taxpayers that are paying off the debt. The debt. And if they don't pay off the debt from the other taxpayers, it'll go on the $950 billion that tonight is in Australian government securities outstanding on the Australian Office of Financial Management. Hasn't been through $1 trillion yet, but it will. It will. It's another one of those mistruths that is peddled. But if you keep doing things like this, borrowing money to basically give to somebody else, that's what you're really doing. You're just giving the money to somebody else, and you're making somebody else stack bricks, go to work on building sites, work as a contract musterer, farm. You're making them pay off the other person's debt. So just inform your rhetoric about exactly what it is. It is not a gift from the government. It is a payment by one group of people to another group of people. You are paying off somebody else's debt with their money. Yes, I did. I did pay mine off. I take the interjection. You asked if I paid off my debt, and I did. I did. Now, one of the things I've had a hard life, mate. I've had a hard life. One of the things that is interesting in this, going to university, pay off university debts. I'll tell you the one regional city that doesn't have a university. We put the money aside, but they haven't started building it. It's Tamworth. Lowest tertiary educated rate in regional cities in Australia. So, in your wondrous time you're throwing garlands down on tertiary education, when are you going to actually get a university campus into Tamworth? Or is that sort of, or universities only things for like the big cities? Little ones don't worry about it. But you know, that's something you could put your energies to. I'm waiting to hear. I'll hear back from the minister talking about how we're going to go ahead with the university. We got the land for it. I got money put aside for it, but you just never started the university. It's just sitting in abeyance. And what we also I'd like to sort of bring to people's attentions is that that when we talk about the degrees, I've been listening to the degrees. We had arts degrees. We've had all sorts of wonderful white-collar degrees that have been brought up. We have to be aware right now, one of the great disruptors that is coming to Australia, and you cannot stop it. It is going, I've been having briefings on it today. It's going to happen around the world. The great disruptor today is going to be AI. And what you are going to see is if you have a job that requires a keyboard, a computer and a person, over the next decade, that job will probably go. Because it has to. AI works round the clock, 24/7. Doesn't require superannuation, doesn't want overtime, doesn't need an office, doesn't need it. It's, you know, in the past, in the Industrial Revolution, we had machines that replaced trades, replaced weavers, replaced other trades. AI is a product that replaces people. And what we have to do in this nation is realise, are you setting up tertiary degrees to put people into jobs which won't be there? Has that discussion happened in this bill? Have you worked out that this is not a dream, it's actually happening? Whether it's Elon Musk, I was reading just then, his new generation chips that he's developing, whether it's Meta, whether, there's a range of houses in the world now that are developing AI. We don't have open AI. It's happening in myriads of places. I tell you why they want to do it. Because they're going to make trillions of dollars in profit. Because they're going to be able to take out people's jobs. And if we're not prepared for that, we're going to get smacked between the eyes with a big AI stick. And this is the thing, and we've also how ramifications go, because once the jobs go, and they will go, there's no point smirking about it, they will go. Once the jobs go, you don't need the real estate. You don't need the offices. You saw a precursor to that during COVID with people staying at home. This time will be permanent, because they won't be staying at home, the job just won't be there. And we haven't in this nation really had a forensic look at how we are going to do this. And one of the things you must do is you must broaden your economy to be resilient enough to absorb these people who will be put out of work. And to broaden that economy means you have to go to areas, you have to really concentrate on areas which are not a computer, a person and a keyboard. They're trade jobs. They are your chippies. They are your boilermakers. They are your electricians. They are your contract musterers. They're jobs that require hands and legs and moving. And we haven't really had a focus on that. But one of our macro policies, and I hate to say it, such things as net zero, you're actually taking an economy, a nation, to a place and pushing it towards the jobs which will disappear, which won't be there. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, next decade though, absolutely, 100%. We had them upstairs in the mural hall. They were fascinating people to talk to. You should have got up and had a yarn to them. And how fast they're getting this ahead. It is amazing. We had people from Silicon Valley at the mural hall. I had some of them come down to my office, just churning through where this world is going to end up. But what's the conversation and when's it going to happen about how you have jobs for your children and grandchildren, noting that if it's a white-collar job and you put them through uni and you paid off 20% of their HECS debt, what is the point if in 10 years' time that job is just not there? And we've sit back here blindly going forward, and in fact the only thing we've done in this chamber is to take away the prospective jobs that they could have otherwise had if we had cheap energy, if we had the capacity with cheap energy to drive forward manufacturing, drive forward heavy industry, because you just put your heavy industry out of business. Those jobs have also gone. So what's your nirvana for that? So in closing, I'd like to thank the Boilermakers, the fitters and turners, the meat workers, the farmers, all those people who have never been to uni. You should be thanking them for paying off somebody else's debt, because this is what this is all about. Thank them for paying off another person's debt. And next time in an abattoir, we've got a number in Tamworth, or out with those workers, which is what I do when I go home, I'll just say to them at the end of the day, are you happy that you paid off a uni student's debt? How do you feel about that? Does that blow your hair back? How do you feel about it? Does it blow your hair back? And I'll say, well, because that is what fascinates the Australian Labor Party, that you pay off white-collar workers' debts.
Are there any statements? And I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We said we'd do it, and we've done it. Today, the Albanese government has passed a bill through this House to reduce student loan debt by 20%. On average, that's a $5,500 reduction for all those with a student loan debt. The Albanese government has done this because we believe one of the keys to a bright future is a good and fair education. And getting that education shouldn't mean a lifetime of debt. I know this principle is close to the heart of our Education Minister. I would like to acknowledge his passion and commitment to reducing barriers to educational achievement and his unwavering commitment to enabling this reform. Deputy Speaker, we want everyone to have opportunity regardless of their financial circumstances. We want to reduce the barriers for people with a student loan to buy their first home, start a family or transition to a new career. And that's what this bill does. As promised, it cuts the student debt of 3 million Australians by 20%. Overall, it will cut all student debt by over $16 billion. In my electorate of Corangamite, this means a lot, with almost 18,000 people about to have their student loan debt cut. That's significant, Deputy Speaker, particularly when we know the average help debt today is about $28,000. Most of the people with this debt are young Australians, just out of uni, just out of TAFE, just getting started, trying to save to buy a home, thinking about starting a family. Teachers, tradies, nurses, doctors and paramedics, engineers, architects, IT workers, AI experts. These are the Australians who will build Australia's future, who are already building it, and this will take a weight off their back. When this legislation passes, their debt will be cut by 20% based on what it was on the 1st of June this year, before this year's indexation occurred. This will ensure graduates get the maximum financial benefit and that we honour our promise in full. And it will happen automatically. The Australian Tax Office will process the changes, and when their work is done, Australians with student debt will receive a text worth celebrating. That's real cost of living help. What this means is more money in your pocket, in the pocket of students who have debt, not the government's. It means less pressure on graduates because we have increased the repayment threshold from around $54,000 to $67,000. This is an important structural reform. We're replacing the current repayment system with a new marginal repayment system. It'll mean you start paying off your university degree when university starts to pay off for you. For someone earning $70,000, it will reduce the minimum repayments they have to make by $1,300 a year.
And rather than loan repayments being calculated based on the percentage of someone's repayment income, a new marginal system will be introduced that kicks in at about $67,000 threshold. By making these adjustments to repayment rates and thresholds, the government is ensuring that more people have more money in their take-home pay right now by smoothing out the time and pace in which debt is repaid. And it should be noted that this is a recommendation of the Universities Accord. The architect of HECS, Professor Bruce Chapman, said, "This is the most important thing that's happened to the system in 35 years. It's a marginal collection. It's much gentler and much fairer than previously. We should have done it years ago." And when our Prime Minister first announced the proposal, he said the following: "It will help everyone repaying a student debt right now, and it delivers a better deal for every student in the years ahead. Permanent structural reform to boost take-home pay for young Australians. This is about putting money into your pocket and putting intergenerational equity back into the system. It's good for cost of living, good for this generation and for generations to come." Deputy Speaker, ensuring all Australians can thrive is at the heart of this reform, and it builds on the work we've done to empower teaching and nursing students with paid prac. It also builds on our work to strengthen TAFE. Free TAFE is changing lives, and it's delivering new opportunities for people transitioning to a new job or starting a new career. Every day, more Australians are enrolling in free TAFE courses, and every day more Australians are completing much-needed qualifications. Data from states and territories shows that from January 2023 to March this year, there were more than 170,000 courses completed. It also found there are more than 650,000 free TAFE enrolments in the same period. Free TAFE is opening doors to new careers and giving Australians the chance to find secure, well-paid work that they're passionate about. And at the heart of our free TAFE agenda is our commitment to helping more Australians get ahead. As part of that agenda, we're continuing our work to take cost of living pressures off people right across the nation. From 2 rounds of tax cuts to significant investments in Medicare, expanding paid parental leave to 26 weeks with super on top, and so much more. The Albanese government is progressing reforms that help people get ahead, start a family, enter the property market and embrace the opportunities our nation has on offer. Deputy Speaker, our government is committed to building a world-class education system, providing opportunities and pathways for all young Australians. Education is empowerment. I've seen it as a teacher in the past myself. Decent schools mean that a child who comes from the most disadvantaged circumstances can succeed in life with the right support. And those young Australians coming out of school deserve the opportunity to go to university or TAFE without being held back by the fear of financial burden. That's why this bill is so important, and why I urge those opposite to accept what the Australian people voted for on the 3rd of May. They voted for student debt reduction. They voted for it because it does not reek of elitism. They voted for it because it's fair. That's what thousands of local people told me on the pre-poll line and on May 3. They said reducing student debt is the right thing to do. They said investing in Medicare and establishing more urgent care clinics is the right thing to do. And they said Australians want a government that's focused on building a future that is listening to them and responding to their needs. And they said Australians want a government that is focused on their futures. Deputy Speaker, that's what Australians voted for, and that's what the Albanese Labor government will continue to deliver. We'll continue to back in Australians to provide help with the cost of living and to ensure more people get ahead. That's why this bill is the first piece of legislation that we have introduced in this new term of Parliament. In closing, Deputy Speaker, education allows students to grow and flourish as people as Australians, and it gives them hope for the future. Education is an investment. It is never wasted, and that's what the bill represents. So to all Australians with a student debt, and to the 18,000 who have student debt in my electorate of Corangamite, you will soon receive a text from the ATO. It will be good news. It will cut your HECS debt. And please know that it is your Labor government that has enabled this reform, because we do not want financial burden to be a barrier to grasping the opportunities that come with a tertiary qualification. Thank you.
Are there any statements? And I give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I think I should start with something we can all agree on in this place, and agree with the member for Corangamite that education is an investment. And I think all members on both sides of this chamber value education. I think members on the crossbench, Labor Party, Liberal, Nationals, all regard helping young people achieve their full potential as something we should aspire to in this place, whether that is through a university degree, through TAFE or pursuing a trade. Helping young people achieve their full potential is something this Parliament should always be aspiring to achieve. But I have noticed, Deputy Speaker, over a period of time that those opposites seek to assert some sort of moral authority when it comes to education debates in the chamber. But when it comes to this bill, trying to seek some moral authority is somewhat misplaced and unjustified. For those on this side to raise concerns about the bill which passed today through the House of Reps is more of a reality check than anything else. There is an electoral reality which comes with this bill which deserves to be called out and has been called out publicly, in the fact that, how did we get to this point, Deputy Speaker? I'll tell you how we got to this point. It was in October 2024, Newspoll had the coalition leading for the first time since 2022. The issues reported at the time were cost of living pressures and allegations of moral cowardice over the attacks on Israel. They were the issues that led to the Newspoll result in October 2024, according to the commentary at the time. In November 2024, in Newspoll, the coalition primary support reached 40%, first time since 2022. The Prime Minister's lead as preferred Prime Minister was down to just 4 points, and his net approval rating, Deputy Speaker, was -15. So if we wonder how we got to the point where the Labor Party made this announcement in November 2024, this is exactly how we got to the point. In last November, Deputy Speaker, you had to tie a chop around the Prime Minister's neck to get Toto to play with him. He was unloved by the Australian people and his Newspoll numbers were tanking. This was a break-glass decision by the strategists in the Labor Party to try and buy back the votes in the seats where they needed the most. And it worked. I'm not begrudging for a second the electoral result. We all enter politics trying to achieve a majority, and this worked. As a vote-buying scheme, pork barrelling of industrial scale, it worked. And the Labor Brains Trust, the Minister for Education, I assume, the Prime Minister himself, deserve to be acknowledged for that. But that doesn't change the fact, Deputy Speaker, that the proposal is deeply flawed. Now, economists themselves have described this measure as exceptionally bad policy, which favours the rich, doesn't help with current cost of living and does nothing to encourage higher education. Economist Chris Richardson also said it's a reverse Robin Hood, in that basically stealing from the poor to pay the rich. Andrew Norton from Monash University said it's a very expensive and poorly targeted program which delivers huge benefits to those with high debt while delivering nothing to those starting next year and those who finished earlier. Now, Deputy Speaker, it is inherently unfair. The measure is not means tested. It punishes people who have done what they can to repay their debts. And in fact, 27 million Australians will be paying for the debts of 3 million Australians. Now, as I said, Deputy Speaker, this policy did resonate with young people because they were experiencing the heat of Labor's cost of living crisis, where the price of everything was going up, and they felt locked out and let down by Labor on the issue of housing as well. The cost of education was obviously a major concern and will remain one unless the government gets serious about systemic reform. So when it comes to those opposite coming in here and claiming some sort of moral high ground education with this policy, just for a second consider the electoral reality of what we're talking about. This was an industrial scale vote buying scheme. It was tertiary level pork barrelling, and the proof of that, Deputy Speaker, is when you look at the electoral map and understand the disproportionate benefit that accrues in certain seats compared to others. Now, the UTSPar of my good friend, the Education Minister, when he comes to the dispatch box and extols this as some sort of great education policy, is something I admire, Deputy Speaker. Credit where it's due. The electoral success that was required in the inner city, where the Labor Party was particularly under attack from the Greens, where members, including the member opposite, were fighting off a strong challenge, they needed to find a way to buy back the votes of young people. And what we've seen, Deputy Speaker, since the election is the city-country divide and the fault line which exists. And if you want to understand it, it's because regional Australians have been left behind by a government that makes no apologies when it comes to buying the votes of metropolitan people with things like the HECS debt reduction. So in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, these are the figures from the Parliamentary Library. In my electorate, the people of Gippsland, 12,777 people will benefit. But it helps 28,009 students in the Prime Minister's seat of Grayndler and 25,901 people in the Education Minister's seat of Blaxland. That's double the number of beneficiaries in two ministers' seats compared to the seat of Gippsland. The data from the Parliamentary Library indicate the average number of people who benefit under the scheme in seats held by the Nationals in rural and regional Australia in the lead up to the election was 13,384. 13,384. However, Deputy Speaker, in the seats held by the Greens in the city, which were the key targets for the Labor Party going into this election, the average number of people who would benefit is 32,288. That's 2.5 times the number of beneficiaries in those inner city seats. So if you wonder why country people are calling bull dust on this proposal, you perhaps understand it when you see the disproportionate benefit that flows to the inner metropolitan areas. This was industrial scale, tertiary level vote buying with working class people picking up the tab for students who will earn more over their lifetime as a result of their university education. Because, Deputy Speaker, we know, study after study has shown us, lifetime earnings of people with a university degree averages at least $1 million more than those without the benefit of a taxpayer subsidised university education. Now just imagine, Deputy Speaker, if just some of that $16 billion went to address the barriers which exist for rural and regional students seeking to access a university degree. Yes, Deputy Speaker, cost of living is a real issue for those students. Moving away from home, finding accommodation, these are real issues that they face, and that is why the people in my electorate of Gippsland have much lower participation rates in tertiary education, unless you believe the kids in my electorate are stupider than the metropolitan kids. We participate in university at a much lower rate than the metropolitan kids because the barriers to entry to university in the first place, the costs of moving away from home are enormous, and the legislation that went through the House today did nothing to address that barrier, nothing to address the disadvantage, because the Labor Party could not care less about people in rural, regional, remote areas because they don't represent them. It's a simple electoral maths of the policy which is before the House today and won the support of the inner metropolitan areas in the last election. So just imagine if some of that $16 billion had gone to addressing disadvantage in rural and regional areas, rather than retiring the debt of some of the most advantaged, privileged people in our nation. Deputy Speaker, this is a short-term fix for a long-term issue. As I've indicated, the challenge remains for communities like mine to reduce the barriers for young people to go to university, and it won't be addressed by a $16 billion sugar hit paid for by lower income people to students who've had the benefit of their taxpayer subsidised tertiary education. Labor needs to be honest with the Australian people about what will happen the next time the Prime Minister's news poll numbers tank. Because it will happen again. There'll be no honeymoon this time, Deputy Speaker. There'll be no honeymoon whatsoever for a government which has lost its way in so many areas. When the news poll numbers drop again, will we have the break glass option of the Prime Minister? Will he be waving around his Medicare card this time making false claims, or will it be back to the well of student debt seeking to buy more votes in those metropolitan areas? If this is the case, the government must be transparent about it. We want real reform in education to benefit all Australians, not industrial-scale, tertiary-level vote buying, which is an embarrassment to the Labor Party and the people who pretend to assert some sort of moral authority on those on this side of the House when it comes to education in this nation.
Are there any statements? I give the call to member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Speaker. At the last election, the Albanese Labor government made a promise to millions of Australians carrying a student debt. We said we'll cut your debt by 20% to help ease the burden of getting the education you need to reach your full potential. This legislation delivers on that promise. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Prime Minister and the Minister for Education for the mountain of work they have done delivering this important structural reform, a promise backed by the Australian people. There's a reason why the government has put forward these changes before the Parliament, and I'm proud that this is the very first piece of legislation introduced to this Parliament. All over the country, Australians were telling us that the current student debt situation was weighing heavily on them. Too many Australians felt like the cost of their education was making it hard to get ahead. They told us that they felt they were falling behind before they'd even started their working lives. Delivering on the promise to slash their student debt burden could not wait. This legislation shows that the Albanese Labor government understands that getting the education you need to pursue your dreams shouldn't come with a price tag so big that it feels out of reach. Across the country, the average student debt today is about $27,600. This legislation will cut that debt by over $5,000. In my community of Caldwell, there are approximately 23,000 people with a student debt at an average of around $28,000 each. And I'll note the previous member's comments about inner city. We're not the inner city in Caldwell. We're working class areas and our numbers speak for themselves. That represents a huge financial mountain to scale for every one of those students. That mountain becomes easier to climb thanks to this legislation. And let's be clear about one thing. The prospect of building a large debt to access the education you want acts as a deterrent for so many prospective students from communities like mine. It says to people, your dreams come at a cost. It reinforces old-fashioned notions that higher education and aspiration are for others, that they shouldn't dream bigger because the price is too high. For generations of people from my area, university and further education was seen as something for others, or we were told it should be for others. Not because people of Broadmeadows, Craigieburn, Roxburgh Park, Greenvale, Mickleham, Meadow Heights and elsewhere in my electorate were incapable and talented. It was because the cost for some made that path too expensive to explore. One of the reasons I am here as the member for Caldwell is to help change that structural disadvantage that still exists for many working people. By reducing student loan debt by 20%, we are telling those same people that we encourage their aspiration, that we back it, that we want them to succeed, that we understand that their further education can be the pathway to a better future for them, their families and our community, and that we support them, that in fact we need them. Just as importantly, this legislation not only reduces the level of student debt, it raises the minimum amount you must earn before you must start making those repayments. It changes the current system from being a flat payment structure to a marginal repayment system that considers how much you earn before determining how much you pay. Currently, when you start earning $54,435, you start repaying your HECS debt. For many people, this means that as soon as they step into their first real job, they're immediately seeing their wages clip to pay back their debt. This legislation takes that threshold to $67,000. The current system means you pay according to your entire income. Under these changes, you will pay a percentage of your wage above the minimum repayment threshold. This fundamentally changes the impact of debt repayment on people starting out in their careers. For someone who earns around $70,000 a year, it means that the minimum repayments they make falls by about $1,300 a year. That's money in the pockets for people who might be trying to save for a home deposit or to buy a car or to start a family. Often all these things start to occur as soon as you're in a position to repay those debt. It provides important cost of living relief right at the time that people are building that future for themselves. It's a change that understands the pressures people face as they start out on their journey, and it says, we get it, that this government will always back you in. Something that can't be said for those on the other side. In fact, it was the opposition leader who said in relation to the important Labor initiative of free TAFE that Australians wouldn't value something unless they paid for it. It's a statement that tells you everything about how out of touch those sitting opposite really are. They just don't get it. Australians don't see a fairer, more accessible, more affordable education training system as a handout. They see it as an opportunity to contribute, as a chance to build a stronger future for themselves, their families and their community. At a time when Australia is in urgent need to build a stronger, more resilient, more capable, skilled workforce, it is the Albanese Labor government that has a plan to help make that a reality. And the numbers prove just how wrong the opposition is. Since the Albanese Labor government delivered on its promise to introduce free TAFE, we have seen over 650,000 enrolments across the country. There have already been 170,000 courses completed. Australians are voting with their feet to enrol in these courses. They value the opportunity to learn. They value the chance to be skilled and reskilled to be ready for the jobs of today and those of the future. They want that better future that the Liberal Party clearly thinks they don't deserve. To know the price of everything and the value of nothing seems to be their operating model. Whilst those on the other side ignore the message the Australian people are sending them, we're getting on with it. The Albanese Labor government is also ramping up fee-free uni-ready courses with $350 million in additional Commonwealth Grant Scheme funding over 4 years. These courses are vital in helping people prepare for a university course. Whether you're taking on further study as a mature student, returning to study after a long break, or just starting out and need help, these courses offer more students a pathway into higher education. Once again, it's a hand up, not a handout, and there is more to do. In 2026, the Albanese Labor government is changing the way universities are funded with the aim of helping more people from communities like mine and those in the regions to get a chance to go to university and to provide them with the support they need. This legislation is a reminder, once again, that when it comes to the hard graft of nation building, it is the Australian Labor Party that does the work to get it done. Because what is more important in building the future of a strong, capable, versatile country than investing in our greatest resource, our people, their education, their skills? These reforms are a key part of that investment in Australia's future, a future that all Australians should have a stake in, regardless of what postcode they are from.
Are there any statements? I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Couldn't agree with the member for Cornwall more. It doesn't matter, shouldn't matter what your postcode is. You should be able to get ahead in this country. But just a memo for the member for Cornwall. I know he's a new member. I congratulate him on taking over from Maria Van Mackenmoos. She was a great member, great friend of mine, and I wish him all the very best for the future. But just a memo, it's not going to be the Australian Labor Party that builds this nation. It's going to be people with their hands, with their skill, with their heart. It's going to be brickies, it's going to be tradies, sparkies. Those sorts of people are going to build our nation, and I appreciate the government has a mandate, call it that if you will, a desire, call it that if you should, to build 1.2 million homes. Well, you're not going to do that without people who largely wouldn't have gone to university. Now, I appreciate there'll be architects and all sorts of town planners who obviously have needed to go to university to get that degree to be able to help build those homes. But largely, it's going to be people who never went near a university other than to perhaps do some tradie work around it, that said tertiary institution, who are going to build this nation, and I wish them every success. I am a little bit disappointed, Deputy Speaker, that we've got a situation in the House of Representatives where we're making statements, not second reading speeches, but statements, 10-minute statements on an important bill, because we should have given people the opportunity for 15 minutes to speak on the legislation, but it's already the bird has flown the coop, the legislation's out of the House, and we're now just making statements so that members can load this up to their social media and say to their electorates, look at us, aren't we good, we backed this bill in, we brought this bill forward. And as the member for Gippsland quite correctly pointed out earlier, this particular piece of policy was brought in because the polls were going south and the coalition looked like, heaven forbid, we might have even snagged the election, and Labor needed to do something to appeal to young voters. And it has appealed to young voters. I appreciate that. And in the old boundaries for the Riverina, 14,823 individuals will benefit. The average debt for them is $23,337. The outstanding debt is more than $345 million. Now, why wouldn't those people be supporting this? I get that. I didn't go to university. I didn't. My brother, my late brother, and my three sisters didn't either. But my three children did. One teaching, one accountancy, and the other one policing. They have taken advantage of this great nation of ours, Charles Sturt University, to be able to get those tertiary qualifications to be able to fulfil their dreams in the occupation they chose. And that is good. And obviously cutting their fees and all those fees for young people besides is going to help them get ahead. I appreciate that, I understand that. But it is also buying votes. Let's be brutally honest. It is buying votes. And I'm really worried at the moment. We've got a situation with Charles Sturt University where my three children attended, have a $35 million deficit. They're looking to now where they can make savings, and the difficulty for them will be where do they slash services and people to find that $35 million debt that they find themselves in. Now, obviously it's going to be people are going to lose their jobs. And for a regional university with campuses in Wagga Wagga, Orange, Bathurst, Albury-Wodonga, elsewhere, that's a huge hit to them. And I've spoken to Professor Renee Leon, who is the Vice-Chancellor, at length about what can be done, what should be done. And I've written to the Education Minister about this situation, have not yet received a reply, but he's a reasonable minister, and I know he will in due course. But it is a situation that is diabolical. In government, the coalition, we ramped up our regional university spending, and you've heard from regional members in this place in these statements. I won't say on this bill because the bill's gone, but the member for New England, I listened to his contribution. I listened to the member for Gippsland, and the situation is that regional young people find it disproportionately disadvantageous in as much as getting a tertiary degree, because there is the tyranny of distance. There isn't the university course offerings in country areas that they do enjoy in city areas. And that is why, as a government, coalition government, we put an additional $800 million into regional universities. We set up the CUCs, and I think that's a great system whereby towns, all too often importing their best and brightest, those young students who would otherwise have possibly stayed, were forced to go to capital cities, to the sandstone universities, to get the courses that they wanted. And I congratulate Duncan Taylor for the work that he's done with CUCs, and indeed I know we need to also look at, sadly, getting more international students. I appreciate there's been a cap put on those, but they're often the ones who pay for regional universities to make ends meet. Now, this situation with this particular bill is going to benefit a lot of young people, but again, where does the buck stop? It is taxpayers having to now find a considerable amount of money, $16 billion of money, of taxpayers' money going in to help young people who largely benefiting inner city electorates, particularly those electorates which were previously held by the Greens, which are now held by Labor. I'll always maintain that the worst Labor member is always going to be better than your best Greens member, but that's just a little aside. But disproportionately helping city people at the expense of country people once again. And the situation is the $16 billion has to come from somewhere. But where does it come from? It's borrowed. It's borrowed from overseas. It's got to be paid back. And the other thing too is that you will find is that a university student, somebody with a tertiary degree, will, on average, out-earn somebody who does not have said university degree over the course of their lifetime. And the other thing too, and many people perhaps disagree with this statement, but a university is the best loan you'll ever get. It is. Compulsory repayment must be made when you earn more than the compulsory repayment threshold. In the 2025-26 income year, the threshold is $56,156. So that advice from the ATO says that you won't have to start paying back your university debt until you're earning $56,156. A lot of tradies who aren't earning that sort of money. I appreciate that they also need support. And whilst I appreciate Labor, previous speaker, the member for Cornwall, mentioned the free TAFE. TAFE's not free. It's not, and there are situations in that particular policy area where you will get a lot of people who will tell you that free TAFE is a misnomer. But we ought to be doing just as much, if not more, for those people who choose not to go and get a university degree. Those sparkies, those tradies, those brickies, all of those I mentioned. I remember the former Prime Minister Tony Abbott had a great tools for tradies policy that really benefited young people who didn't necessarily go to university. And I know the instant asset write-off, when we extended it into the situation where it was unlimited, albeit it was a COVID-19 bonus, it was a COVID-19 supplement, but it did enable young people who were starting up their own business, who were perhaps doing a lot of the subbing work for building homes, were buying utes, which they were then using as an instant asset write-off. Well, that's all gone under Labor. That's all gone. So they can come in here with their moral indignation, they can come in here with their prepared notes that they've got from the Labor Dirt Unit, and they can read them out, but the situation does remain. We should be doing more for our tradies. If Labor wants to build 1.2 million homes, and I wish the government well in that endeavour and that exercise, but you're going to have to help our tradies. The tradies who put the tin on the roofs, who put the tiles down, who lay the bricks, they're the ones who are going to need the support. They're the ones you've left behind. The Prime Minister talks about not leaving anyone behind. Well, unfortunately, I think in that regard you have.
Are there any statements? And I give the call to the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, here's a few things that you'll never hear young people in my electorate of Dixon say. Nah, I don't want 20% off my student debt. Please don't help me with my student debt. I just don't want more money in my pocket as a result of the Albanese Labor government's cost of living measures. You will never hear young people in my electorate of Dixon make these comments. But you know who didn't want cost of living help for students? You know who argued against 20% off student debt? Surprise, surprise, those opposite. Before the election, Liberal Party members said reducing student debt was elitist, profoundly unfair and reckless. And we've just heard from the members for New England, Gippsland and the Riverina, and it's obvious they don't support this measure. They don't support 20% off student debt. Well, Deputy Speaker, I am here to put on the record that students and young people in my electorate of Dixon very much appreciate Labor fulfilling its promise to help students with the cost of living by cutting their student debts by 20%. They love this policy and they love that we are delivering on what we promised. The average student will see their debt cut by about $5,520. In my electorate, Peme, who helped out on my campaign, thank you, Peme, in her first year at uni will have a student debt of $18,000. She will save $3,600. 21-year-old Spencer's student debt loan is currently over $28,000 and he will save $5,659. Cleo's is $33,650 and she will save $6,730. Reuben, in my electorate, currently has a student loan of $6,200. She will save $1,240. And better yet, Reuben told me that thanks to the Labor government's 20% cut, she has decided to enrol in postgraduate research in education this semester. This legislation will cut student debt by more than $16 billion for over 3 million Australians, which in turn will help students pay the rent, pay the bills, pay for food, while they are all learning to be our country's workers of the future. I studied journalism at the University of Southern Queensland in Toowoomba. Going to university didn't just further my education, it opened up my world view. I was surrounded by people who saw the world differently to me and who had come from different backgrounds to mine. That experience was so important and informs my role today as the member for Dixon. Everybody in my electorate should have the opportunity to go to university. Cutting student debt will not only help with the bills, it will create generational change in electorates like mine. At the moment, around 45% of young people in their 20s and 30s have a university degree, but that's just not the case in Dixon. For example, in Strathpine, that number is only 12.4%. But that uptake is improving. 20,000 people in my entire electorate will benefit from this debt reduction. The people of Strathpine who actually get to uni are certainly not rich, as suggested by the member for Gippsland. Getting to university is already an uphill battle for many people in my electorate. Cutting the costs of getting an education will hopefully encourage more young people in my electorate to undertake higher education. And to suggest that this policy only benefits city people, as the previous members opposite have described, is absolutely ridiculous. That's why we are funding paid prac for nurses, teachers and social workers. That's why we've opened a new study hub in Strathpine. That's why we've delivered more free TAFE. And that is why today we passed legislation to reduce student debt by 20%. We don't want students that are already struggling to get overwhelmed by debt. I was so disappointed when, before the recent election, the Coalition attacked this policy, and many young people in my electorate were too. And many of them joined my campaign because they wanted a reduction in their student debt. I was disappointed to see the argument that Aussies will see no benefit from this policy, demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, that those opposite have zero understanding of young working class people who aspire to higher education like those in my electorate of Dixon. Getting an education shouldn't mean decades of debt. No matter where you live or how much you earn or how much is in your bank account, everyone should have the opportunity to further their education. No one should be put off by the cost. The Albanese Labor government is committed to continuing to deliver cost of living relief to all Australians. In even better news for young people in Dixon, the legislation will be backdated to the 1st of June 2025, before this year's indexation occurred, and it includes all higher education loan program loans, vocational education and training student loans, Australian apprenticeship support loans, student start-up loans and other student loans. Importantly, it will also raise the minimum amount you have to earn before you have to start making repayments. The Albanese Labor government promised that cutting student debt would be the very first bill introduced in this new parliament, and that is exactly what we have done. It is the very first bill to be introduced as my time as the member for Dixon, and I could not be prouder. Thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Are there any statements? And I give the call to member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This first piece of legislation introduced by government at the beginning of a new term sends a signal. Reducing the debt of Australia's higher education students by an amount significant enough to make a difference to their lives is the signal of the Albanese Labor government to the people of Australia that we value our young and that we value education. We understand the challenges young people face, and we are determined to help them build the futures for themselves which inspire, encourage and energise them. Their futures are Australia's futures. We need them, and we need them to be at their best. About 70% of Australians are repaying a help debt that are under 35 years of age. In fact, there are about 16,000 students in Hasluck alone. They're the people that are thinking about starting or supporting a family. They're people thinking to create a home, build one. So their aspirations are part of the lifeblood of our nation. And when we take a burden from their shoulders, we lighten the load for all of us. In total, we'll be reducing help and other student loan, including the VET student loan and the Australian Apprenticeship Support Loan, by almost $16 billion. 3 million Australians will be better off. That's a good day's work. And to make it even better, we'll be backdating the cut of 20% to the 1st of June before indexation was applied. With its usual shamelessness, though, the Coalition has suggested that we are helping people who are already privileged. Apparently, young Australians who are receiving apprenticeship support are privileged. Young Australians who receive financial support for diplomas in vocational education and training are privileged. University students whose parents can't pay upfront fees are privileged. Education isn't a privilege, it's a human right. And human rights are universal rights. The UN, through UNESCO, has agreed that education is a basic human right that works to raise men and women out of poverty, level inequalities and ensure sustainable development. Perhaps it's the level inequalities bit that the coalition parties can't quite like. Perhaps that's why they underfunded our schools, which we've fixed, with public schools now funded to 100% of the school resource standard. Perhaps that's why they won't support free TAFE and make lives difficult for universities and their students. But a human right, and it's a national necessity. And we understand the critical role of education in underpinning the futures of individual Australians and the Australian nation. In one of the greatest speeches ever delivered in this or any other country, I think, by Gough Whitlam on the 13th of November 1972, filled young Australians with hope. He spoke to them of a great goal, to liberate the talents and uplift the horizons of the Australian people. My parents, young adults at the time, were deeply moved. So am I to this day by that declaration of a great dream in words that were spoken before I was born. When the time came for me to give my first speech in the Australian Parliament, those were the words I chose to repeat. What a magnificent goal for a nation, to liberate and uplift its people, all of them. And what an expression of confidence in Australians. We have talents and capacities which see us achieving things for ourselves that aren't yet on our horizon, or perhaps only a glimmer in the distance. We can do a lot better than just managing, just getting by, or just hanging on. The legislation introduced today is part of the Australian Labor Party's ongoing commitment to that great goal, to that desire and its profound faith in our capacities as Australians. But when we raise our standards of our schools, we encourage the kind of education that liberates talents and uplifts horizons. We encourage young Australians to create their own vision of the life that they might have. When we guarantee 100,000 fee-free TAFE places each year, we commit ourselves to the provision of a skilled Australian workforce able to build Australia's future. And when we create university study hubs, like the one that has now just opened in Ellenbrook in my electorate of Hasluck, we open the doors of opportunities to people who might never otherwise have thought of tertiary education. We have good news for university education. We're determined to make more. Without university education, our society wouldn't function. No more dentists, no new doctors, engineers for a start. And when the number of university students decline, Australia's future is seriously undermined. That was what was happening under the Liberals. Under Labor, we've had more than 20,000 new starters for nursing degrees and more than 25,000 new starters for teaching degrees in 2024 alone. We're also seeing more than 14,000 students taking up the fee-free uni-ready courses that act as a bridge between school or the workplace and higher education. We respect the work of our Australian universities. Their high international reputation is deserved. We want to maintain and enhance that reputation. We want to help them educate and inspire those students who are their lifeblood. We want our students to have the confidence that comes from good schooling and a society that encourages their goals and ambitions. Education is expensive. Ignorance is even more expensive. The cost of training a single doctor is around $60,000 a year. There's an enormous amount of time, energy, expertise and materials involved each year for each student. Every society, every individual must work out how to pay the absolute necessary bills. We must have highly trained doctors, engineers, nurses, scientists, teachers, lawyers too. We must have people who know what they're talking about and who know what they're doing. Vocational, specialist degrees and arts degrees that teach Australians to look at the big picture are equally valued. Further education enables students to have the creative and the critical thinking skills to excel across careers that are expected to change 5 to 7 times in a lifetime. So Labor's guiding principles are these. We want the best teaching and training to be available to every person with the ability and the desire to make their way in a profession of any kind. And we want the cost to be paid as fairly and as efficiently as possible. We don't want to see anyone turned away because they or their family simply can't pay for their education. Economic discrimination on the basis of family income is unjust, and just as it is foolish. Our graduates will now know that they won't have to start repaying their loans until their income is above $60,000, not $54,000 as it is now. And we need to work on making sure we have the best possible means of ensuring that universities are accessible to more and more Australians and that they continue to provide outstanding education and training. The Liberals, I know, don't like the sound of much of this, but unfortunately for them, Australian people do. In November last year, legislation was passed that wiped $3 billion from student debt that directly helped 3 million Australians. We did this by fixing the way indexation was calculated on student debt, and we backdated it to the 1st of June 2023. The Universities Core, the Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, capped that help indexation rate to the lower of either the CPI or the Wage Price Index. Yes, the lower, the one that helps them the most. The change applies to HELP, VET student loans, the Australian Apprenticeship Support Loan and other student support loans. We did this because we wanted to make sure that it would no longer be the case that indexation would outpace wages. We also supported the introduction of the Commonwealth PRAC payment from 1st of July 2025. So for about 68,000 higher education, teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, this will help support them financially while they do their practical part of their degree. And look, all of this was done in consultation with universities. We listened, we learned and we acted. And we'll go on doing this in every aspect of Australian life. And we've seen this in our work that we've done to date, be it from tax cuts, universal again, be it guaranteed superannuation being increased to 12%. We discuss the issues that concern Australian people. We listen and we act. All our actions are aimed to this great purpose. The Albanese Labor government is determined to continue the work of building a strong and a sustainable future. But it's a future which liberates the talents and uplifts the horizons of all Australians. And I commend the motion.
Are there any statements? And I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm a former TAFE teacher and a mum of 4 young adults, so I totally get how tough it is for young people and students trying to get ahead right now. I have seen firsthand how a good education can change lives, but I also understand how getting that education can become a huge financial burden for many people and many families, particularly in rural and regional areas. Deputy Speaker, helping with the cost of living is at the top of the Albanese Labor government's agenda. We promised to cut student debt and now we are delivering on that promise. Every Australian with a HECS or student debt, including VET and TAFE loans, will see a 20% reduction in the next 6 months. That's an average saving of $5,500. This is an absolute game changer for the more than 3 million Australians with HECS or student debt. It will be life-changing for almost 14,000 people in my electorate of Gilmore that have a student debt. I know the cost of living is biting, and I know families and young people on the south coast of New South Wales are doing it tough. Cutting student debt means that 14,000 people in Gilmore will keep more of what they earn. Whether these people are retraining and supporting a family at the same time, whether they're just out of home and starting out in their new careers, or whether they're just out of uni or TAFE, cutting their student debt will make a world of difference. This will particularly help younger Australians, with around 70% of people repaying a help debt aged 35 or younger. This is a critical time for young people who are saving, considering buying their first home, or supporting or starting a family. I know that the 14,000 people in Gilmore with a student debt can't wait to log into their accounts and see 20% slashed from their loans. Speaker, on polling day, I spoke to young people who told me that cutting their debt burden would enable them to use their skills and earnings to build a better future for themselves and their families. I spoke with parents and grandparents who wanted debt relief for their kids and grandkids and to provide them an opportunity to pay off their student loans faster. We're helping people who have apprenticeship support loans, higher education loans and student start-up loans. We're helping people who have vocational education and training student loans and people who have been assisted by student financial supplement schemes. When combined with the 2024 changes to indexation introduced by this government, the 20% reduction in student debt will cut approximately $20 billion in debt for around 3 million Australians. This is what a Labor government does. We cut debt, we lift wages and we fund our schools properly. Only Labor opens the doors of opportunity. We're helping more young Australians to finish school and then go to TAFE or university. We're building a better and fairer education system where no one is held back and no one is left behind. We know that quality education can change lives. So we want to help more people access the quality education we have here in Australia so they can increase their earning potential and, importantly, keep more of what they earn. The Albanese government has introduced our bill and passed in the House to cut student debt by 20%, which was the first bill of the 48th Parliament. Australians voted for it and we are delivering it. We want people to have the confidence to go and get the skills, whether it be at TAFE or university, so they can be productive members of society and contribute to our economy. We want to ensure every Australian can get the skills they need for secure, well-paid jobs. In my electorate, the University of Wollongong campuses in Nowra and Batemans Bay offer local residents an opportunity to study closer to home. In regional areas where tertiary study can often mean moving away from home and your family, these campuses are training new teachers, accountants, nurses and doctors. I'm so proud that medical students can complete their end-to-end rural medical training at the University of Wollongong Shoalhaven Graduate School of Medicine, and many are staying to work in the local area. The University of Wollongong is a leader in the provision of medical training in rural areas, with over 40% of graduates going on to live and work in regional centres and rurally. I've been hearing from local GPs for years that one of the biggest issues for them is recruiting and retaining local doctors. They've been calling out for improved incentives for doctors to work in regional areas like ours, and I'm delighted to be part of a government that is finally delivering this. Speaker, the Australian Universities Accord is a blueprint for change that will transform our country's education system. In addition to cutting student debt by 20%, we're raising the minimum amount before people have to start making repayments from $54,000 to $67,000 and reducing minimum repayments. For someone earning $70,000, it will reduce the minimum repayments they have to make by $1,300 a year. That's a big deal. People will not start paying back those loans until they have a good job and are starting to earn good money. That will make a real difference for people who may be going back to TAFE to get additional qualifications, or if they are doing further study at university. The government wants to break down barriers and open up more pathways for more Australians to get the skills they want, to do the jobs that we need. That's why we're making free TAFE permanent. I've witnessed how free TAFE is making a real difference in my electorate at Nowra, Maruya and Ulladulla TAFE campuses. Trade courses such as carpentry and electrical are booming in Gilmore. Our free TAFE builds for the future, so we have the tradies to build homes, workers to care for our children and our elderly, and apprentices to help grow our small businesses. Free TAFE is delivering the skills and training we need to grow the Australian economy. Speaker, Australians voted to help out our young people just out of uni, just out of TAFE, just out of home and just getting started. They voted to support the doctors, nurses, aged care workers, teachers, tradies, engineers and IT workers of the future. But we're not only cutting student debt and making free TAFE permanent, another important thing we're doing is rolling out paid prac. This government is helping teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students earn an income while they do the practical part of their university degree. From July 1, eligible students will receive $331 per week while doing their mandatory prac placements as part of their degree. This new payment will provide cost of living relief for around 68,000 eligible higher education students and more than 5,000 vet students each year. This payment will help students with the cost of living and also encourage more people to study in the important fields of nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work. We're opening more university study hubs in our outer suburbs and in our regions so people have the option to study online and further their skills without leaving their local community. People like Kira, a small business operator who at the age of 51 completed her Master of Teaching secondary at Wollongong University's Batemans Bay campus. I was thrilled to see Kira graduate in January, along with a cohort of local students who were assisted with the support of the study study hub at the Southern Shoalhaven Country University Centre in Ulladulla. Getting an education shouldn't be limited by your age or where you live. Getting an education shouldn't mean a lifetime of debt. No matter where you live or how much your parents earn, this government is working to ensure the doors of opportunity are open for everyone.
Are there any statements? Give the call to the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. The Universities Accord Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025 delivers on the Albanese Labor government's commitment to make student loan programs fairer and more affordable, making tertiary education more accessible. Importantly, it will help to address intergenerational inequity, an issue that I am concerned about. One factor contributing to this inequity in Australia is student debt. Many Australians benefited from the fact that tertiary education was free from 1974 until 1989. However, tertiary education fees have increased significantly since they were reintroduced 36 years ago, particularly in recent years. In fact, average student debt in Australia has doubled since 2010, from about $13,000 to $27,000 today. We need to ease this burden on students because all Australians benefit from a well-educated workforce, not just through teachers, nurses and doctors, but because it makes our economy more productive and competitive. Unfortunately, high levels of student debt are discouraging some young people from pursuing tertiary education, particularly those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. Jobs and Skills Australia, a statutory body that provides reports on our country's labour market and workforce skills and training needs, believes that more than 90% of new jobs in the next decade will require post-high school qualifications. In November 2022, the Albanese Labor government commissioned the Australian Universities Accord to conduct a review to drive lasting reform in Australia's higher education system. The objective of the Accord was to devise recommendations and performance targets to improve the quality, accessibility, affordability and sustainability of higher education in order to achieve long-term security and prosperity for the sector and the nation. The Accord's final report was released in February 2024, and it began by highlighting the importance of higher education, stressing that it is vital to Australia's future. The knowledge, skills and research it produces enable us to be an economically prosperous, socially equitable and environmentally sustainable nation, the report stated. By encouraging intellectual endeavour, creativity and personal accomplishment, it adds to the quality of our lives. Pursuing truth through free discussion, it promotes democracy and civic values. Those communities fortunate enough to host a university benefit directly from the employment, higher incomes, sporting facilities, cultural and intellectual richness and other benefits they bring. The Accord's final report stressed the importance of equity. Every Australian should have the opportunity to experience the life-transforming benefits of tertiary education, it found. This is vital for Australia's future. Only by expanding access to tertiary education to currently underrepresented groups, including people from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nations, people with disability, and regional, rural and remote students, can the nation meet its projected skills needs. The Accord's final report stated that equity provides an answer to meeting Australia's skill needs. Increasing the number of people undertaking tertiary education through a more inclusive approach will have positive benefits. Australia needs not only to increase the number of skilled workers, but also ensure that they have access to lifelong learning. This will require much higher participation among groups historically underrepresented in higher education, and students from these groups will need adequate support to succeed throughout their learning journeys. The Albanese Labor government is committed to maximising Australia's prospects of national economic success. We want to ensure that current and future generations can enjoy the career opportunities and higher incomes that tertiary education makes possible. The Accord found that increasing participation in higher education can only be achieved by making the higher education system far more equitable.
The current underrepresentation of people from disadvantaged groups must end. This means addressing some of the financial pressures to ensure that all Australians can make tertiary education a reality should they wish to pursue this path. One recommendation in the Accord's final report is that the HELP system, the acronym for the Higher Education Loan Program, needs to be reformed to make it fairer. HELP has served Australia well by expanding access to many more students, the Accord reported. Its core components, no upfront tuition fees and income contingent repayment, are fundamental to its fairness and effectiveness. HELP is an indispensable part of the higher education funding system, but it requires reform. Australians should not be deterred from higher education because of the increased burden of student loans. The Albanese Labor government is committed to reducing student debt. This current bill will cut 20% off all student loan debts, a benefit of around $16 billion to around 3 million Australians. This includes over 15,000 people in my electorate of Whitlam who will see their debt reduced by an average of $5,000. For those students with a debt of $50,000, this bill will cut their debt by $10,000. When last year's changes to indexation are taken into consideration, Labor's initiatives will help reduce total HELP and other student loan debt by nearly $20 billion. This is real financial relief for students and young people, which is an issue dear to my heart. Furthermore, the minimum threshold for repayments will be lifted from just over $54,000 to $67,000, and it will grow in line with wages growth. The bill also replaces the current repayment system with a new marginal repayment system. Under the current system, once someone earns above the minimum repayment threshold of $54,435, they pay a percentage of their entire wage as repayment. Under the new marginal repayment system, only a percentage of a person's wage above the minimum repayment threshold is paid. Someone currently earning $70,000 pays $1,750 each year, but under the changes introduced in this bill, they will only pay about $450. The Albanese Labor government is also supporting students through the Commonwealth Prac payment, which benefits about 68,000 eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students while they're completing their compulsory practical training at university. Labor has also locked free TAFE into law, resulting in more than 650,000 enrolments across the country, with 170,000 of those courses already completed, and substantially expanded fee-free uni-ready courses, which helps more students from disadvantaged backgrounds get a chance to access university. This initiative is often life-changing for these students. The Albanese Labor government is building a stronger and fairer education system for Australians, from early education to higher education. The government's reforms include cutting the cost of early education and care for around 1 million families and building a universal early childhood education system and delivering full and fair funding for public schools attended by around 2.6 million students. The Universities Accord, Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill 2025, contributes to this reform agenda by providing significant relief to Australian students and workers with a student loan debt, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
The call to the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, in accordance with the earlier resolution, I require statements to continue until the conclusion of the statement by the member for Newcastle.
Are there any statements? And I give the call to the Honourable Member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker. And I rise today in strong support of the University Accord Cutting Student Debt by 20% Bill of 2025, legislation grounded in fairness, opportunity and the future of our nation. For too long, a university or TAFE education in Australia has come with a heavy price tag, not just in effort and sacrifice, but in years, sometimes decades of compounding debt. Students do the right thing. They study hard, take on part-time jobs, contribute to their communities and strive for a better future for themselves, their families and our country. And for their ambition, they've been rewarded with ballooning debt and a repayment system that is not only outdated but punitive. As promised by the Prime Minister, the changes with this bill, our very first piece of legislation to be introduced by the re-elected Albanese Labor government. This is a government that listens, that acts and delivers. And more than 25,000 students and graduates in Newcastle, in my community, will benefit directly from this policy. That's 25,000 lives changed, 25,000 futures made a little brighter, and 25,000 reasons to support this legislation. This bill will see a one-off 20% reduction to outstanding student debts across HELP, VET student loans and Australian Apprenticeship Support loans, student start-up loans and student financial supplement scheme, effective before indexation was applied on the 1st of June 2025. That means thousands of dollars wiped from balances overnight. It's real and immediate relief. For someone with a $27,000 debt, that's over $5,000 cleared. And for a $40,000 debt, it's a savings of $8,000. This July, we also raised the repayment threshold from $54,435 to over $67,000. So people aren't forced to start paying off their loans while they're still earning very modest wages. It also replaces the current cliff edge repayment system, which was based on your entire income, with a new marginal repayment system. Currently, once you've earned above the minimum repayment threshold, you pay a percentage of your entire wage as repayment. Under the changes in this bill, you will only pay a percentage of your wage above the minimum repayment threshold. This means more money in students' and graduates' pockets. Right now, if you earn $70,000, you'll pay $1,750 each year. Under these changes, this goes down to around $450, and that's a savings of $1,300 a year. For students and graduates across Newcastle, we are proud our University of Newcastle and our strong TAFE sector supports tens of thousands of learners, and this bill is a game changer for them. This bill builds on the significant reforms of the Albanese Labor government, the ones we're already implementing. Last year, the government wiped $3 billion off the HELP debt and fixed repayment system so that the indexation on HELP debts can never increase faster than wages. From July 1 this year, the Labor government established a Commonwealth prac payment, so no one is forced to abandon their studies just because they can't afford to work for free while on placement. Labor has also established the independent Australian Tertiary Education Commission to drive reform of Australia's tertiary education sector. And changes to the way universities are funded will start from 2026, which will help more people from the outer suburbs and regions get the chance to go to university. We're also making it easier for those with a student loan to get into the housing market by asking the banking regulators to review their rules, and the Treasurer has already started that process. But let's zoom out for a moment. Labor doesn't see education in silos. We understand that it's a lifelong journey, from early learning through school into vocational education or university and beyond. That's why we're investing in every stage of that journey. We're delivering the biggest reforms to early education in a generation, making childcare more affordable and accessible for Australian families. Already, thousands of families in Newcastle are benefiting from the cheaper childcare under Labor's reforms. We're working with the states and territories to ensure that every public school is fully and fairly funded, with the biggest investment in public education by any Australian government ever. In my community of Newcastle, that means almost 18,000 students, teachers and their families across 43 public schools will have the opportunity to thrive. Labor's placed TAFE at the centre of our national skills agenda. Through free TAFE, more than 5,100 people in Newcastle have enrolled in a free TAFE course already. And this complements the significant investment we're making into the Net Zero Manufacturing Centre of Excellence at Tyes Hill TAFE in my electorate and the Futures Industry Facility at the University of Newcastle, ensuring our region is playing a lead role in developing the skills needed for a net zero economy. Speaker, this is what real reform looks like. And it stands in stark contrast to the record of those opposite. Let's not forget it was the Liberal Party that oversaw skyrocketing student debt, punitive repayment systems and funding cuts to our universities and TAFEs. And while the Greens talk a big game, we know that they operate on the delay-denied cycle. Just this month, the Greens political party's education spokesperson said Labor's cutting of student debt will mean nothing for young people. Well, I would like to see that senator look the 25,000 Novocastrian students set to benefit from this in the eye and tell them it means nothing. Time and time again, the Greens political party have shown they would rather grandstand than govern, preferring meaningless slogans to real achievable progress. Labor doesn't deal in meaningless slogans. We deal in outcomes. We don't posture, we legislate. We don't delay, we deliver. I want to stress just how important this bill is for regional communities like Newcastle and the Hunter. Students in the regions already face higher barriers, greater travel distances, less transport, fewer local course options and the financial pressures of moving away from home. They are more likely to be juggling study with work, more likely to be first in their family to go to uni, and more likely to come from low-income households. In Newcastle, students at both TAFE and the University of Newcastle are working in retail, in aged care, in hospitality, alongside their degrees to make ends meet. The young people of Newcastle deserve to look to the future with hope, not be dragged down by debt. And I'm thrilled to say that more than 25,000 students and graduates will soon have that hope. Speaker, I also want to take a moment to speak directly to the impact this bill will have on Australian women. Because the reality is that student debt is not gender neutral. Right now, 60% of all help debt is held by women, and they are more likely to be earning incomes below the national average, meaning it takes them longer to pay it off. This is especially true for women working in the caring professions, the nurses, teachers, early childhood educators and social workers, the very same professions that keep our communities going. These women are often begin their careers with tens of thousands of dollars of debt, only to face years of slow repayment, wage stagnation and time out of the workforce to care for children or family, all of which compounds disadvantage. That's why this bill matters. Wiping 20% off existing help debt and reforming the indexation system so your debt no longer grows faster than your capacity to repay it, we are delivering real, tangible relief, and women will be amongst the biggest winners. This isn't just a cost of living measure, it's an equity reform. And that's exactly what this bill delivers, especially for the women of Newcastle and right across this nation. Speaker, education should be a ladder of opportunity, not a life sentence of financial stress. The HELP system was designed to expand access to education, and it has. But for too many Australians, that access has come with unrelenting pressure, unfair repayment structures and a growing sense that the promise of university comes with too many strings attached. This bill is about fixing that. It's about making good on Labor's promise to govern with compassion, with fairness and with a clear-eyed view to the future. I'm proud to support this legislation on behalf of the tens of thousands of students and graduates in Newcastle and the millions more across the country. Let's get on with the job. Let's vote for a fairer, better future for every student in Australia.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.